spend most of my time viewing what I want from the outside. I comb it over like it's the scene of a crime. The only guilty I find staring back at me in the mirror at night, stuck in place just waiting for a green light. But I can't lie awake for someone else to say I can live my life. The only comfort I've found is blending in with another crowd. When things go wrong, we'll pass the blame around. 'Cause I can't lie awake for someone else to say I can live my life. My life. But I keep asking for permission. No, I keep asking for permission. Oh, I keep asking for permission. Why do I keep asking for permission? Oh, and I can't lie awake for someone else to say I can live my life. My
Hi, chat. Hello, chat. How do you do, chat? Narda, thank you for the raid, by the way. And Spooky the Ooze, thank you for the sub. Welcome. So we got a text from Patrick. And he said, I'm sorry I failed you. And I asked if everything was okay, and he said, I made a mistake. I no longer have a fully clean record. Ningwit, thank you for the 38 months. And Machiavelli, thank you for the 12 months, a whole heckin' year. Welcome back. Oh, Ningwit, that was a tier 3. Glad you enjoyed getting scammed. Huh. Goodness gracious. I did not wake up on good terms today, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not feeling well. I'm gonna try and power through it, but I might have to, like, I don't know. I'm gonna try and work through it, but I hope that does not happen to me again. Because earlier I was, like, having really bad stomach pain, and I got up and I almost passed out, and so I kind of just had to sit through the pain for a minute. So I don't really know what's going on, but I'm gonna figure it out. Might have just had something bad to eat. But I was not feeling good this morning. I'm a little better now. So I think it's improving, but it's like coming in waves, so should be okay. I'll let the attorney kind of handle a lot if I need to. Just really bad timing. But hello. Hello everyone. How are you? Hope you all are doing better than I felt. I'm just gonna make my way down to the courthouse. Have I complained about Bodon yet? That usually makes you feel better? There's a thought. Oh man, Soup Rations, thank you for the 7 gifted subs, getting us to the even 1100. You're a hero.
That is messed up.
1101. Trophy Derek, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Let's see what Patrick said. 3rd degree speeding. No, I'm not going to go on duty. We've been having number issues for the last several days, and due to people's prio situation, I don't want to be keeping people out of the server with my being on the PDQ. Or rather, I don't really know how mine affects that, because I have staff, like a staff queue thing. But I think me being signed in still does affect the amount of people that PDQ allows. So if I'm just gonna be in court for several hours, I'd rather just be off duty. So someone else can play. And to be a cop. It's just easier for everybody. And we were at like 44 cops when I signed in earlier, so Although I might get somebody to let me through not going through the metal detector so I don't lose my phone. I hate not having my phone in court. I think that's one of the most annoying things. Because I don't abuse it and threaten my witnesses. There goes Air 1. Oh. Wicked. That was cool. Alright. Well, actually, Tato, now that you mention it, I should let you guys know I got an email from Snow last night, and he said that, he's down for me using Air 1 to do my ranger stuff. And I think that'll be something that I try to practice a little more, because I do want to learn how to fly a little better, but oh, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Need a controller. Well, maybe. It is very hard to talk when I'm using the heli controls because I have to take my hand off of my mouse to do all the maneuvering. Can we even use it like joystick or anything anymore? I don't know if they ever like changed the controller thing. Got your Fanta and you're ready for the next 6 to 7 hours? Oh god, I hope it's not gonna last that long. What the heck? I know we have a lot to go over, but yeesh. I'm gonna try not to make it that long. With my stomach being the way that it is right now, I'd rather not sit there for 7 hours in court. "12-hour court stream." Oh boy, I hope not. Okay. Somerville, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. And Crypto, thank you so much for the additional gifted subs. You are amazing as always. And why'd it have to be today?
Yeah, I prefer E. coli. It helps clear out the bowels.
Well,
Do you frequently have a problem with impacted bowels? Is that?
I have IBS, yes. So.
Oh, fair. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's what I get from eating hot garbage most every day.
Have you seen? Have you
heard about
Weston?
the taco van? We used to drive around a taco van, and we would sell all of our burgers out of the taco van. It would be hobo burgers. Do you remember any of this? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Pharaoh, do you know any of this?
No, he's talking to other people. He's like, fuck this guy and fuck this guy.
Yeah, what the fuck?
He's like having a menage a trois of like quietness over there.
My apologies. I'm about
you
to
remember
decide whether or not
Hobo
I'm
Burger?
going to legally murder 6 people.
Hobo
I found that to
Burger?
be vastly
Oh my
more
God.
important
Yeah,
than,
do you know what Hobo Burger
I'm a
is?
legal representative.
No.
Do I get to make those decisions
Okay.
as well?
Okay.
No, you have to be a judge or justice of the District Court of Los Santos in order to
I
make
am a
those
justice
decisions.
of the district court currently. I am logged in as a
I
rookie
would
justice.
caution you against representing yourself as a judge, sir.
No, I said justice. There's a difference between a judge and a justice. Tell me there's not.
There is, but
Okay, then I said
there-
I'm a justice. I work for the justice of Los Santos.
so
You
just so
talking
you're
still
aware,
having this
that
fucking
the-
argument?
Justice
I
is
am a
given
legal
to
aid. I am just a legal aid. I do
lawyer
not
or
proclaim to work
judges
for
who
the Department
Do you
of
wanna
Justice. I'm legal aid. I was
walk
kidding.
inside the courtroom?
Except that chick,
Because this
her
argument
white
has been going
shorts.
on for 20 minutes, and
Taz is
very
also
loud.
part of the DOJ.
Taz, you're a part of the
Does anyone
DOJ.
here remember
Don't let
Hobo
anybody
Burger?
take that from you.
yeah, hold on.
Anyone remember? You remember
from hobos?
Titus, what the fuck is Repo guy
Your
saying about
Honors.
me?
I don't
guy
really know,
remembers
tell you the
Hobo Burgers?
truth.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not signed on duty for this case. Could I walk in around the back so I
told
can
you
keep
I
my
was the
phone?
original creator of the Hobo Burger.
Absolutely, I have no issue with that.
Okay, could I get someone to unlock the door?
Validation!
Yes, I will walk
Yes, it
through and
was
I'll
over
unlock
on
it from our
Boat Road.
side.
See?
Okay,
Told
thank you.
told that guy.
I'm gonna go in the
Run
other
by the
way,
hobos
but I'll
for the
see you
hobos.
inside.
Tim and I was. You gotta
So
be-
listen,
I-
Pharaoh Face.
I'm not on duty right now, so I don't want to lose my phone and stuff.
There's people that
Oh, yeah, you're
remember
good.
about me.
So
Go
it's
on.
gonna help me.
Repo guy.
Stupid stomach ache.
All right, there you are.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sebastian, I think you missed the assignment.
What was the assignment?
Apparently everybody's wearing black and red.
They're just copying
Yeah,
me.
well, I always wear this to court, so neener.
Oh.
Oh, well, okay then. Good to
Wait,
see you,
why are you
Tessa.
judging Tessa? What up, Tessa?
No, I wasn't judging Tessa. I was judging Sebastian because he's not wearing black and red.
Neither is Montag. Are you going to get on his case about it? Yeah, exactly. If you're not going to get on Montag's case, why are you going to get on Birch's case? Maybe just don't judge people.
No
Thank
masks
you.
or hats in the courtroom, please. That includes the backwards baseball cap and the rebreather.
Montag, please, please.
Uh-oh.
I will do anything if you let me wear that.
He's getting contempt.
No objection from co-counsel. He
Well,
needs to take the hat
Very
off, Your Honor.
self-conscious about recent head injuries. It's left a big scar, and I'm working through that.
Well, I do find that the best way to work through things is to expose them to your peers so that they may be, appropriately aired out, as it were.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice rate.
You know,
Just not used to seeing Adam without his hat on. I'm just taking this in.
a little while. You don't have to.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah. All right. All right. That's enough.
But I am 100% here to support you.
Hey, Harvey.
We're helping out DOC with the transport, and we'll be down there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, don't get shot.
Oh, don't worry. There's like 15 of these guys. They're just
Okay.
Break off.
there's more than I've ever seen when I was working here.
All right. Well, good luck.
All right.
Okay,
See you
we'll
down
be
there.
here. Goodbye.
All right, bye.
Oh, God. Harvey? Harvey? My stomach, dude. I wanted to enjoy my day. I'm gonna be in my head for just a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna be right back. I think I'm gonna go get some, like, medicine or something. I don't know. I will see what we have. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Bear with me.
Everything's really sticky over here.
Already knows the arguments, actually.
I do, it might.
I've got extra
for a while.
food.
Yeah,
Do you,
here.
are you hungry?
Yeah.
I have shit.
Yeah, come here. I got a murder meal for you. Come here.
All right, fine. Mine's not good enough. I get it.
Nothing about
Okay, it's not a meal. It's just stuff.
Hey, I'm okay with that.
Hey, sir, you need food?
There you go. Some fries and a sandwich.
You got
Hell yeah.
Adam is a
You
lawyer.
ain't gonna
couldn't
die.
find someone better.
Oh my
No.
god.
I have.
Oh, hi, Miss Andy. Hey, Marlo.
Yo, what's good?
Suckers.
What's going on? What's going on?
Sorry.
Not much, just here, ready to lock these motherfuckers up.
No,
bro.
no, I'm conflicted.
Oh, yeah. I forgot all about this shit.
Yeah, facts. I've been. Do you remember? Is it like?
Okay. Oh, okay, so what the heck? Okay, so thank you for the 20 gifted subs to the community. You are amazing, as always.
You want me to put an announcement 5 minutes till the start of case?
Okay.
I'm posted up on this wall. Leave me alone.
I don't even want to look at that, man.
If he's not, we'll just find an absentia and then we'll just give him the death penalty.
Which case is this?
Hey, how you been? How's that full officer like, huh?
Alright. Can't complain, really. Just take cadets out, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I ain't getting no sleep last night, so I'm very sleepy.
It's okay, guys. I'm done.
I'm sleepy.
Still having issues with what?
Okay. So we've got
You're gonna be here for about 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I know. Like, I don't
You
know.
are
got all my stuff ready
pretty quiet.
for the most part.
But I was like, court plus food, so I don't die.
I'm having another nap.
Right.
Okay.
God help.
Good luck.
Hey, oh god. Uh-oh.
Hello. How you doing?
That's not the
Tessa?
transport, is it?
I just woke up. I have nothing
What?
to do with the transport.
I am a legal aid. Thank you very much, Mr. Go About Your Business. Mr. I'm a legal aid. Go about your business. Thank you. You're about done. I'm already done. I'm
I'm
already done.
immediately concerned.
I'm done. I'm here for the court case. I'm
God.
not here to fucking like fuck with somebody who wants to socially profile me. Now go suck a dick and go break your own back.
Do it, Bill.
Carmine, you fucking with one of our soon-to-be attorneys?
Yeah, like I don't appreciate being socially profiled. I'm just standing here minding my own business. You come right up to me and call me a bum and tell me to get out of here. I don't appreciate that.
You
It's
fucking
not
with
shit.
one of our,
I'm working
soon-to-be
hard at the
attorneys?
burger shot. I got a little bit of oil on my shirt, and you want to come in here and tell me I'm a bum. I see no diarrhea on my moccasins. Thank you very much.
Hey, Carmine, you realize he works for us, right?
Yeah, I'm a legal aid, bro.
Yeah. He's going to become an attorney. He's going to become an attorney. He's learning.
I'm just sitting here minding my own business. I wasn't even talking to you.
Yeah. So how about this?
Yeah, hi, I'm Repo. Nice to meet you. I work here. Yeah, boop my nose. It's like 1.5 acres. I've never been in jail, not once.
I didn't even realize we're kind of. That's actually unintentional. Nice.
Ventori, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back.
What's up, Tessa? How you doing?
I'm just gonna go sit.
I'm alright.
and
I'm
ignore
not
you.
feeling my greatest, but I'm gonna
jabroni.
try and power through it.
I got you.
Did you guys have a chance to read through your statements and
I
kind of
did.
remember what happened?
Like, I'm outta here.
Yeah, I had a very simple part in it. So.
Yeah, your questions are going to be pretty brief, so we might actually call you and Mr. Johnson first, but
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. I won't mark you for anything else, so once you are done questioning, I will be okay if you guys need to dip out of here.
All right. Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Am I a witness or I'm part of the
You-
prosecution, right?
Technically, you're a witness. You're on the prosecution's side, though. We're literally trying to charge them for shooting you down at the gas station, so I hope that you'll be on our side. But
Of course. What am I? You think I'm fucking third among us? I'm on your side, Tessa. I'm with the team. All right.
Okay.
I'm with you guys. I'm with the right side.
I know you and I have our differences, but I am trying to prosecute them for what they did to you, so.
Are you trying to insinuate that my grudge against you is gonna I'll use that to jeopardize this case? What? You think so lowly of
No.
me? I would never. That's crazy.
No, I just know that you and I have a little bit of turmoil in our past, and I don't want that to interfere with the case at all, on either side.
That'd be very unprofessional of me. By the
Okay.
way, that day I did kind of on my way to. I'll leave it for the opening
No,
salvo.
I would like to know what you're gonna say.
I want to leave it for the opening salvo.
There is no opening salvo, Carmine. You're
It's a
just
figure
gonna
of
get
speech, sir.
people are
Sir,
gonna
it's a
answer.
figure of-
You're just gonna answer
Hey,
questions.
hey, stick in the mud. Relax. All right, snobby.
But you don't
relax.
get to make a
Easy.
speech.
Have you had a
You call
chance
me
to
up there,
review
I'm
your
a witness.
statement,
You're gonna
Carmine?
call me up there. I'm gonna give my statement. I might add a little bit of fluff to it.
Okay, well,
Just
don't
'cause
do
it's not
that.
Written down. Well, why not?
Well, we don't need fluff. We just need what happened.
Yeah, all we want to know is what happened to you, what you saw.
Hey, Harvey.
Yeah, Alsab just rolled out of bed, so we're gonna get him situated.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
All right, we'll see you guys when you get here.
All right. Bye.
Bye. God, who's shooting?
Okay, it doesn't even say Petite Philippe on it, which you
They
can't
don't even
even
make those
say.
in leather. They don't
You
even
can
make them
change
in
the
leather
band out on
strips.
any watch, my friend.
It's not original. It's
Well, that's okay.
bozo
It's
energy.
it's a
That's what
daily
it-
driver. You don't have to keep it original. I'm not keeping it in a case with a little Turner thing
Where
on
the
it
hell
the whole
you
time
find
for
this
its entire
pompous,
life.
uppity piece of shit, Tessa? Where you find this guy?
Listen,
What do
I
you
think we
mean?
got off on the wrong foot today, Carmine.
You came off on the wrong foot, not me.
No, we're not off on the wrong foot. We're fine.
You know,
Are you
pointing isn't nice.
you starting something with me, fella?
He's
No, I'm
not
not
trying
starting
to,
anything.
Carmine.
I get that.
Nobody wants to fight.
Busting your ass, that's all.
Listen, I'm
Just wanna
sorry
make sure.
if I came off, you know, a little,
Yeah, damn right.
I don't know, a
Damn
little harsh.
right.
It's been a hard week, all
I
right?
was just talking to the taxi driver.
Did you walk? You walked into the courtroom.
One small person, thank you for the 37
We're off to a good
months.
start.
And Crypto, thank you for the 2 gifties.
The guards kind of you won't get out your
Do you want
hand.
to take a look at my closing?
That's why I'm not on my phone.
I did go through
I've
it.
been talking to
Yes,
myself for
it
like
looks good.
37 minutes.
Yeah, the security guard at the metal detector does not like phones.
If you decide that you want to give a closing or the closing, that is totally fine. It's up to you. I'm here to support you however you want.
Wow, what the
hell?
I didn't really prep one, so I think we'll go with yours. It is a bit long, but I think it strikes all the points that it needs to.
All right. Hey, Kiki.
Hi, I brought food.
Hi. Oh, thank you.
I know, I was there.
Oh.
Shot his homeboy down, James DeLuca. We blew his top off.
sounded like.
Motherfucker man.
Blew his shit off, boy. His hairline ain't the same. We blew his shit way back.
I don't know how
Yo,
long we're gonna be
they
here
snuck
because it's a
me.
big
I
one.
took a turn and
So
they pulled that
I thought I
fucking
cover all the
truck and
bases.
It was terrible, John.
Perfect.
Probably gonna
Thank
be
you.
a
Do you think,
while.
Sebastian?
I was trying to hurry up and get there.
No, I'm okay right now.
I
Thank you.
have. Oh wait, I didn't give
He said
Tessa
for him to
everything.
Stop. Vickers, get out. 74.
Somehow you only got half of them.
Yeah.
Oh my
Those were my
goodness.
final words.
I want to make sure you're able to eat.
Thank you.
You know, I've noticed
You're welcome,
the radio
sweetheart. You're gonna
comms
kill
get
it.
us killed, man. If I didn't have to give radio comms, I would have been like a split second faster. It could have saved my life.
Yep.
All right, sorry.
You're fine, sweetheart.
7 and then my gun came out.
Okay.
7, pop, 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 pop.
Facts.
Mika.
Pop. Code 4. It's okay, guys.
Yep.
Tell him tough shit, Grace. Wait till next month.
It was 1 of him versus 8 of us.
It was people who were sleeping when I put in the last minute thing.
Parade
It's
on
people
his
like
ass.
first.
You know who the lawyer, who
Uh-huh.
the judges up there are? Is that Fitzpatrick?
Mhm.
or is
3 days
one of
later?
those?
Make him
I don't
suffer.
know. I was hoping Bill Mays was gonna be here.
I gave everybody an opportunity to get paid late. It is what it is.
It's Weston and Montauk.
Uh-huh.
5 judges. This is a lawyer on here called Adam Nielsen. Such a stupid name. For a stupid man. Imagine being called Adam Nielsen. Fucking bozo. name.
Contesting
Square ass
charges
name.
or why we here?
Statements.
Yeah, I think they are contesting the charges.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
like
boy.
30 years in prison. I feel like they have to.
Okay, yeah. Kind of.
I forgot to make myself a bingo card.
Kind of plain and simple.
So, I'm feeling fairly okay about this case. I think we did have a pretty good shot.
And then shot a bunch more people.
But
And then still had
as
the
I
guns on them.
say
So
at
it
the
is pretty
start
clear.
of any case that I take on, do
Just
not
say- yeah.
get
I think they've started.
upset
We'll see what they say in their opening.
if the outcome is not what we were looking for. If they walk today, Tessa might be upset.
Nice turtleneck.
I, Nakkida, do not care.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay?
Are you the lawyer?
I just want you guys to know that.
I'm helping Tessa prosecute.
So please understand. It is just RP. I don't want to see anybody going anywhere else.
Keep my
Yelling
name
at the
out your
judges,
fucking mouth.
yelling at the
Wow.
witnesses,
Shut the
yelling at
fuck
the
up, Carmine.
defense,
Hey, listen, you
yelling
seem
at
to be
my
confused, sir.
prosecution,
I'm pretty sure
anybody
in this
anybody
room,
involved.
you and you people ain't got guns.
Do not
okay? And,
do not
I'm
be
a
that
cop,
guy.
Right? So he's
You
up
will be
there,
in trouble.
right?
Are you threatening me?
No, I'm
Okay.
just telling you what will happen if
He
you
fights
pipe
everyone.
up.
I still got my fists.
Oh yeah, that's
You
just
got
Carmine.
fish? Well, I got a.
We will beat the shit out you in here, sir.
But we'll shoot you first. They will beat
That's
your
fucked
ass.
up. You guys are fucked up, man.
Shit out your ass in here. I beat his ass out that fucking turtleneck.
Because Andy,
Motherfuckers.
I feel like I should be over there, but at the same
Come on,
time,
he got
like,
fist.
I wanna be
Motherfucker.
Tessa.
Went to- went to-
Hello, Your Honor.
You get pretty good.
You get called. Yo, someone getting called out for going to violence.
I've gotten that I paid you. I'm just checking people are getting paid.
Yeah, I think I got like, I don't know, 80K or something. Yeah.
Yeah. 80K. Cool.
Don't see anyone.
You ready to act
Pay my
up?
house
Well,
off
I'm ready to
for another 2 weeks.
smack
As long
you
as you get paid.
down. Don't do that. No acting
Short
up.
month, right?
Yeah, it was a short month.
Yeah, it's a short month.
Don't do it.
Cutting my caseload down anyway.
Yeah, good for you.
It's too much.
Oh yes, all right. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk in the bathroom.
Hopefully.
Carmine's going to talk to someone in the bathroom. I'm sure that's going to be
Hopefully not.
normal.
You're mod hopping from Ashley's chat. So you ready to be toxic? Don't do it. I'll tattle. I will. I will tattle so hard. You don't understand.
You know who you want to call in order?
I'm thinking that we should probably go in the order that they were shot. So I think Audrey, Johnson, and then Carmine. And then we'll do Harvey and Charlotte last. Sound good?
You got any shirts, Johnson?
Not one.
Wait, where's
sounds good to me.
Frost?
I don't know.
I think we'll do Frost after Carmine. I don't know where Frost is. He responded to my email, so I hope he'll be here.
Do you want to give him a quick call?
Do I have
Or a
his
text?
number? I don't have his number.
Does he have it on his profile?
I'm not
You don't
signed
have your
in.
MDW.
I'm not signed in. I could probably get one of them to do it.
You go with not Carmine.
Somebody got to do it. Otherwise, it's gonna be a broken system forever.
Do any of you have Frost's number?
What's up?
I
don't know who the hell that is.
He's one of the witnesses, and he said he was gonna be here, but I don't know.
I don't know who Frost is, to be honest.
Are any of you on
I can't
duty?
believe
Can you
a
check?
murderer has that many people on his side. That's
I'm on
crazy.
duty. I'll check Sweetheart. Frost?
Yeah.
What's their first name?
Jimmy.
Hey, Carmine.
He is on duty. He's 10-7. I'll find
Okay.
where he is for you, sir.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
I'm glad you picked the right side, Pilbus. That man was a. That...
I don't care. I'm going over there next. But okay.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Go over to your side.
Please, Dummy. Please.
Rude.
Thank you.
And my response to you on
Hi,
that is
Tessa.
go fuck yourself.
Hi, guys.
I hope you're having a
don't talk
great
to this
day,
guy.
Tessa.
He's okay with what that man did.
And I wish you all the best and only good things ever.
Hi,
Tongue in
Tessa.
cheek, he doesn't
Thank
really
you
mean
very
it.
much.
Of course. You're the best.
Here's a bribe.
No one else have ever
Don't
helped me as
give
much
me
as you
bribes.
helped me,
I still
okay?
have the last one you gave me. Stop.
So you still have my bribes? That's crazy.
Because I don't want to spend them.
She doesn't accept bribes.
I keep giving her bribe money.
And I keep trying to chase you and give it back.
50K.
Hey, Sergeant.
Stop bribing me.
If you
I'm
want to
not,
talk,
that's not a bribe.
we
That's
can
just 'cause
talk in a
you're
room
great.
over there.
She is great.
Hey, Harvey.
Hey, yeah, I'm sorry for the delay. Sab, popped out of bed last minute and then was putting up a fight.
He was put up a fight.
Yeah, he didn't want to get in cuffs.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just let the judges know that.
Yeah, we're well, he didn't use his fist. He was just like, no, don't put me in cuffs. Harvey, tell him to stop. To which I ignored him.
Okay. What's your guys' ETA?
We're coming down LS Freeway right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I will be here at the courthouse.
I got drafted. What the fuck?
Goodbye.
I mean,
All right,
that's
bye.
you. The no eyebrows, no service was all me. If you want to institute your own. I remember temporarily banning cops from the courthouse at one point. That was fun. They got really mad.
Hmm.
I stood outside the Russian embassy for 7 hours for like a week straight. I don't know. That's the reason I got my promotion in the first place after I was drafted by General Pred.
Look at the
What, you
twins
trying to
over
get a
there.
meal
What is
deal out
that?
of that, huh?
Get 'em,
On
Gutsy,
Veterans
get 'em.
Day? Is that what
Hate
you're in
all
this
of it.
for?
What is happening over
You'll
there?
make me sick.
Carmine, you literally interrogated me and thought I was working for the goddamn Russians.
I know. I'm just feeling fire.
So what rank are you again? You say?
Sergeant?
And what rank is that? E what?
On the left? Oh.
This strip was copied.
This sucks, man. I wish I didn't feel like poopy doo doo.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot.
So discreet.
Who are you hooing? Dewey or Ben Crane?
Dewey. Who the hell's Dewey?
Gerard Dewey Hawthorne from the Rooster's Rest. He's kind of a drip king.
Look, I was doing all this for a Camaro.
Sorry, chat. If my energy's a little off today, I apologize. I'm really not feeling good, so
What's good?
I'm just trying to bear with it.
Okay, look. I can either dress like Dewey or I can dress like
Hoping the
Red.
good
Those
guys
are my
win this
lawyer
one.
outfits.
I'm not sure I've ever heard Montauk speak before.
I just
Yeah.
got access to my house.
I thought he
like a
was
week ago. I
kind of an
couldn't afford
apparition.
Hey, there's no
Work
service
more.
hours?
What the heck?
Hey, what's going on, Tess? I haven't seen you around forever.
I got
What?
checked by the
Especially
military.
when you're hospital.
Hey!
I mean, it's hard
Doing
to
all right.
make money when
Yeah,
you're a
I'm
lawyer
doing
who
great.
refuses
How are
to go to
you?
court.
I'm good.
Hey, I really like your
you guys
cravat.
pros- Oh, it's a
NASCAR.
NASCAR.
NASCAR. My,
Yeah, part of
my
the
apologies.
highwayman unit.
Yeah, I like it. It's
It's
it really
beautiful.
pops.
Well, thanks. Are you prosecuting this one?
Yes, sir. Me and Birch and Harvey.
Okay.
Can you
well,
excuse Columbo?
Huh?
what do you
Can you
want, Carmine?
excuse Columbo? Can you excuse
Carmine,
him
do you
for
really
getting
want
Why?
to do this again?
Because he's conflicted.
You quit blaming?
You're
How am I
conflicted?
conflicted?
Yes.
Judge? No.
Are you
You said a
conflicted?
judge didn't show up. Which
Yeah,
judge?
back
In general.
Conflicted from what?
Booger in your face. Get out of here, Columbo. Nobody wants you here.
So I can file that.
I want him here.
10 points, Carmine. Also, the only
Adam,
thing
Adam,
conflicted
Adam,
here is your
Adam,
fucking
Adam.
brain activity.
Respectfully, shut the fuck up.
What the
I'm
heck?
about to put hands on him.
Don't
Those are
put
fighting
hands
words,
on him.
Tessa.
We need you.
Pipe down.
Is Carmine essential to this case?
Yes, he's a key witness.
Yeah.
Please
I was
don't
about
do
to
anything.
suspend him.
He didn't show
Don't
up.
wait till like halfway through and then you can suspend him.
No, you're not getting out of this,
Suspend you
Carmine.
Oh my! But you wouldn't do it now. See, you ain't got that dog in you. I feel like
Okay, after
between me
this
and you,
court case,
Gunna would have done it. Gunna would have
after
done
this
it.
case, 20 minutes, Carmine.
At the moment.
True.
I'm gonna go off duty like
worry.
minutes.
I think he deserves the shotgun.
So he can anyway.
Oh, best of luck, Tessa. All right.
Thank you very
You
much.
too. I don't know who you
Always
are.
win, but it's better than here.
Sebastian Birch. Nice to meet you.
You a cop?
No, I'm a lawyer.
You ever thought of being a cop?
Maybe.
It's like being a lawyer with a gun.
I did shoot a gun at the police range once.
On the block on the ops?
I don't think I have any non-drowsy
I
allergy
was gonna
meds.
shoot a
I know I have
shotgun, but we didn't have
Benadryl, but that
bullets.
would just knock me out, and I don't really want to deal with that.
Oh, here they are. All right.
Sorry
Good
for the
luck, guys.
delay, you know.
Rooting for you.
I am. The only walk.
Hi, Sebastian.
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi,
There are
Tessa.
there are more
Hey,
people
Harvey.
here than I thought there would
Hey,
be.
Charlotte. Hey, Harvey.
Homewrecker.
It's so claustrophobic.
Yeah, we
Well,
know.
Sandals.
yeah, it's listen,
Harvey.
it's one combo thing. All right, listen, it's
Yeah, don't judge.
I mean, it's
They almost
there's
look like
nothing
they're
really
dress
true
shoes.
about it, you know, like
I've already served
Alright,
30
you don't
years
have
in
to-
prison.
Like, from
It's
afar.
time to run away.
You make me sick.
Don't
Fair
label
feel.
us the
Ain't
medical
nothing
box.
sacred
Just get
to you.
everyone settled.
medical corner.
Oh, come on. Don't go.
Counselor, if you have a problem with that, then wait until court is properly in session, which it would have
Yeah,
been
oh,
17
nothing-
minutes
nothing
ago.
happened
but
to you,
for,
sir.
someone
17
throwing
minutes
hands-
ago.
They fought DOC on the way up
Session,
here.
Make a motion.
Oh,
and we'll go
hey.
from there.
Well, he never swung, but he was like.
Drop something.
Oh,
Now, why do
okay,
you listen
thanks.
to him,
Sorry.
not me?
He's just like being
I
mean.
did listen to you. You said
Just be
girls,
careful.
and I
Show
did
him
not
Mr.
like
Shea.
you.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm
I
gonna
got
get
it.
my
because
tab
you're
for
a
the
woman.
man right now. I'm
In
going to
woman
do it.
month, or whatever kind of woman month it is right now.
PDF
That's the
food.
time of month,
Hey,
sir.
Bill, you all
Mucking with Carmine.
Whatever, woman month.
Hey, I'm gonna beat his ass in jail anyways.
Try it.
Carmine.
Not to try. I'll do it, bitch.
You want to go?
We will start from the default position of having them uncuffed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. God damn it, dude. Yeah, come over here and cuff me.
Go say thank you.
Is that you,
Oh,
Sebastian
snap,
Birch?
that's a sick HOA band.
Yeah, how's it going?
I'm
That's a
doing
perfect
fine,
bandana. Okay,
thank
get
you.
it straight.
It's
Get
about
it
lemon.
straight.
It's
On
good.
what side are you on?
I'm helping Tessa.
Very well. What
Paid
is
him
she?
It's
handsomely.
really important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's
look,
about
people look up in the gallery.
He did.
lemon.
He said, and I
Really
quote,
wanted me to
"I'm
talk to you
rich.
about this?
Oh my God, I'm rich."
What is your role in this trial, Miss Tessa?
What's that?
What is your role in this trial?
I mean, me and Birch are gonna be doing like kind of a tag team sort of thing with the prosecution and the questioning.
Very well.
I'd say lead prosecutor. And then I would be
Well, I don't
co-lead.
know.
Defense, do you
It's
need
okay.
2
I'm
minutes
always
to
interested in
confer with
learning
your
more.
clients before we bang the gavel and proceed forward?
No, Your Honor, we should be ready to proceed.
Prosecution, do we have everybody that we need on your side of things?
All right. Bye.
We're good, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we do.
Okay.
the statement of charges if you want to go through the charges. All right.
Honey.
All right, we are going to call the People v. Denzel Williams et al. Into session. Before we have any pretrial motions heard, I'm just going to go ahead and start with the statement of charges. We'll run through the charges, and then if there are
On the
any
table,
pretrial
fingered.
motions, we'll go ahead and address them then, okay? I just don't want any interruptions. We have a lot of defendants. We have a lot of witnesses. This court case is going to take some time. And I assume going to take a lot of time to deliberate and go over evidence. So if we can minimize the amount of interruptions and, you know, move things smoothly, that would be very much appreciated. Especially from the peanut gallery, if there are any outbursts, I'm going to say this right now. Contempt is going to start pretty high. I'm not going to have people trying to interrupt this court case. Court case is not about you. We have multiple defendants here facing capital offense crimes that could include the death penalty, life in prison, as well as a $1 million fine. This is not
Jesus.
All right. Just to
Guild boy,
properly,
suck a dick.
just to properly illustrate how high contempt is going to be going,
Okay, good
Mr.
start,
Al
good
Sab,
start.
it's my understanding that we were running approximately 20 minutes late because of your shenanigans in
Fingered out of our
prison.
table.
As such, the court is issuing you half of a year of contempt, and for both of your outbursts just now, I'm going to be adding an additional 50 months to yourself and
Didn't
Mr.
ask.
Williams.
You guys are on the other side.
Oh my God, Carmine.
Bingo. That's it.
No,
Go stand with your
half a
friends.
year and then 50 months on top of that.
Bingo.
That's not 56
No,
months.
go stand with your friends on the other side. This is our side.
Hey, easy time for me.
All right. Well, Montag will be
All
handing
right, as soon
out
as you plead
the
to your
fine
charges,
for
then you can go to
contempt.
the other side,
I'm going
okay?
to start contempt at $50,000 for
that's
any
fine.
outburst, and that will add up. You will get fined at the end of trial. Again,
Yeah,
this is a
still
very
like a
lengthy
couple more
trial.
minutes.
The defendants here are facing capital offense crimes. I'm not going to have people try to interrupt and make this court case about them. Is that understood? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Going to proceed with the statement of charges. 2/3/2023, Peachingle Dan was found dead on Chumash Pier. Casings and ballistics were collected and documented by members of the UPD. Shortly after this discovery, a group of people began rampage throughout the city, holding up civilians and executing officers. Officers located, pursued, and ultimately detained all 6 suspects after a lengthy chase that ended with a shootout at the gas station in Mirror Park. All 6 suspects had firearms, which matched the casings at the scene in which Peachingle Dan was found deceased. 2 of the
Hey, we're trying to
suspects,
hear.
Al Saab and Denzel Williams, shouted loudly to bystanders that they had just murdered a woman, which was overheard by officers nearby. The suspects later told police that they had killed Peachingle Dan because they, quote, believed she was actually Boris the Bear, and they were attempting to collect a $1 million bounty placed by Kyle Pratt on Twitter earlier in the day. It is the belief of the investigators that the difference between a human being dressed as a bear and a real-life actual bear is clear enough that the suspects could not have reasonably been mistaken in this instance, and the murder was just that, an intentional, premeditated homicide.
Well, fuck you. What is...
Yes. Okay, so we have quite a few defendants to get through. You may answer directly when your name is called, or you may answer through counsel, meaning your lawyer can answer for you if you prefer that. Mr. Denzel Williams, you stand accused of criminal possession of a firearm Class 1. How do you plead to that charge?
Yeah, that's Occam's. Ray Montag is his judge character.
Sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat
and
that?
the
Oh my God.
female judge is Judge
Criminal possession
Antigone.
of a firearm Class 1. for
Antigone
Mr. Denzel Williams. How do you plead?
Weston? Question mark?
What do you want me to say, lawyers? Not, not guilty.
He wants
All
to
right,
say
criminal possession
guilty.
of a firearm Class 2. How do you plead?
How are they discussing this?
Not guilty.
It sounds like he wants to say he's guilty.
5 times accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee. How do you plead, Mr. Williams?
I definitely didn't do that. Not guilty.
And finally, the big one, first degree murder. How do you plead, Mr. Williams?
What
am I saying?
Oh,
Not guilty.
almost.
All right. Mr. Al Sab, criminal possession of a firearm, class 1. How do you plead, sir?
Your boy's not guilty.
Possession of contraband in the 3rd degree.
Not guilty.
5 times accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee.
Not guilty.
And first degree murder.
Not guilty.
All right. Mr. Keith Wanderlust, criminal possession of a firearm, class 1. How do you plead?
Keith Wander.
Not guilty.
Okay. Possession of contraband in the 3rd degree.
Not guilty.
Okay. 5 times accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
And first degree murder.
Not guilty.
All right. Fiona Stewart, criminal possession of a firearm, class 1. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
5 times accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee.
Not guilty.
Did you say not guilty? Is that a double negative, or were you
No,
just
not
stumbling?
not guilty.
Okay, understood. First degree murder.
Not guilty.
All right.
Jensen,
Lars
thank you for the
Haverford,
22 months.
criminal possession of a firearm, class 1. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
5 times accomplice to attempted murder of a government employee.
Not guilty.
And first degree murder.
Not guilty.
All right, and Mr. Fingild Dan, to the charge of having a terrible name, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay, that's what I thought. Criminal possession of a firearm, class 1. How do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
5 times
Wait, what?
accomplice.
Guilty.
Hold on.
attempted
Wait, hold
first
on.
degree
What?
Guilty.
All right.
So it's.
Okay.
Well,
Looks like our job here is
For
done.
the court's record that all defendants have pleaded not guilty to all charges except for
cannot
Mr.
tell a lie.
Fingild Dan, who has pleaded guilty to all charges. Sentencing for you, Mr. Dan, will proceed at the conclusion of the trial once we've heard all the
Okay.
facts and evidence.
Can he get the death penalty?
Can we,
get the death
yeah.
penalty?
Can we not claim Fingild? We don't
Where
claim him.
am I?
We don't claim him.
I
Where
would say if
am
you
I,
wanted
Your
to
Honor?
motion to sever, it's a little late for that. You're stuck with Fingild.
Your Honor, he's not aware where he
Yes.
is right now. I worry about his mental status.
No.
Your Honor, we're concerned about Fingild's 1 sobriety and 2 mental
No.
capacity to enter a plea at this time.
Do we have any officers
my
who are not
God.
attached
Never
to
lied
this matter?
before.
Gentleman in the fabulous ascot in the back, could you come perform a sobriety test on Mr. Fingild Dan?
Yeah.
Columbo.
Don't forget to get a urine
Don't
sample.
mistrial this, please, God. For the love of everything, don't do that.
So, like, for what? Alcohol?
A general
probably been
sobriety
drinking toilet
test.
wine while he's been in prison.
Yeah,
Check,
let's
check,
start
check.
with alcohol.
No, I didn't even know her. You get what you fucking deserve.
All right, Fingal, blow on this.
Stupid.
James Randall has arrived.
James Randall.
And that's why we're here.
James is here.
Someone's
Yeah.
gonna get hurt.
Wow.
Columbo's way too serious for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if
He
I can
ain't
shoot you
drunk.
have a warrant. I'll be
Fuck.
All right, defense
It
counsel,
said
do we?
zero on it.
Oh, yeah, zero means none usually.
Yeah.
Defense counsel, do you have any last-minute evidence you'd like to introduce about any mental impairments, or are we just going to proceed forward?
He's a Dan.
We would like that a general field sobriety test be carried out on
No.
Fingild Dan
Guilty.
rather
Is
than
everyone
specifically
guilty?
for alcohol.
I'm receiving conflicting feelings from the two of you because one of you was saying a bunch of things and then the other one just said loudly no.
Your Honor.
What?
Your Honor, I just asked that you take a look at what the defendant's wearing and you decide for yourself whether he's fit to stand trial or competent enough to enter.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Look at
co-counsel.
Damn.
Why does someone's
Let him take
outfit
the
determine
fall.
if they can go to court?
He's a Dan. Does anything he say matter?
Come on.
Wow. That was cool.
I don't think an intoxicated
was sick.
person could do that, so I think he's fine.
Hey, hey.
All right, here's how we're going to
He's spitting
proceed.
on him.
Someone say he's a dad. Why does it matter what he say?
The court will accept Mr. Dan's plea. However, we will, per usual, not be holding that against any of his co-defendants moving forward. We're capable of weighing the evidence accordingly.
Well, you still
Thank you, Your Honor.
one failure to appear prior, but I couldn't see if you have a warrant.
All right. With the pleas having been entered, prosecution, are there any pretrial motions that need to be addressed prior to beginning things?
I don't have anything unless you do.
Nope. We're good.
Go back to the cops.
No, Your Honor, we don't have anything.
Sorry.
Ow! What the heck?
What the hell,
Sit in
Fingal?
the chair.
That's tampering mistrial out there.
You want me to
Alright,
put him
guys,
in cuffs, Your Honor?
Take it easy.
really
Take it easy.
sorry.
He's
I
all right.
got
He's
going
all
back
right.
for
Go
my
ahead and
chair.
cut him
All right,
up,
going for cuffs.
How's your head?
No,
Come
I
up
think this
halfway
was an
in
accident.
between
I'm alright.
yeah.
Okay, honey.
It really
You
was
want me to
an
release him, Your
accident.
I
Honor?
think it was an accident. It's alright.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Fingal, stay over there with your friends, please.
They told me to come over here. They
I don't know
want
how
me anymore.
friendly they are at the moment, but you should probably stay on their side.
Yeah, please. We got to talk over here.
Right, with,
Your
with
Honor,
that
actually, could I make a pretrial motion to have him become one of our side so that he can sit on this side?
I'm really
And that means we get to call him as a witness.
I'm so hungry.
Are there any objections to calling Mr. Fingildan as a witness?
Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, he's a defendant in the matter.
I'm
and
so
got
You
his
told me to
rights
go to this
remain-
side.
Yeah, he's saying that they told him to come over here.
I'm so
We
hungry.
told him to
Didn't
sit
say
there,
that.
but that doesn't mean that he needs to testify for them.
You need food, James?
So bad.
No freedom. Natural selection.
No freedom.
Let it
You trying to link up over
Okay,
Alright, what's good? What's good?
we can address his Fifth Amendment rights at the
I gotta go
time that
link
he
up
is
real
called
quick.
to the stand. Are there any other objections from the defense?
What's good?
Other than the highly unusual nature of this, Your Honor, I suppose not.
There's Zach over there.
I actually have no intention of calling him whatsoever.
Cuffed, guys, and my cuffs only go this far.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wait, sorry. What was the first half of that? What did you just say? I don't have a.
This was a real
Hear how scared
unexpected
Yo.
surprise. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't
did
really
it.
prepare for this turn of events here.
Or what?
Unusual nature aside, Mr. Fingildan has in fact entered a plea of guilty. He will be advised of his right to remain silent and his right to counsel upon taking the stand, just as he would be if he were called by the defense. And although it is unusual, it is not unheard of. In fact, the defense frequently calls their own clients to the stand to testify on their own behalf. There's nothing saying that a defendant couldn't be called to the stand by the prosecution, just normally they would clam up and claim the fifth. So we will allow it, and we'll see how it goes once he gets called up and sworn in.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, what about the person
I'm not going to screw him like that. That's not
Any other
actually
pretrial
fair.
motions by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor. I think we're good.
All right. Defense, do you have any pretrial motions that the court needs to hear before we begin?
None at this time, Your Honor.
Understood. All right, let's proceed into opening statements then. Prosecution, the ball is in your
I
court.
want you to keep things fair, okay? You need to go address that.
You want me to go up and read the opening?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're good.
Unfortunately, he's along for the ride.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, actually. Sorry. On February 3rd, 2023, the accused were observed fleeing the scene after they unceremoniously dumped the body of what was clearly a human being at the feet of officers on scene. The victim, later identified as Peachingle Dan, had been brutally shot multiple times, as we will indicate with the evidence provided today. She was dressed up in a red track suit and was wearing a bear mask. Your Honors, the defense is going to attempt to muddy the waters today by introducing evidence that implies they had reduced culpability due to a post on Twitter that cannot be verified, nor does it provide them any legal ground to stand on. They will likely indicate that the Grand Marshal Kyle Pred instructed them to kill Boris the Bear for money, and that they have somehow been entrapped by a single unverified Twitter post. They may also attempt to indicate that they genuinely thought the victim was Boris the Bear. No reasonable persons would be capable of mistaking the two, and we intend to debunk that claim. The prosecution would like to ask that you simply do not entertain any ridiculous claims from the defense today. The defendants are all of sound mind and body. They made a conscious, premeditated decision to end the life of another person. They expressed no remorse for their actions and even proceeded to attempt to end more lives in their decision to flee the scene. All 6 suspects were found with guns linking them to the murder scene after they went on their spree, and we will hear testimony today from several officers who pursued them that day, some of whom are also victims of their violent rampage across the state of San Andreas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tessa. Defense, your opening statement.
Oh, God.
Your Honor, I have a formative exhibit that I'd like to have placed on the projector, if possible, if I can.
All right.
Yeah, send to me. I got it.
Send it to.
I can
oh,
take
that
care of it
doesn't
if you
sound very
want.
good. Yeah, send that to Bill.
Perfect. Hey, Bill, can you also keep track of contempt and stuff for us?
Well, that did not sound like
Yeah.
somebody's bike exploded.
Okay, Tessa. They can't get us in here.
Did you receive
You're okay
that,
in here, sweetheart, okay?
Judge Mays?
Thank
You'll
you.
be okay in here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honors. I will keep this brief in opening, as we'll unwind everything as we proceed through this trial. But today you're going to hear 2 sides of a very unfortunate and very sad story.
What's that phone on the top right?
However, one side is going to work to paint our clients as monsters, as killers, as murderers. But Your Honors, after we thoroughly analyze the evidence, precedent, and go through our testimony, the facts of this matter will become far more clear.
There it is.
If you take a look at the exhibit presented here today, you'll see that our clients are, in fact, good friends with Boris the Bear. They spent time together, they bonded, they worked out together, and united with each other to become better people. Unfortunately, however, a Grand Marshal-sized wedge was driven between the defendants and Boris the Bear. We're going to hear about this today through a review of the evidence and testimony, and things are going to become painfully clear. The defendants in this matter are not guilty of the charges that have been laid before them here today. Thank you.
Okay, so I think he's going with the angle that they killed Peachingle Dan to save Boris.
What the? Okay.
That if the bounty was
Let 'em.
fulfilled, then Boris would be
Who
fine.
cares?
Execution.
I
Would you like
can't
to call
think
your
of
first
anything else.
witness?
Let them do that then.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, let's call Audrey first.
Okay, go for it.
Alright, we would like to call Audrey to the stand, please.
Okay, can we have one of the correctional officers over there swear her in for us, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you want a question, or do you want me to do
Alrighty,
it?
go ahead
or-
and raise your left hand for me.
I think you can.
Do you swear to tell the
you guys
truth,
can go ahead
the
and
whole
start.
truth, and nothing but the
guys
truth
can,
under penalty
do
of
the
perjury?
questioning.
So help you airborne.
I do.
Unfortunately,
Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I am not prepared.
You're saying no.
That's
I'm
okay.
having
I can do it.
done an LOA, you know.
At the tunnel. Yeah, at the tunnel.
Hello, Miss Jones. How are you today?
Doing well. Good.
Oh, look at their eyes.
All right. Were you on duty on February 3rd?
Say no.
Yes, I was.
What happened that day?
That day there had been. There's always a lot going on, but most notably to this court case, there had been a black and color SUV that had been going around committing acts of violence, and we were trying to find that vehicle and detain them.
Okay. And where were you when you went to go and detain them?
I was on patrol and I pulled up at the southernmost point of Crusade Road, and I was looking northbound and I could see the hospital public parking, which is right in front of the hospital. I noticed the black SUV, and I know that there have been multiple calls on the radio for an SUV that ended in the plate Guild. And I pulled up a little bit, and I found it parked at the hospital.
Okay.
I
Oh, go ahead.
I called for backup, and before backup was able
Objection,
to
Your Honor.
arrive-
Narrative.
Do we have a rebuttal from the people?
No, we can get to the rest of the story through questioning.
All right. We're going to sustain the objection. We're not going to strike anything that's been set up until this point, but let's get a little more direct.
Yeah. Okay. So you saw the vehicle at the hospital. Who was driving the vehicle? Did you see anyone?
I couldn't see. They were parallel parked. The windows were kind of dark, so I could just see the vehicle.
Okay. What was the nature of the calls you'd been hearing over the radio?
Multiple officers had been attacked and shot. They were violent acts of just attempted murder.
Okay. What did you do when you saw that vehicle?
I called Gregory Jones. He was looking. I called him over the radio for backup, and I was waiting to get additional backup before I proceeded.
Did that backup arrive?
There wasn't time for the backup to arrive. They noticed my car and they left the hospital and attempted to leave.
All right. Did you pursue?
I did pursue, yes.
Where did they go?
They went north on Crusade, and then we went right towards Roy Lowenstein, where we went north. I was pursuing. The vehicle came to a stop in front of me, and they yelled something I couldn't hear. Someone got out of the passenger side with a shotgun, and then I just remember waking up at the hospital after that.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the suspect that shot you with the shotgun eventually get apprehended?
Yes, my understanding is it ended at Mirror Park gas station where there was a gunfight where they all went down.
Okay. Were you involved in the processing of the suspects at Mission Row?
I was not.
Okay. Are you able to identify the individual that shot you in this courtroom?
I am not able to identify them today.
Okay. Give me a moment. I need to confirm with my co-counsel.
Uh-oh.
I think that's all the questions I have. I don't know if we need to push anything else out of her.
Yeah, I don't think so either. She got
Okay.
shot down. I mean, other than maybe at the hospital, but I don't know what she's going to say.
Yeah.
So that I think we're good.
Okay. All right. We don't have any further questions for this witness.
All
All
right.
right. Defense, that's going to be your opportunity for cross-examination.
Gonna
Whoa,
call
Officer
Boris as
Jones,
a
how you doing
witness?
today?
No, no.
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Just a few questions here for you. You stated that you were at the southernmost end of Crusade Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You said you witnessed the vehicle and it was already parked at the hospital.
It was parked. It was parked legally in the parking.
Did you witness anybody entering the vehicle?
No, I did not.
You witnessed anybody exiting the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Do you know how many occupants were inside of the vehicle?
I can't speak to that. I saw no one get in or out of the vehicle.
Okay. And you don't know how many people were in the vehicle at any given time?
No, because like I said, when I pulled up, the vehicle was already parked, and then the vehicle just fled. So I didn't get a chance to see the occupants. And I kept my
Understood.
distance because of what they were accused of doing.
Okay. How many individuals shot at you, Officer Jones?
One,
Okay. What were you shot with? Do you recall?
a shotgun.
Shotgun. Okay. All right. And then counsel for the prosecution asked you if you knew if the individuals were apprehended. How much time lapsed between your shooting and their apprehension?
It's hard to tell because I was unconscious for a while from the shotgun blast, so I can't really speak with good certainty on that.
So you wouldn't know for how long then, how much time had passed at that point. When you shot, was there another officer on scene?
Negative. There was no other officer on scene.
So your backup hadn't arrived. Okay.
No,
Your Honor, I'm going to
backup
defer to my co-counsel to see if he has any further questions for this witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. I heard some brief muttering from the prosecution. I'm unsure if there was supposed to be an objection in there, but in the event that there is, just speak up. You know what to do.
I think that might have been from the peanut gallery.
Oh, understood.
It was
Whoa!
Oh, was it you?
I think so.
Well, speak up then, Birch. Come on.
I said understood.
Oh,
All right. Does
okay.
the prosecution have anything for redirect?
I don't think. I mean, he basically just went through the same testimony.
Yeah,
we did.
I think we're good.
All right, defense, are you going to be marking this officer for recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You are free to go at this time. If
That
you,
was one of
so
the
choose.
ones that
If not, please step back, behind the
we
bar,
were
please.
lacking a lot of evidence on. Unfortunately, her shooting was not documented at all.
Call your next witness.
You want Johnson next, Tessa?
We would like to call Gregory Johnson to the stand.
Hey, sir, would you do me a favor and please raise your left hand for me? Alrighty. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? So help you everyone. This witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Speak up, please.
Okay, y'all hear me?
Yeah, make sure you're
Yeah.
yelling.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Hey!
Oh, goodness. You don't have to scream. The microphone will pick up your voice.
All right.
All right. Were you on duty February 3rd?
Yes, I was.
You've seen the questions, right?
What, pertaining to this case happened that day?
All right, so I was out there, clocked in duty.
Okay, you don't have to like actually just speak into the microphone, please. Do not scream.
Clocked on duty.
Sorry, just speak normally into the microphone. Do not scream.
I can't hear you.
I was clocked on duty.
Your
I was
Honor,
in
that
my-
cop should get contempt of court, honestly.
Yeah, Your Honor, that's an interruption from the peanut gallery. We're really trying to pay attention to Officer Johnson's testimony here.
My life is on the line.
Okay, Titus, can you go back and stand with the peanut gallery? And if they start acting up, just hit them with contempt.
Feral Snow, thank you
Who
for
was
the gifted
officer
sub. I
who,
appreciate
piped
you.
up and shouted, I can't hear
Thank
you.
you.
Carmine. It's Carmine.
All right, we're going to, here's what we're going to do. The first one's going to be a warning, Carmine. The next time I'm going to give you 3. All right, let's continue.
All right,
Right.
apologies, Mr. Johnson.
It's all right. It's all right. So I was clocked on duty. I was inside my CVPI vehicle. I decided to go ahead and clock vehicles for their speed. I was just underneath Olympic Freeway, just off of Strawberry Avenue. The little little station where you can walk up on Olympic on down to Strawberry GG gas station. And as I was, clocking vehicles,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to narrative at this time.
Any rebuttal from people?
I'm giving my.
I think
Hey, guys,
it's
good
kind
luck.
of
I'll be back
relevant
when
to
this loud
set this
prick stop
up.
will fucking stand. I can't stand
I
this
can
guy.
try to get him there with my questioning, but I think my question was pretty clear, like what he was responding to, and he's still kind of getting there.
Your Honor, if I may rebut it, sounds like he's giving a recap of his entire day, not so much the specific incident at hand here.
I genuinely appreciate you asking for permission and then going ahead and doing it before we granted it. However, I am going to go ahead and sustain that objection. The original question was something along the lines of what pertaining to this case occurred on that day, which does kind of call for narrative, so let's ask him another direct one.
Okay.
We'll keep what we've got on the record.
Okay, so you were clocking vehicles underneath the Olympic Freeway. What kind of vehicle did you
Please,
clock?
Your Honors, this guy is, for some reason, fucking up here in our faces. We don't know who he is.
Yeah, I trust DOC to be able to handle the bit. Just a reminder that Bigfoot's not a protected species, nor is it a human. So
This is true. Ranger endorsed.
Oh, it's James Randall. That's what it is.
Oh. James, goddammit.
Even the judge was confused by an animal in the court.
Yeah, James, just leave him alone. Leave him alone. Go to the other side.
Holy shit, he had a good point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. All right, apologies. Continue.
I was clocking the vehicles, and then I seen a 4-door SUV. I believe it was not sure the color. I believe it was greenish or maybe blackish. Sometimes my contact lens, they're so high prestige. I can't tell, but it was a vehicle with the plate Guild as in golf, uniform, India, Lima, Delta. Was coming by at high rates of speed going northbound Strawberry. I proceeded to go ahead and activate my emergency lights and get behind the vehicle, and I lit it up. As I'm pursuing the vehicle, the vehicle did not want to stop for my emergency lights and or sirens. So the vehicle ended up heading over to the Alta Apartments on Alta Street, and as I'm stopping the vehicle, a female unknown passenger gets out of the vehicle, and at that point, I'm yelling on my megaphone to the driver of that Guild SUV, "Sir, go ahead and shut the engine down, window down." That driver of that vehicle gets out of that vehicle.
Your Honor,
pulls a
Gave
shot.
him a megaphone.
can I object to narrative once again here? Again, we're kind of.
Yeah, I have
we
no
have?
rebuttal to that.
All right.
mean,
Per
it-
usual, we'll keep what we've got on the record. Ask another direct question, please.
A firm.
Give contempt.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Also, I'm issuing 100 months contempt to whoever designated this officer a megaphone in their vehicle.
I do not know who that would be, Your Honor.
Well, I'm gonna. Who's the officer that's in the khaki over there?
Carmine.
Okay,
Frost.
Carmine. It's gonna be Carmine's job to find out for us.
I know.
who
I
that
can
was.
answer that, Your Honor, if you want me
Well,
to.
we'll talk about it after court. Let's
The
continue.
deputy commissioner, Your Honor, he did it.
All right. So you had the vehicle pulled over at the Alta Apartments. Somebody got out. Who was the driver of the vehicle? Did you see them?
It was a male with a colorful polo shirt. Believe he was African American with khaki pants. He got out of that SUV and pulled a shotgun and told me to get the bleep on. And I ran and did so.
It's
and
so
he drove
hard to
off.
stop him. Okay. Are you able to identify that individual?
Well, see, that's the thing. As I was giving my story, it pertains to what's going on because, see, with the plate being Guild, an officer told me this may be a Guild House situation. So I went over to the Guild's house and I wrote down a statement from an individual. I believe his name was, if I'm not mistaken, James Randall. And he was on the phone and with someone, I'm not sure if it was Denzel Washington or not, but Mr. James Randall stated that he cannot tell us how Denzel Washington shot someone in the face with a shotgun at the Guild house.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay at this time. James Randall is not called as a witness in this matter.
Yeah, I do not believe that either James Randall nor Denzel Washington from Man on Fire. I don't think either of them have been called to the witness list. Do we have a rebuttal from the people?
I do not have a rebuttal unless my co-counsel does.
No rebuttal.
All right, we are going to.
No, you're good, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, I thought I had already heard you all say no rebuttal. Okay, let me review my notes.
Is this on one of the reports?
Okay, we are going to cut everything off after ran to an individual by the name of James Randall. Everything pertaining to what Mr. Randall said about beloved actor Denzel Washington will be stricken.
Mr. Johnson, could you once again name the individual that you're talking about?
Well, I was told by a witness that I guess I can't speak on no more, but they said, Denzel Washington. But
okay, all right.
I
Your
personally
Honor,
cannot.
I'd like to renew my objection at this time.
That's all right. No rebuttal.
Can we call this guy to our
We'll
side?
move on.
Strike that entire last bit again about Denzel
Um,
Washington.
All right. After you spoke to James Randall, did you look around that scene?
I did.
What did you see?
We saw Cations coming back to a shotgun once we took it down to MRPD and ran the case.
No, it's not. It's not about Eve specifically.
Why don't you just
Okay.
It's about the construction company. It's not about Eve. Eve just served the notice. No.
You want to end up like peachingle?
And where did you go after that, after running the casing?
After running the cases, I got a call that they spotted the SUV with the gill plate. I believe it was I'm not sure the area. I want to say it was maybe West Eclipse or it was off of Great Ocean. They said that it was over there doing something with some of a person or something. They found it. Then after that, we got another call about some guys in the SUV robbing somebody. I took a report down for that.
Did you
And
respond to that call?
I was about to, but the second I was about to, that's when my fellow officer, Audrey, she said she spotted him. And after that, radio went silent. Next thing you
Objection,
know-
Your Honor. Confusing. I lost the plot here probably 3 ands ago.
Rebuttal from the people.
I don't think we can.
I don't think that objection pertains to my question, though.
That is
I'm not
correct,
objecting to the question. I'm objecting to the witness's testimony, Your Honor.
I'm following, so I don't know if you're just not paying attention or.
All right, we're not going to do the back and forth. However, objections as to vague or confusing statements are for the vaguity or the confusing nature of the question itself. Any confusion that may arise from the answer can be tackled in cross. We're going to overrule and continue.
All right. So you, what did you hear about Audrey?
And she was trying to relay that she had the vehicle in sights. Shortly after she had called it out, there was a large beep, 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 beep. She was down. We responded. As we were responding, that vehicle had got away, and then another unit, when they had spotted again, northbound Los Santos, they was holding up Officer, I think his name is Otto, and I believe my chief.
And did you respond to that?
I was collecting casings from the Audrey scene at that time. I was just listening to the radio, and that suspect got up there, and they had shot Otto all in his face. His face been messed up ever since. Oh Lord. So and after that, after they shot up Otto, they made their way over to the Bridge Street 24/7.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Any rebuttal this
No
time?
rebuttal.
All right. Let's ask another direct question.
After the Octo shooting, where did you go?
After the Otto shooting, I made my way up to Los Santos Freeway. And then
Why did you do that?
Because that's where the panic button went off at for Chief Knight, and Octo was up north Los Santos Freeway and Route 68. Now, at this point in time, they made their way back down to the Bridge Street 24/7. And that's where everything got let off at. I'm talking about, boom, 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 check out, make 'em. Bullets going off, cats flying everywhere, dogs screaming, neighbors barking, everybody getting shot up, gunshots. He
All right.
shot, she shot,
So
him shot,
did
you
you
shot.
did you respond to that shooting on the Bridge Street?
I did.
What did you see during that shooting?
Bodies everywhere. Blood, bodies, bullet casings, fingers, everything. Skin all on the wall.
Yeah, I kind of want to let this go at this point.
Okay. Did you identify any of the suspects in the shootout?
Negative, because I don't knows them.
Okay.
Jerry, why don't you as a lawyer, okay?
Were you shot at in the shootout?
Me? No, ma'am. I was not shot at in the shootout on Bridge Street.
Just fill him in. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I make a request real quick before Tessa proceeds?
You should probably go through your attorney for that
He was
one.
dressed as a bear.
Oh, I want to fire my
Because Kyle
attorney,
Pred
actually.
put a bounty out, dead or alive, $1 million on the bear.
Out of principle, I can't have Norman Adams as my lawyer. I would like Jerry Callow instead. Thank you.
We're saying it was.
Your
Yes,
Honor, I
saying
have
it was,
no objection to no longer representing Al Sab if he's going to show me this kind of disrespect in open court. You know.
Dude, we're saying it was entrapment because of Kyle Pred.
That's right.
Or it
I
was
can't have you as my
self-defense
lawyer.
because the bear got really uppity.
Okay,
You
whichever
guys are talking
defendant,
pretty loud.
yeah, whichever defendant is that's talking about your legal strategy should probably mind the tone of their voice. Is Mr.
Adam, you
Callow
fucking
present to represent you, Mr.
He's right here.
Mr.
Yes,
Alsab?
purple tie. Come here.
Could we have Jerry Callow as our lawyer? He's in the courtroom.
That is going to be pending an acceptance by Mr. Callow. I don't.
Come on, Jerry. Please. Jerry, I need you for the old time's sake.
I was just here to watch the trial.
You got me to plead guilty to that cop I killed.
Yeah, I know. It
Please.
worked out great, huh? Anyway, all right. Okay, sure. I'll help you out. Whatever.
Can we have like a 5-minute recess? We can catch him up.
Are you firing both attorneys, just to be clear, or just one of them?
Only Norman. That's it.
The hell did this guy do?
Damn. Have fun in prison, y'all.
Whoa! Why would I go to prison?
Oh, that's true. You were already there.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, is this just defendant Alsab and Denzel who are seeking to hire Mr. Callow?
Oh,
or is
I
that
just
all
want
defendants?
Callow on top of whatever else.
Okay.
I want Norman fired and Callow in his placement.
Can we have Norman?
No.
Well, I
No,
believe Norman still
there's
has
a
to
little
represent-
thing called
Yeah,
attorney-client privilege. You
there's probably,
absolutely cannot.
a conflict there.
And he's still going to be
Well,
representing
it's worth a
five
shot.
defendants. Okay, all right. The court will note that defendant Alsab is no longer represented by attorney Norman Adams and will instead be represented by Callow. We will also add Callow to the legal team that is representing Mr. Denzel Williams. Are there any other changes of counsel that the court needs to be made aware of?
I got 3 radios for you.
What?
Can I put in a mayoral request? Can we get the guy testifying just to, get a little quieter? My fucking ears are bleeding.
Your Honor, we have a 5-minute recess.
Five minute recess.
5 minutes to sort out your legal counsel.
Does anyone have a
5
fucking
minutes.
cigarette? I need. Christ.
Christ, can we give ourselves the death penalty after this?
I got a perfect song for us.
No, no, no.
I
no,
believe I can fly.
no.
That is exactly enough of that.
Appreciate it. I am kind of a legend, you know. Can I go use the restroom?
Nope, you stay right there.
I got.
Pee in the wastebasket. I don't care.
Wow.
Not having this case get delayed because you get stabbed in the back.
It's going better than I expected.
Is it?
No.
Well, I mean, it's certainly entertaining. Is it?
It's actually going terribly.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay. We got a Hail Mary at the end.
Oh, do you? That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
No.
More like a Hail Charlotte.
Ah, okay. I find it interesting that they fired the man who's been prepping all this time to put in someone who has no idea what's going on.
go to.
I'm okay with it.
Same shit.
Probably helps you,
Makes a
right?
hole, takes out part of the brain.
Yeah.
Not really.
Is he okay?
I think so.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Are you feeling okay about this?
I think I'm alright.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Honestly, if anything, I think Callow might be more objecty and stuff to what's going on because they've been asleep at the
Hey,
wheel.
wash my hands, baby.
Mhm.
It's ooh.
I feel bad David bullying Johnson for how he talks.
Well, he's being a little over the top.
Oh, do you think so?
This is not normal for
Not at
him,
all. I want to
so.
dirty.
Oh, I thought he was just being nervous.
You're also sporting.
I don't know. Part of the issue is that some of the stuff wasn't documented properly, so I'm a little unsure how it's going to end up, but we'll see.
I think it's mostly
You got this.
This already started or what?
She'd prefer to be with the HOA.
All right, cool.
I can finish my song.
Would you like to know what the explosion was earlier?
What?
Just for doing that
James
again,
Randall.
50 months contempt.
Of course it was.
I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Please, no, please.
It wasn't anything
Too late.
major.
Bail added on.
Boy, you need to shut your mouth when you told to shut your mouth.
Uh-oh.
Hold on now.
Wow. 2 cases and 2 contempt in a row.
Hey, listen. I'm sorry. I promise I won't mess up again. Please. Okay, I don't.
This
I don't
is
want-
real contempt too. It's not like mine.
Hey, Tessa,
I know,
I'll do
I
the
know, I'm not
I'll do the
ready for that.
Carmine
I
stuff.
just want to sing. I'm
You
so,
sure?
You know.
Yeah, I
the
feel.
good
I look
spirit
at
of
the
Lord,
questions. I
you know,
think I
to
could probably do
everybody.
it.
Please don't let me. Please
Okay.
don't.
Look like I want
I'll
the
keep
good
an
I don't
eye
want-
on
I
it,
don't wanna-
and if there's
Yeah, I don't
any
wanna be
issue, I'll
used.
come up.
Spirit of the Lord based on a
Yeah, I
song
don't wanna be
written
useless,
and
so I'll do
performed by
Carmine
someone
too.
who was
Okay.
recently criminally convicted.
It was let go.
What's
right?
Seal do?
Oh,
No, he
wait.
wouldn't let go.
I thought he was
Yeah,
on.
it
I
is.
don't know what
Oh,
kind of
absolutely
way,
not.
but
We
it's
don't acknowledge
going
R. Kelly in this
Anyway.
He's still in jail.
It's going.
I'm not fussed about
Ain't
how
no,
it's
hold
gone
on.
so
Ain't, there's
far.
literally no way.
I
Hold on.
think.
Your Honor, I've
Just trying to
apparently
make
been
sure no one's
unfired,
run.
So, we're ready
Shut
to
your mouth.
resume at this time.
Act like you
They've
got
been
some home
unfired.
training over there on the stand.
Right.
Hey,
So,
Stan.
just for our clarity,
You're
is
doing
Callow
great.
simply being added to the legal team representing?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's right.
We're gonna go back to our
Understood.
corner where
Also,
we're
Your
waiting for the
Honor.
inevitable.
Hmm?
Yes, Counselor.
Add this too.
Ooh, you get to join them. 100 months contempt.
Oh my god.
Here I thought
Bill,
we were
write it
safer
down.
since we moved the courthouse further
He's
away
still
from Mirror
locked
Park.
up?
I'm already
Um,
writing it down.
The Mirror Park Predator.
All right. Prosecution, are you ready to proceed with the questioning of the witness?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Johnson, just a general request for the court. You're testifying at approximately 95 decibels currently, which is the average sound of a motorcycle engine continuously running. I'm going to need you to bump it down to about 70 for me, okay?
Okay, I'll try to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, so we were at the shootout near Bridge Street in Mirror Park. What was your task on that scene?
So my task
Oh.
was I had to.
Mr. Johnson, please.
My task was I had to collect evidence. So I sat there for many hours and collected evidence, bullet casings, and things of that nature.
Did those casings come back as a match to any other scenes you were involved in?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. That happened a while ago. I cannot remember at this time. Sorry, I do not remember.
Okay. If you would like, we could have you directed to the reports that you were involved in.
Yes, I would like to direct it to the reports I was involved in. Yes.
I guess to save on time, did you document the evidence that you found on that scene?
Yes, I did.
So if we were to refer to that evidence, that would have been what you documented?
Affirmative.
Oh, it's Nino.
Okay. Were you involved in the processing of the suspects at Mission Row?
I don't recall. I believe I was just doing evidence.
Okay. I don't have any further questions unless my co-counsel does.
All right, co-counsel, any further
Good
questions?
lord, I should have called someone else.
I think we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right,
I'm ready to
defense
move on to the
opportunity
next
for
witness.
cross-examination.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honors. Officer Johnson, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing.
Continue.
You know, I need some migraine medication, but otherwise I'm doing okay.
You need to use the bathroom, Your Honor.
Huh?
I heard her make. She made a noise like she,
Oh, it's because I'm going deaf.
Okay. Just the Lord getting in her ears. That's all that is.
Continue your questioning.
Officer Johnson, I want to go back to your testimony. You stated that when you pulled up to the Alter Street Apartments, you saw a female get out of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Get out of the passenger side vehicle. That's correct.
Is that the same person that shot you?
I wasn't shot.
Sorry, did you not say that you were? Okay, you said you had a shotgun held to you. Is that the person that held a shotgun to you?
No, it's not.
Okay, who held a shotgun to you? Then.
As I stated before, it was a African American male with a collar shirt that was red, blue, and green with khaki pants.
Where did this individual come from?
He came from southbound of Strawberry. As I was clocking vehicles, he was going northbound. Strawberry. He was coming from the south, going north.
Please.
He made a left, continuing westbound.
Just let it happen.
Apple.
Just let it happen.
I hit my emergency light, tried to pull him over, failed to do so. Therefore, he went over to Alta Apartments, parked up.
Yeah.
Female passenger gets out. He pulls shotgun. Wasn't no words to be said.
So, hold on, Officer Johnson. This is where I'm a little bit confused. Was the gentleman that held the shotgun to you in the vehicle?
He was driving the car.
Okay. So how many people got out of the vehicle in total, Officer Johnson?
2.
Okay, because previously you stated 1.
Can I said the female got out of the passenger and the male got out of the driver with a shotgun pointed at me. That is what I said.
I'll trust the judges to refer back to the court record on that. Did you arrive prior to Officer Audrey Jones being shot, Officer Johnson?
Affirmative.
So you witnessed her being shot?
You stated I arrived prior. Yes, I did arrive prior. I did not witness her get shot down. No.
I think that was a confusing question, Your Honor. If he could just clarify the time frame here, that would probably be a lot better for us.
Maybe
Did
without
you
the
arrive
word
prior
prior.
to Officer Jones being shot?
I'm going to object again to vague. Did he arrive where prior to Officer Jones being shot?
Okay, can you repeat the question? Like, you guys were talking over each other.
I don't know if Johnson knows
Did you
what the word
arrive
prior
prior
means.
to Officer Jones being shot?
An objection was vague. Rebuttal?
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Johnson, you said you received a call from Officer Audrey Jones. Is that correct?
Over radio, that's correct.
Okay. And then you went to her location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you arrived, had she already been shot?
Affirmative.
Okay. Were you able to identify anybody that had been on scene at that time?
There was no one on scene but Audrey in a pool of blood and shotgun shells.
Understood. How much time passed between then and the next incident where this SUV was seen?
Woo, Ooh, maybe, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20. 45,
Jesus
45,
Christ.
45.
I should never have called
You're
him.
not certain.
He was so gung
Not
ho
certain.
about testifying in this.
Do you know how many individuals
That
were
day.
in this SUV at any given time?
Ugh.
The only one I could account for was that one individual that pulled a shotgun. So I'm just gonna say that one individual that pulled a shotgun.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna confer with my co-counsel here just a moment.
Is this a good time for a song now?
Boy, if you don't
No.
sit there and be quiet.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I know we had Morgan Freeman in here. All right,
How are you gonna call him Morgan Free? Okay.
You know your mama taught you better than that. I'll find out where she is. I'll call
I'm
her.
sorry. I'm sorry, Principal
Callow
Coleman.
makes an appearance.
All right, you on the stand.
He's outside.
I know who you talking
Doesn't
to.
even
Who you
know his
talking to?
name.
The only person that's on the stand.
I have a name.
I don't care. Anyway, listen, we got a couple problems here with your testimony, all right? Seem to be all over the place. Now, how many people exited the vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and
Objection, Your
answered.
Honor, non-responsive.
He's not responsive.
Who is he talking to?
The witness will sit down. Counselor is
The
addressing
hell?
you directly. Answer his question.
I had an objection.
There he is.
What's your objection?
Asked and answered. It was asked by the previous lawyer.
Rebuttal,
Right.
Counselor.
And I'm trying to clarify, as it seems like he was asked this a few times, and he gave a few different answers in regard to that. So I'm trying to ask a clarifying question here so he can get his story right.
Keep it down.
Hello.
I see where you're going with this, Counselor. We're going to allow this one, so the witness will answer, but we're not going to circle this point multiple times.
Absolutely not.
Oh yeah. Do you?
I can't let Callow gain momentum. I
How
have
many
to object.
people exited the vehicle?
Two.
Okay. How many guns?
One.
You sure about that? Earlier you stated something about you weren't sure, so you're going to go with one.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
No. I am not testifying. I'm just asking him to clarify what he stated, not something that I'm stating.
One.
No, do not answer during an objection.
Was that a gunshot?
He already did.
It was a nail gun. Okay. I mean, still a weapon, but less painful.
All right, so the initial objection was counsel's testifying. What was the secondary objection?
I didn't have a secondary objection, just that he's testifying.
Okay, and your rebuttal, Counselor Callow, was that you were simply seeking clarity in prior testimony. Is that correct?
I was reciting his prior testimony and requesting some clarity.
How did he get all the way down there?
Wait, what?
Wait, he's through there, man.
Huh?
Just to rephrase the question, be a little bit more direct with it, please, Counselor. We're going to sustain, but allow you to rephrase.
Okay. Okay, cop on the stand. How sure are you of how many weapons were there on the scene?
Guy standing behind podium. One.
Okay. Did you check all of the vehicle?
Could you restate your question, guy?
Have you checked all? Did you check all of that vehicle that they came out of the vehicle from?
What do you mean by check?
Did you investigate the vehicle?
Per testimony, I ran away from there and they pulled off. Oh no.
Okay. So the fact that you saw one doesn't take out the fact that there may have been more. Is that what you're saying?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah.
I'm not. I guess I don't. What's the question?
Are you? Is it possible there was more guns in that vehicle?
Oh, he's asking him to speculate,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
objection, speculation.
Rebuttal on that, counselor?
Well, Your Honor, his testimony is specifically stated that he saw one gun in that car. And what I'm saying is based on the testimony of him saying that the vehicle drove away and he wasn't able to identify anybody else or anything else in the car. It seems to be a little bit of a conundrum in how he's answering this question.
Yeah, you've got all of your little Lego pieces. Put them together during your closing. You're asking him to speculate as to the contents of the vehicle. We're going to sustain that one.
That's fine. That's all I got.
It's very ornery.
Prosecution, you wish to redirect this witness?
I don't think so.
No.
I guess we'll do Jimmy Frost next because Carmine decided to get stabbed in the bathroom.
What?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Carmine
All right, defense. Do
either
you
got
plan to
stabbed
recall
or
this
shot
witness?
or something.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, I
Okay.
almost went into
Mr.
that bathroom and I
Johnson, you are
almost
free to
died.
get
out
up
there.
and go.
Now, when you say go, I mean like I can go, like leave here and don't have to worry about coming back, or like
Yep,
go
you
sit.
you can leave.
Is Carmine
Okay. All right. All right now. Y'all
going to the
have a good
hospital?
one now.
What's the deal with
All
that?
right.
Well, you don't.
I don't
you
know.
Calm your ass down.
Sorry,
Get
Morgan
your ass
Freeman,
off the stand. Get your ass off the stand. Act like you got some sense.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is it your intention to leave the courthouse, Officer Johnson?
You want me to stay here, Your Honor? I can stay here.
No, I was just asking because if you're intending on leaving, then we are going to need one of the officers in the back to process you up for your contempt charge.
Oh yeah.
Who did you get contempt
Almost
for?
forgot about that. Bill, God damn it.
Screaming.
You're supposed to remind me of these things.
Well, I figured you'd handle it at the end of the trial,
No,
ma'am.
because
But
if he's leaving.
all right.
One of these officers.
I'll take one of the officers in the back and issue it.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
One of these
Officer
officers in the
Johnson,
back.
please step off to your right-hand side. You'll be taken care of
Bailiff.
by one of your fellow officers.
You want to take him into custody?
Yes, sir.
Is there any
Get your
officer in
hands
the
off of me.
crowd?
Put him in cuffs.
L cop. L
Put him in
cop.
cuffs. Put him in cuffs.
All right.
Put his ass
Walk
in
over to my
cuffs.
friendly
Do not let
officers
him
right
walk.
now.
Get your hands off of me.
Sir, sir.
He's resisting. Put him in
L
Let's do
cuffs.
this. Let's do this nice and civil like, all right?
Hey,
Your
Honor.
Johnson, you boy, suck a
Hands
dick.
behind your back, all right?
Okay. Your Honors,
What?
just want to let you know, unfortunately, I was
Do
running
this
a little
nice and
late.
easy.
but
Let's
my
not make a
assistant
scene more than you
is
already
here.
have.
Through
all
the
right?
doors, yeah.
Come on. Come on.
It's Nino Chavez. So he's,
Notice of entry of
he's just here.
additional counsel,
Yeah.
Nino Chavez.
He's right there. A little late. There was traffic.
What's going on?
Yeah. All right.
Is he,
Come on.
is
Welcome
he an
aboard,
assistant
Nino.
or an attorney?
All right.
He's an attorney.
He's an attorney.
Prosecution, do you have any objections to this?
I mean, I'd like to understand how many more they're going to add. Like,
many
are we going to
cooks.
end up with like 10 lawyers here? What's the deal?
Well, maybe you add a couple more. Oh, wait. Nobody
Okay,
wants
shut
to
up,
work,
no
work
back
with
and
you,
forth.
bitch.
Prosecution, do you have an objection to this?
No,
No, I don't have any objection to
I
it.
suppose not, Your Honor.
All right, defense, we're going to cap you off at a 1-to-1 ratio on defendants and attorneys, so you're running out of room over there, okay? Your motion to add him is granted.
I sit next to Kiki.
Understood, Your Honor.
Would you like some popcorn?
All right. Our next witness was gonna be Carmine, but considering he got stabbed in the bathroom for some reason, we're probably gonna call Jimmy Frost instead.
Is he dead? Like, do we have to?
I do not
No,
know.
there's a single gunshot. He should be back soon.
Rotten hell.
Your Honor.
Stanton, when Bill gets back, let him know that Mr. Williams will be receiving one additional charge of contempt.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood.
Cards, thank you for the raid.
All right, please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury, so help you airborne?
I do.
The witness has been sworn, Your Honors.
Hey, Frost, how's it going?
Good, how are you, ma'am?
I'm alright, all things considered. Let let's just get to it. Were you on duty on February 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
What, pertaining to this case, what happened that day?
I was patrolling around on duty. There's reports over radio that I think 3 separate shootings of officers around the city were occurring. There was a target vehicle being a black Cullinan that we were kind of after throughout the day. The vehicle was identified at Mirror Park, and that's when we got officers to converge, and that's where it all ended or culminated.
Alright. Just for the purposes of this court, can you describe what a Cullinan is?
It's a large black SUV. I believe it can fit 6 or 7 people.
Alright. Where were you when you initially responded?
I was driving northbound Los Santos Freeway when Air 1 identified the vehicle, or looking around for the vehicle, and they identified it in Mirror Park. So I was responding from the north and headed towards Mirror Park.
Okay. What did you see when you arrived?
When I was on scene, I saw 2 suspects running from the vehicle. The remaining suspects got into the vehicle and were attempting to drive away. I stayed on scene to try chase and apprehend the 2 suspects that were on foot.
Okay. Can you describe the 2 suspects that got out on foot?
It was 2 males. I only saw 1 male that was Al Sab. I proceeded to shoot at him and he shot at me.
And then what about the other suspect?
I didn't have direct line of sight on the other suspect. I was just based on what I heard off the radio.
Okay. Where did you shoot Al Sab?
To the Mirror Park gas station, to the north west, there's kind of a little parking lot. West of there's a small yellow building. That's when I made contact with Al Sab, and that's when I proceeded to shoot him.
Okay. And where was the other suspect running?
The other suspect was reported on the roof of the building, that yellow building to the north of the gas station. And officers reported on the radio that he was had jumped off the roof. And I believe he was running westbound as well.
Okay. Did you ever get an identity on that suspect?
Personally, no.
Okay. Were all the suspects ultimately apprehended in that scene?
I believe Al Sab was shot down in that car park. I believe the suspect on the roof was shot down just west of the scene, and then the remaining suspects were shot down in the Cullinan by, I believe, Bridge Street.
Okay. And what did you do when the scene was over?
Since I wasn't processing one, I was tasked with collecting evidence. So I was just kind of looking around, picking up casings and projectiles and blood and where I'd shot and where I knew officers were shooting at or being shot from that yellow building rooftop.
Okay. And what kind of evidence did you find?
As I was searching around, I found a Desert Eagle at the base of the ladder to that yellow building, which was north of the gas station.
And when you say the yellow building, is that the same yellow building that you saw the other suspect run to?
Yes, it's the same yellow building that was caught out on radio, where there was a suspect on the rooftop and where there was cases of blood on the rooftop as well.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know who the blood came back to on that?
Am I allowed to check the report, ma'am?
Yes, you can.
So he's actually in ICU.
It should be the
prosecution,
People's
which,
A.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The blood would have come back to Bjorn.
Okay. Did you assist with any of the processing at Mission Row?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear anything when you were in the cells?
I don't know this specifically who said it, but I overheard that they admitted to killing.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this time, Your Honor. You began the answer with, I don't know what they specifically said.
Your Honor, you can still relay the substance of the conversation, and the defendants are in the courtroom to contest it if they wish.
I'm so sorry, man.
I'm going to object to vague.
For letting me know.
My
Question
question was
extremely
not vague.
It was vague. All you said is, did you hear anything that anybody said in the cells? Anything specific you want to hear from any people, from certain people regarding certain issues? They could have said plenty of things. It was vague and confusing. Tighten it up.
Your Honor, do you want me to rebut that, or do you want to handle the
No,
first objection?
no, we don't actually. We are going to overrule the hearsay objection as it is a statement against self-interest, therefore exempt from the hearsay doctrine. However, we will be sustaining the objection on vague. Please rephrase, Counselor.
Okay. I'll tighten it up. Did you hear the suspects say anything while they were in the cells?
They were gloating about killing the victim.
Okay. To your knowledge, did any of these suspects have a firearm on their person?
There was one suspect who didn't have a firearm, and I was trying to work out who or where the Desert Eagle may belong to.
And who didn't have a firearm?
Can I just double check the report?
Yes, you can.
Your Honor, real quick, so this line of questioning and the answers involved from whoever this guy is on the stand, I would like to object from ambiguous and vague answers. His answers weren't very specific. They said they. It could be anybody, and it doesn't have anything to corroborate his story on who it was.
Your Honor, he already testified, and he could have objected at any point during the testimony. Him thinking it's vague now, I think, has no bearing, and could probably, I guess, be hit on in closing argument.
Or in the
we're
cross.
We're going to go ahead and overrule that. You do have the opportunity to cross this witness if you so choose, as well as bring that up during closing arguments.
Am I going to continue, Your Honor?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
My
Was
question-
this the who didn't have a firearm?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, continue.
I'll be Bjorn. He did not have a firearm when he was searched.
Okay. I don't have any further questions unless my co-counsel does.
Did we cover? No, I think we're good. I don't think we have any. I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. I think we're done. Unless, oh, hold on.
No, I don't have anything, but we're not gonna have Carmine. He didn't make it.
We'll bring that up right after this. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense, do you have anything for cross?
Yeah, I do. All right, hack guy.
We'll call a sidebar.
You know you're in a courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Wear hats in courts often.
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Actually, I find this to be
Tessa, we're on the same
extremely
page.
relevant. I want all masks and hats removed in the courtroom. That includes
Thank
in
you,
the
Your Honor.
peanut
Thank
gallery.
you. Thank
Good shit, Judge. Good shit. I like
Great
that.
show of respect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This also includes the defendants.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh yeah, does that include categories?
Yes. Categories count as a hat.
Yeah, all top hats, wizard hats, backwards baseball caps, all of it. Spiky motorcycle helmets.
Mondo, come off.
I have an open wound on my skull that this protects, Your Honor.
You have a medical note for that,
All right,
son?
Your Honors, we got
yeah,
a
it's
few
the
back
open
here
wound on my
refusing.
head.
We need some contempts over here. He literally said remove your face masks and your hats. He didn't say anything about identification, so. All right.
Yeah, Stanley's got to
I know.
go. I'm going to be honest.
I don't think Medingo's hat comes
You guys
off.
are identifying him anyway. What does it matter?
I'm just following through on the judge. So.
For whom I presume is Mr. Wilkinson, remove the hat. You can keep the mask back there. That part's fine.
Okay.
So Carmine's like in ICU for the night.
Yeah.
If I die from an infection, I want you all to know that's why.
We don't really need Carmine. I just want them to emphasize reading his statement from the situation he was involved in.
Okay, or do
Yeah,
you
we
want those
can
off
do
as
that.
well?
When you say breathing, do
I'm
you mean
pretty
medical?
sure that the person who shot him was going to murder me.
Like COVID protection mask.
Do you know who it was?
And
Hey,
if I got
Tessa.
stabbed,
Hey, you've got
to the trial.
Oh, really?
hickey face.
He just needs to remove the hat.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you look great now.
Thank you for.
Oh, you look great.
Juno.
He has a hairline that
Hey,
might
Tess, do you ever
cause,
get Kiki face?
No,
Your Honor, I'll risk it.
I'm immune to that affliction.
Unfortunately, it was pointed out by your own counsel, so it does need
That's
to be
fucked
removed.
up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I never
Proud
see
of you,
anyone
Guild.
with
Thank
Kiki
you.
face
That's
anymore
actually
except today.
that's actually fucked up.
That is a hairline.
That is pretty much a straight line. That is, oh my. Okay.
I don't want to tell them to
All
put
right.
the hat back on.
All right.
You can put it back on. I don't
objections-
want to.
Hey, why does the
Alright, I
judge
don't wanna
look
look at
really
that during
short
the
for
trial.
me?
Put it
These
back on.
Be,
Put it
be
back on.
careful.
Kneeling.
They're giving out really harsh contempt, so don't shout or anything.
Put the helmet back on. I
Just be
can't
careful what you're
concentrate
saying.
with
Well,
your
why
head.
are they
Thank
giving
you.
out contempt? I'm
I know, I'm just saying you just arrived. I'm just saying you just
Right.
arrived. I don't want you to
Yeah.
get caught with a stray or
understand
something,
there.
you know?
There was a
Okay.
couple comments made about you hearing suspects in the in the cells, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the individuals made what kind of comments?
Quoting comments that they killed the victim.
Okay. Can you specifically name who said that and when?
No, not
No.
specific people.
Do you know who said it then? Were you facing
Not-
them?
Not specific individuals. I'll stand on the side.
Were you looking at them? You in your MDW?
Oh, I was in my MDW.
You were in your MDW, so you don't know who could have said that then, right? You even know which people were in the cells at that time?
The individuals in front of me.
The individuals, there's a lot of individuals in front of you. Do you know, can you right now tell me that every single person over there was in that cell at that time?
They were in the cells, and they were all in individual cells.
They were all in the, I think you're a little confused. Did all of these people that are standing over here, were they in the cells at the time that you heard this?
Objection vague.
I don't know how much more specific I could be.
You're
We're
referencing
specifically
all of
talking
these
about-
people. You're not referencing anyone in specific.
Sure, all of the defendants.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take that as sustained and you're rephrasing. So let's go with that.
There you go.
Yes, the defendants were in the cells being processed.
Okay. Again, you're very generalized when you say that. Can you say the people over here to my left that are the defendants? Can you specifically tell me all of these people were in the cells at that time?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. He literally just said the answer to this
No,
question.
he didn't. No, he didn't. That's why I'm trying to clarify it.
I think he did though.
He's being extremely vague, and that's what I'm pointing out. I
Oh,
want to know
my
clear. I
stomach
want to know
hurts.
clearly who was in the cells and who wasn't.
I am going to overrule this one. I understand why you're making the objection. The witness, I'm going to encourage you to listen directly to the question being asked of you and answer one last time. I'm not going to circle this. Counselor Callow, if you would like to restate the question.
Do you need me to, or do you remember it?
If you restate the question, please.
Sure. Were all the people to my left that are the defendants, were they all in the cells at the time that you heard this? Can you 100% say that all of them were in the cells at the time?
They were in the cells, but I can't specifically tell you.
Yes or no
which...
question.
Yes, they were in the cells being processed.
Every single one of them.
He just answered, Your Honor.
Is that an objection, or are you just yapping over there?
Yeah, it's asked and answered. But thanks. I'll respond to the judge. My objection is asked and answered.
Do we have a rebuttal from defense counsel?
I'm still trying to make sure I get clarification because of how vague some of the answers have been since before.
All right. Well, we've asked him the same question about 3 times. I think you've gotten the answer that you're going to get. Let's move forward.
Seems like it. Okay. So now we're going to go back. Now that we understand that apparently every single person here on my right, or excuse me, on my left, were in the cells at the time with you while you were on your MDW. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you heard something said.
That's I'm going to object to vague again.
Well, that's what he said. That was his testimony. It wasn't very vague. That was literally his testimony.
You need food or anything?
He said
the important thing, Your Honor, what I'm trying to get at right now is I'm trying to make sure that the vagueness that was the problem and what the objection is right now is clarified more. I just need a little bit to get to it.
Based on the way the witness stammered in the beginning to answer prior to the objection coming out, I'm going to assume they also had trouble understanding. Just rephrase for me, okay?
Gotcha. Okay. Let me get back to it. So you were in the MDW. You were down there in the cells, and then you heard individuals in that room make some comments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you make out any of the voices that you heard?
I can't make out specific people.
Okay. Could you make out how many people said it?
I can't give you specifics, but...
Got it. Was there anybody else in those cells beyond just the individuals who were in detainment down there at the time?
Just officers and the defendants in front of me.
How many officers?
I can't give you a specific number.
More than 2?
Definitely more than 2.
Definitely more than 2. So it was a pretty packed room then, is what you would say, right?
Yeah.
Was there a lot of stuff going on?
That's going to be a vague question again, Your Honor. I'm going to object to that.
Rebuttal.
I'm gonna be honest, he's going real hard on this for something that we can just get someone else to be specific on later.
In the room.
It's actually kind of funny.
You want me to rephrase? I will. We're gonna play the semantics, okay?
Yeah, rephrase. Be a little more specific.
Got it. Was it a little chaotic in that room?
I wouldn't say so.
You wouldn't say it was chaotic. So what would you say it was?
Standard processing procedure.
Okay. Was there a lot of people talking to each other down there?
There's people talking to each other, but
right. How loud did you hear these other people make comments over the other people?
Sorry, could you please repeat the first bit of the question?
How loud were the people who were screaming those potential incriminating comments that you stated you heard over the other people who were talking?
They were the loudest people that could hear.
They were the loudest, but you don't know who they were, what their voice was. You can't identify any of the people that were there. How many of them said it? But you heard something. Got it.
I'm going to object to counsel testifying.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I got some.
didn't even take notes over that one because that wasn't a question, so we'll strike that.
Sergeant Frost, I got a few for you as well. Just want to clarify your response to the shootout that happened in, you said it was on Bridge Street. You said that you witnessed two individuals flee on foot. Who were those two individuals again for me?
This is asked and answered.
Looking to clarify here, Your Honor, I need to establish just
Don't-
this one question to clarify.
Nope. Don't need the rebuttal. Asked and answered pertains only directly to the line of questioning that has been opened. We are on a new line of questioning, that being cross. And to the best of my knowledge, Counselor Callow only asked a large series of questions about the conversation in the holding cells. This has not been asked and answered by the defense counsel.
What the heck?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm used to it being this way, but that's fine.
Could you please ask the question again?
Who are the two individuals that you witnessed fleeing from the vehicle, Sergeant Frost?
I only had line of sight on one suspect, that being Al Sab. I was relayed over radio. The second suspect was on the rooftop, later identified as Bjorn.
All right, you only had line of sight on Al Sab. Did you ever, at any point, have line of sight on Bjorn?
Personally, no.
What?
So you never at any point saw a weapon in his hand, then?
Personally, no.
Okay. But I'm sorry. Help me out here if I'm wrong here, Sergeant Frost. Did you not say that you witnessed Bjorn jump from the roof of the yellow building?
I said that was relayed over radio.
It's relayed over radio. Who relayed that to you?
Don't know the specific officer, but I can check the report.
No, that's not necessary. You stated you didn't process any of these suspects. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honors, I'm going to confer with co-counsel, see if they have anything further.
Oh, thanks, Lang.
No, one more question, Your Honor.
There's a statement from Rose Roads that says you're GSR positive.
Yeah, Norman, we can hear you.
Hey, officer, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Wow. All right. So, circling back to what happened in the cells, did the individual that you overheard say, quote, victim, quote, during their gloating, as you stated?
I'm paraphrasing. When I,
So, rather than victim, what did they say?
I don't know the specific or the very specific lines they said.
They're going hard
have
on this
said
angle.
Boris
It's
the
really
Bear?
funny. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He already said he doesn't remember the specifics.
Rebuttal.
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're going
will
really
strike
hard
that
on this
question.
cheeky
Is
thing I
there
threw
any
in.
further cross from the defense?
Yeah.
No, you're good. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you want to redirect on anything?
Prosecution. Redirect the examination of the witness.
Honestly, no. I think we're good. Do you have anything?
Harvey?
No.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, are we going to be marking the sergeant for recall?
No need, Your Honor.
All right. Sergeant Frost, you may step off the witness stand for me. You may feel free to remain here if you would like to. Please step behind the bar. Otherwise, you're free to go about your day.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Okay. Your Honors, At this time, we would like to approach the bench.
All right. All counsel, please approach directly to the left of the bench.
Okay. Is this
I
everyone?
don't think we have Jerry.
Jerry's gone.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Jerry's
pull
gone.
some records actually, and then I'm done. So, yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Is it okay if I begin?
No, you're fine.
So we have a very key witness in this case that was shot in the bathroom. He is now in the ICU. He will not be returning. I just wanted to make sure that we give proper emphasis on his statement. It's Carmine Costello.
Can we hold him in contempt for being in the ICU?
Well, I
I
wouldn't.
don't think we can
but
argue for him.
It's more of a Montag. We'll figure it out anyway. Continue.
I just want to make sure that his statement gets notated somewhere just because we can no longer question him directly. And his testimony is pretty imperative to this case.
All right. Defense, your stance on this?
Your Honor's absent the opportunity to cross-examine Officer Costello. While we haven't necessarily called him as a witness, we also would just like it known that we're able to go ahead and draw any questions that we have to the veracity of his statement through closing. So while we don't object to him not being here, is we haven't called him as a witness on our own. Just know that we can and will reserve the right to do so if needed through our closing when we're calling attention to evidence.
Okay. As long as both parties are, let's say, as long as both parties believe it to be sufficient to refer to the written statement of Carmine Costello, whether that be for the benefit of the prosecution or for any glaring holes in testimony that may occur, as long as everybody's good with that sworn affidavit, we'll proceed without him so that we don't have to continue this matter.
Okay.
Right.
Understood. And we trust the court to look at it within a reasonable light.
When did the mayor get over here? What the hell?
Just now.
Just got here, guys. Sorry.
He just walked
making
over.
sure everything's in tip-top shape. You know what I mean? Gotta police the city. Make sure we're all good here.
All right. Well, continuance avoided. We will review the written statement of Carmine Costello as necessary. Both parties can feel free to refer to it in their closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your
resume.
Honor.
Can we slap whoever shot Carmine with witness tampering?
Do we know who shot him?
No, but once we do know, like,
I have a pretty good idea.
We can. Okay, who was it?
A guy in purple with horns.
All right. Playing a brief.
Yes, we
sidebar.
can
This is
then.
my
It's a
guess.
guy in
This is
purple
my
and
guess,
horns
but
across.
Case
I
process
can't.
right.
I
Alright.
can't confirm any of this. You know, just a feeling.
It depends. I'm sorry, Your Honor. What was that?
We're going to be proceeding with your case against the defendants. Do you have
Okay.
further witnesses you would like to call?
At this time, we will be calling Harvey Holden to the stand.
Shit.
Alrighty, sir. Would you do me a quick favor and raise your left hand in the air for me?
There you go.
Alrighty. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? So help you airborne.
Yeah, I do.
Alrighty. Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
All right. Hi, Harvey. How are you?
I'm good.
Were you on duty February 3rd?
Yes.
Were you riding with anyone else?
Yes.
Who were you riding with?
Charlotte Fairfield.
What happened that day?
We were doing standard patrol. Responded to an incident at the guild house.
What the fuck, man? They didn't even question it.
Okay. Can you elaborate on the incident? What was the incident?
Got a report that someone was shot there. James Randall gave us a bit of a statement, and then we went to go collect evidence.
Okay. And did you go collect evidence?
Yeah.
What did you find?
Casings from a firearm.
Do you know what kind of firearm?
Of those ones, no, I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right. Did you find any body on the scene?
No, not on this scene.
Did you find any blood?
Don't recall.
All right. Was there anyone on scene aside from James Randall?
People who lived there, don't remember any specific names that were there.
Okay. In the statement you were given by the witness, what kind of vehicle were they in?
I don't think I collected witnesses from this scene.
Okay. What happened immediately after you responded to that scene?
We went back out on patrol, and then there was another 911 up in Chumash.
Did you respond to that?
Yes.
What did you see on your arrival?
Black SUV leaving the pier, or trying to leave the pier, having a hard time driving up the pier. They went to the beach and then drove around and then drove towards us.
Okay. Did you get the license plate on that vehicle?
Guild.
All right. How many occupants were inside the vehicle?
I
think in hindsight we should have just killed this guy and then left.
I don't have an exact number, but it was pretty full.
Objection, Your Honor. Feg?
I'd rebut the same as we did before, that they can address that on cross if they want.
Part of the bench.
I'm inclined to agree the witness is answering. I presume to the best of his ability, you can tease that out on cross. Overruled, continue.
I'm sorry, where was I? I lost track a little bit.
I was how many occupants were inside the vehicle? He said, don't have an exact number, but it was pretty full.
Okay. What did the occupants of the vehicle do when you saw them approach you?
Repeat the question?
What did the occupants of the vehicle do when they approached?
Shout that we have Boris the Bear, and then take a body out of the back and stuffed it in my CVPI.
Okay. What did they say to you?
They're dead. They're dead. We killed Boris.
Okay. What did they do immediately after that?
Got into the SUV and fled.
Your Honor, I don't really know what to do about this situation. I'm overhearing the defendants say what they actually did in response to all these questions. I'm a little bit alarmed by that. I don't know how to handle this situation.
Yeah, the court is going to politely suggest the defendants scooch slightly to their left if they intend on continuing to discuss amongst counsel, because it's a pretty well-known fact that people standing at that podium are going to be able to hear you.
Okay. What was my last question?
What did they do immediately after that? And he said, got in the SUV and fled. And then that was the end of his statement.
Okay. What did you do immediately after they left?
Well, I almost pursued, but then I remembered there was a body in our CVPI, so I pulled over to the side of the pier and took the body out and called for EMS and had Charlotte go down to the pier to collect the evidence.
Okay. What did the body look like?
A woman in a red and white tracksuit with a bear mask on.
Okay. Did you observe her injuries?
Gunshots.
Okay. And did EMS arrive to treat this woman?
Yes.
Was she responsive?
No.
All right. After EMS arrived and your partner documented the evidence at the scene, what did you do?
Escorted EMS to the hospital.
Okay. Did you get an identity on the body?
Yes.
What was the identity?
Well, once we're at the hospital, we were able to ID the body of Peachingle Dan.
Was she pronounced dead?
Yes.
Did you go to the morgue after that?
Yes.
Okay. One moment. Let me reference my questions. What was found at the scene at the end of Chumash Pier?
I never went down to the pier. That would be Charlotte who went down there.
Okay. Did you receive an autopsy report for this incident?
Yes.
Okay, at this time I would like to have Your Honors reference the People's E as well as the officer here on the stand. I'll give you a moment to pull that up, Harvey.
All right.
That's going to be the autopsy report. Could you read to the court the official cause of death?
Yes. Traumatic brain injury by GSW.
Is that all it says?
Oh, I mean, there's manner of death after that. You want that as well?
Yes, please.
Manner of death, homicide, time of death, 2000 p.m. EST, date of death.
Okay.
The same day.
Could you also read the description provided on that autopsy report of the victim's clothing?
Peachingle Dan was dressed with a red shirt and red pants with white stripes along with wearing a bear mask looks similar to Boris the bear.
In this report, can you see the emergency contact list?
Yes, Fingild Dan and Alan Crane.
And then 2 sentences above that, what does it say in reference to visitation?
Body was cleansed, blood drained, prepared for visitation, but Fingild Dan had better things to do than to visit one of his own in the morgue.
All right. And based on what you were responding to, do you have any idea why Fingild Dan would not be able to respond
Objection,
to that?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Rebuttal.
She didn't even get a chance to finish the question.
Believe the words. What were you believe? What would you believe were used in the question, Your Honor? Thereby calling on the witness to speculate on what he may believe rather than what he knows is fact.
That's okay. I'll rephrase.
All right. Just before objections are called, can you let them finish their statement before you object? If you want to rephrase, you're able to.
Did you hear anything going on the radio anywhere else in the city?
I don't remember.
Gosh dang it, Harvey. All right. Were you aware of the manhunt that was going on?
Yes.
Did the suspects get apprehended?
Yes.
Who were the suspects?
Al Sab, Denzel Williams, Finn Gildadan, Fiona Stewart, Keith Wanderlust, Lars Haverford.
Was this manhunt going on simultaneously to you in the morgue?
Yes.
Did any of the suspects that were found match the description of the people that you saw handing off the body?
I don't recall specific details of the suspects.
Okay. At this time, I'd like you to reference the people's A. We're going to go over the evidence that was found.
All right.
So looking at this report, was Denzel Williams GSR positive?
Hold on, I'm taking a look.
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
I'm literally having him look at the report.
Your Honor, I'm also looking at the report. I don't see a GSR test for Denzel Williams listed.
Okay, I'll literally find it.
Give us just one moment. I am going to overrule the objection and encourage counsel to take a further look at the report outside of where just simple evidence is listed.
Yep. I can very specifically point out where that is referenced, Your Honor, if you'd like.
Yeah, she got it. He got it. You're right. It's in Beretta's statement.
Look at the statement of Officer Joshua Beretta, where there is a quote at the end of the first page, beginning of the second during that statement. It says, Denzel Williams, and when GSR testing, Denzel said, "Oh, I definitely shot. I literally killed a woman earlier today."
I can hear him talking.
There is evidence, it's just not the typical time.
Is everything all right, Your Honors?
Yes, you can continue.
Harvey, were you able to locate that GSR reference?
The only thing I can see is one in Beretta's statement.
Okay. Could you read it off?
Your Honor, I'm going to object then to opinion of a layperson. The prosecution could have called Officer Beretta to speak to Denzel Williams' GSR test directly. I don't know why we're asking Officer Holden about it when he did not process the suspects, did not perform any of the direct investigation. I don't understand why his input would matter here, or how he would have anything that would be of probative value.
I'm simply trying to paint a picture for the courts. If Your Honors would prefer, I'll allow you to go over all of this evidence and locate each individual GSR test, the casings, the guns, etc., if you would like.
Yeah, let's do that actually, because that's a lot less time consuming for the open court floor.
Okay.
So we're going to sustain that objection insofar as it calls for not the opinion of a layperson, counselor. We're going to use this as a teaching moment simply because it is outside of the scope of the personal knowledge of the witness. Does not turn that witness into a layperson. It doesn't mean that he stops being a certified police officer. So I'm not gonna sustain that objection. I'm gonna sustain outside of the scope of personal knowledge, and we'll move forward.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So we won't go into the exact details of who was GSR positive and who wasn't. Were there any individuals on this case that did not have a firearm on their person?
Repeat the question.
Were there any individuals who did not have a firearm?
Haverford.
Okay. Do you know where that firearm was found?
To my knowledge, at the bottom of a ladder.
All right. Did any of the casings from the scene your partner documented come back as a match to the guns found on the suspects?
Yes.
Does that include the gun found at the base of the ladder?
Yes.
All right. Were you involved in the processing of the suspects at Mission Row?
I was present in the room. I wasn't in charge of processing any specific person, but I was kind of watching it all and trying to micromanage to make sure everything was smooth.
Okay. Were you in the cells or in the cell block while the defendants were in the cells?
Yes.
Did you hear any of the defendants make any exclamations?
Yes.
What did you hear?
We killed her. Paraphrasing, of course.
And who is her?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Rebuttal.
I don't have any rebuttal.
Okay, we will sustain. Ask your next question.
Let's see. At this time, I would like to have a photo placed on the screen above. It's going to be from the People's Bee.
Could you send it to me directly and I can get it posted up there?
The selfie away.
Oh, we took a picture of us all above, like on standing on top of our corpse.
Your Honor, I am once again hearing the defendants make exclamations about what they were doing.
I mean,
across the fucking room, then, Sal.
They're never gonna learn.
Oh, thank God. Okay. All right.
The fuck does this got to do?
I don't know if y'all need to whisper or move further back, but try to be less distracting to the prosecution asking questions currently. Thank you.
Okay. Alright, I'll just direct your attention to the photo above. For the record, can you explain this photo?
Good night.
Yes.
What is the relevance of this?
It was trotted out from the handle Kyle Pred, stating that Boris the Bear is wanted dead or alive for the crime of ordering a hit on Grand Marshal Kyle Pred. Reward $1 million.
Okay. Who is the subject in this photo?
Oh, that's Boris the Bear.
Can you describe his clothing?
Christmas. I don't know what those hats are, but that hat.
Okay. Does the subject in the photo resemble the victim you found at Chumash?
No, it's very clearly a bear.
Okay. Was the victim you found a human being?
Yes.
To your knowledge, can twatter posts be spoofed or faked?
Yes.
How can you tell if a twatter post is legitimate?
I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you know if Kyle Pred was even on duty at the time that was posted?
I was not on duty, so I don't know.
Okay. I mean, could you have known based on this twatter post?
No.
To your knowledge, were any other posts made that day regarding Boris the Bear from any government entities?
Not that I know of. I was not on duty.
Okay. As a police officer, are you ever permitted to issue a dead or alive bounty on a human being?
No.
Okay. I don't have any further questions unless my co-counsel does.
All right, co-counsel, you are up, or are you going to continue holding down the carpet in the corner there?
It's more in the middle of the room, but yeah, I will continue that and cede the witness.
All right, defense opportunity for cross-examination.
Yeah, Harvey, I got a lot for you here. We're gonna start with where we just left off and kind of work backwards a bit.
Alright, that was rude. Do you want to question Charlotte?
No, I don't.
Deputy
it's
Holden,
fine.
do
I
you
think-
have any
Yeah, you're.
sustainable proof that this
You're
twat
good.
may have been
You're doing
spoofed or faked?
No.
Understood.
They're gonna argue with that.
Deputy Holden, how familiar are you with Kyle Pred?
On a scale from 0 to 10, like an 8.
Okay. Who is Kyle Pred to you?
The Grand Marshal / Sheriff of the Paleto Bay Sheriff's Office.
How long has he held that position?
Longer than I've been around.
Understood. To your knowledge, would you say that most people recognize Kyle Pred as the Grand Marshal or the Sheriff, as you just said?
I'm gonna object to speculation on that.
Psychopath.
I know the witness already answered the question.
Well, I mean, we're asked to wait till the end of the question, so I feel like I said objection before he started answering.
Yeah, no,
Death penalty
we're
for
going
all.
to sustain
Heck 'em.
that objection and strike the testimony. Move on
Hi,
to your
Jenny.
next one.
We're trying.
Understood.
This case kind of got botched a little bit, but
Let's
it's
work
okay.
backwards a little
I'm
bit here.
trying.
You said you were standing in the cells when the suspects were in custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me exactly who stated the "we killed her," as you said?
I don't remember.
Were you able to identify them by their voice or where the utterance came from?
No.
Okay. How many individuals were in the room with you at the time, Harvey?
Like cops or suspects or all?
Individuals, all together, sir.
6 suspects.
Anonymous,
and-
thank you for the
and a
gift
bunch
sub to
of
Jenny.
cops.
Okay. Would you characterize that room as hectic?
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
We're still fixing. I threw in a bunch of cheeky stuff in the questioning,
Want to
and it
clarify
has
one other thing as
completely worked.
well.
It's
You stated that
hilarious
you
how much they're
weren't
attacking this
on
stuff.
duty on that day. Is that correct?
I wasn't on duty earlier in the day when that twat was first released.
They fell for my distractions.
Okay. When did you come on duty?
Later in the day. I'm fairly certain that twat being released and when everything went down was probably a few hour difference.
I also baited him with the tweet
there was a
stuff
few hour
too, which is funny.
There was enough time for me to forget about it, go on duty, and then run into that.
The thing
So
that's
you knew
gonna
about
kill
it.
us though is nobody
knew
can
about
place
the
them at the scene.
twat?
Charlotte has descriptions of them, but it's gonna be kind of hard. I don't know.
You just
Because
stated that
none
there
of
was
my
enough time for you to
witnesses were
forget
able
about
to
it,
like
so you knew about it at some point.
properly state they were involved.
I remember where I was when it first went out.
Where were you?
The fire station.
Speaking to your experience as an officer, Harvey, is it legal for a uniformed member of the police department to issue a bounty
Yo, you still awake?
on a human being or bear?
50 months
as-
contempt, whoever's talking back there in the peanut gallery. Shut up.
Repeat the question, sorry.
Speaking to your experience as a uniformed police officer, Deputy Holden, is it legal for an officer to issue a bounty for a human on Twitter?
No.
Okay. Given the facts that have been presented here today, did you at any point consider pressing charges against Kyle Pred in this matter?
Objection, scope.
Your Honor, I've opened the scope at this point with the foundational question that came before this.
Your Honor, he's acting a witness on
Frankly,
scene,
everything
not as,
relating to Kyle Pred is
not
on
as counsel.
scope.
They brought him into this. They put that up there.
What was the question? Oh, why didn't he charge Brad?
All right, we're gonna end this one primarily because we're venturing into an area where you're attempting to have this particular witness, who is also a prosecutor, explain prosecutorial discretion to the court, which is one, something we don't need to hear about, and two, something we don't need to hear from this witness about. If that's a point that you'd like to address, please address it in closing. We're going to sustain that. Move on to your next question, please.
Okay, understood. But just to confirm, you stated that this was not legal, correct?
To my knowledge, yeah.
Understood.
He didn't put a bounty out for a human,
Deputy
though.
Holden, I want to take you back to the scene at the pier. How many individuals?
I don't know
were
why
in
he even
the,
bothered with
in
that.
the SUV?
I don't understand this asked and answered thing. But that's fine.
I
We've
don't
already
either.
answered this. I said I don't have an exact number, but it was full.
It's full. What does full mean?
Enough where peachingle, who they were saying was Boris, was in the very back seat.
Are you familiar with a specific model of vehicle?
No.
Right. So you wouldn't know the seating capacity of the vehicle then?
No.
Okay. How many individuals did you see in the vehicle, Harvey?
Objection asked and answered.
I can rephrase. How many individuals placed the victim into your vehicle, Harvey?
I don't remember.
Can you describe the individual that placed the victim into your vehicle?
No.
Do you know how many individuals you saw outside of the vehicle?
No, I don't remember.
You
remember anything.
You stated that the vehicle fled from the scene. Did any officers pursue that vehicle, Harvey?
No, it was just me and Charlotte, and we stayed with the body instead. We did
you
call
happen-
it out, so someone
You did
probably
call it out.
looked for it, but no one was on the scene to chase.
Okay. Do you have any working knowledge of the next time that vehicle was seen by officers?
Zebra Blade, thank you for the 43 months.
I know it was seen later, but I don't remember where or what.
And you
the
wouldn't be able to
context
tell me how much time had passed then.
was. No.
But you would say that an amount of time passed where officers lost sight of that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Harvey's gonna have a hard time with SCU if he doesn't know how to
Your Honor, this time I'm going to go and defer to my co-counsel to see if they have any further questions with the witness.
shape his answers.
Understood.
He answers things very literally. Sorry, I heard a very loud beeping sound. What was it?
It's in 1
They're-
second, Your Honor.
Yeah, they're conferring amongst themselves to see if they have any further cross.
That is his
Okay.
third alpha today.
He doesn't give you a lot to work with in his answers, and
Officer, to your knowledge, did any state organization or representative of the state make any claims, whether it be on Twitter or via state announcements, that the bounty for Boris the Bear was not, in fact, placed by Kyle Pratt?
Huh? I need you to repeat that.
To your knowledge, were any statements made by a representative of the state or any state organizations, whether the statement was made on Twitter or otherwise, saying that the Kyle Pred bounty that was placed was not true or was not placed by Kyle Pred?
I wouldn't know.
All right, thank you.
You got anything?
Sorry, Your Honor, I
No.
have one more. Harvey, what color was the vehicle?
A dark color.
Oh my god.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to non-responsive. Dark color can mean a lot of things.
He answered to his personal knowledge. He asked him what color it was, and he said a dark color.
In that case, then, Your Honor, can I refer the witness to report number 71590?
Ginger, thank you for the gifted sub.
Are you withdrawing your objection to his answer, and moving on?
I'll
Is
withdraw
that
the
what's
objection,
happening?
and I'll just ask him directly. I'll
All right.
this way.
Okay.
I'm looking at the report.
Actually, Your Honor, I've misread. I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Understood. We're
gonna
passing
ask that
for
of
a
Charlotte.
redirect examination of Deputy Holden.
Oh.
Harvey, throughout the day after the initial twat, did you religiously watch Twatter and any other methods of state announcements, or were you focused on other things?
Repeat the question.
Did you keep a close eye, a careful eye on Twatter and any other means of state announcements, or were you focused on other things?
You mean when I was off duty?
I don't know what to do with
the
him.
whole day, basically.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Do
Oh,
the
honestly,
people
I don't
have any
think there's
further
anything else.
redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, are we going to be recalling Deputy Holden?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. I believe you're listed. Are you listed as prosecution on this matter?
Yeah, I'll stay here.
All right. Yep, you're not free to go, unfortunately. You step back over by the desk
You're good.
there.
Question, Charlotte?
Your Honor, at this time, can we request just a 5-minute recess? We've been at
Oh,
it for quite a
thank
while
God.
here. I'm sure a couple people could use a restroom break or something to that effect.
No objection here, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right. Let's make it 8 minutes. We will reconvene at 45 after the hour.
Charlotte, please help me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I need
What do
you.
you mean?
I need you, the
Okay.
hero, please,
All
God.
right. Why?
Not you. I don't
think
want
it's going fine.
Okay, every witness has gone terribly, and your testimony is like
You'll buy verification.
extremely imperative. So
That's what I'm saying. Therefore,
You can count on me.
okay, I know, I know.
alright.
Yeah,
I'll be so confident and I'll know
No
the answers
pressure
to
or
everything except
anything.
for what I don't know. Then I won't know it, but I'm gonna do so
Tessa,
good. You're
I'm
gonna be
sorry
so
for
proud
your
of me, Tessa.
it's okay.
Also, why is Stanley naked?
It's all right. This is why a very detailed report is necessary.
Makes me uncomfortable.
And don't leave
Yeah,
the
I'll-
courtroom,
Because
Charlotte. Carmine left and he got
when you
shot
don't
and sent
recall
to ICU.
stuff, you can always reference it back.
Okay. You know, I learned my lesson
Yeah,
last
I'll
time
do
when I was
that.
doing a bench trial. I left to pee. but
It'll save your
it'll be
life, I
okay, and
promise.
I almost got shot in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
no.
by
I was not expecting Johnson though. What the heck was that?
What? What
Yeah, that
happened
was
in the courtroom?
that was a lot.
What happened? I
I
left
want to try to.
Carmine and he got
I want to
condemned.
know
Charlotte.
if witness tampering can be pushed if someone
Hi,
was just
Charlotte. I'm gonna get artwork done
shooting
of you
someone who
and Gato
happened to
Pete-
be
not
in the
knowing
bathroom
you.
here, like they
You
didn't
and
know that they
you and
were
Osvaldo,
in court.
Sorry, I'm fine.
Well, I happened to see an individual with purple horns walking around in the courtroom, so he was over on the defense side for a while, so
Don't do that.
You look like a fucking narc. Why are you dressed like this?
I don't know.
Because I'm a police officer and I'm testifying.
Are you guys good for food?
I thought you got fired. What
I'm
happened?
good for food.
Well, I did. I got rehired.
You need anything?
okay?
No. By who?
I'm by the
I do.
SDSO.
I do.
Oh.
I hope I didn't fuck it too much.
Hey, 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 hey,
No,
hey,
you're
hold on.
good.
Is
You're
that-
good.
is that the
We
movie?
knew that this was going to be rough.
Is that
Jesus Christ.
God.
Osvaldo's
I'm not
mad at
worried about
everything
it.
now. Anytime
We
anyone is
focused on the
mad
part
at
about the
one
ladder
of us,
and the gun
they're
runs.
mad
That's
at
the key
both
thing.
of
They
us.
really hammer in
It's
on. They hammer in
okay.
on the fucking
We're connected.
You know,
cells.
if I could have called everyone up to the stand, I would have. But we have limitations on how many people we can call,
A
and
lot of cops involved.
there's certain statements that are in that are pretty important. And I'm sure everyone else's recall probably wouldn't be as good either. So it's fine. Your statements being detailed is all that's really important because the judges are going to read them. And at the end of this, I am going to reference, like, the ones that are super imperative. Because they've got, like, specific details that they need to look at.
Yep, hopefully it all goes well.
And that was why I told him, you know, focus on Carmine stuff, especially because he named 3 of the people in that vehicle. So, no one else so far has been able to identify them. So,
You're doing a fantastic job, Mr. Birch.
Surely Charlotte will be the
You and
one that does it.
Hopefully.
Tessa's doing
it.
Surely they'll take into account that
I'm support.
you know
Yes, you are
they have the guns, same vehicle. You know,
well, we're just praying that they will.
I love watching her work.
She's doing great.
I mean, they obviously did it, have they?
yeah.
Because it's our responsibility to get them there. Normally you would not be just throwing a whole report at them and saying, "Hey, read this."
Oh wait, what?
That is a horrible way to conduct yourself.
Wait, what?
And I feel bad that I'm doing it, but I kind of have to. So,
It's concerning 911.
Yes, he was.
what happened?
But wait, is that
911 that just had
I'm
happened.
off duty. I can't see it.
hidden as in like the
Oh.
hidden and that's what I don't know because like or do they mean like
I'm part of the hidden terrorism group. Lay your badges down and guns down. And we're going to drive this jet into Mission Row. Checked water. We're taking over Los Santos.
Los Santos is about to be Los Hidden. It starts with crashing this plane into MRPD. It's war on the PD. Our demands we met on ATC.
What the fuck?
Huh?
Okay.
No, it is the hidden. I guess
Terrorist
so.
attack.
We're gonna stay here.
Oops.
Oops.
My bad. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Maybe.
Oh, we do a little trolling. Lovely.
Hey, I'm off duty, alright?
Yeah, you're fine. Plus, you even got civilians retweeting that. You're good.
Wasn't as bad as some of the stuff I've seen.
And honestly, it's about to completely bury that twat so no one sees it anymore. What?
Thank God.
What'd they say?
Apparently someone just tried to kill Buddha and his son outside.
Well,
They're trying to track the plane down.
Yeah, someone just tried to kill Carmine in the bathroom, so.
Yeah.
You know, actually, in regards to that, I feel like we probably should have been told that about the person with the horns. We could have at least GSR tested him.
Also, I was overhearing them like make loud exclamations about what they were doing over there in the corner. They also said, "Hey, maybe we should have killed this guy instead of leaving the body with him."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So
You're dead, Harvey.
I can see why you'd be confused as to what to do.
I didn't really know how to handle that.
Just have to put like an earplug in one ear.
I just gotta sleep with one eye open.
And
Wait
they
a
also,
minute.
anytime
Hold
you
on.
answered
You've only got
something,
one eye.
Al Sab was saying, "No, we didn't. We said blank." And I was like, "Okay."
Oh my god, no.
So
Okay,
I
I'm
don't.
gonna. I should make sure to lock the house up.
We already
Good
do
point.
that.
Maybe
I sure
shouldn't
wish I
have
could go on the
potentially answered
stand.
that question about where was I when that twat was made with my girlfriend.
You've got a girlfriend.
Yeah,
She's
right
standing
here.
right next to him.
Oh.
You know how much time I spend in Mirror Park, right?
Yes.
It's fine. This is fine.
Yeah, I don't. Surely. It's gonna be fine.
No, it's all going to be great.
So gosh
Carmine
dang
got shot
Denzel
randomly.
Washington, I can't believe he interfered.
Yeah, I can't believe I wanted Johnson's testimony to be over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
unfortunately,
really know
everyone
what
was
to do about
laughing.
that.
What did he
I just-
do? I walked out.
Well, he called the suspects by the wrong names, and
Well, I meant for the contempt.
oh,
I don't know what he got.
he sung a
I think-
song.
yeah, he
and
was
the
screaming.
lady judge said stop singing, and then he said I'm going to sing another song, and she said contempt.
Oh.
Then he was told to quieten it down to 70%, and he didn't, so that was 2 contempts.
Oh.
How much time did he get?
100 months.
See, that's why Kiki and I are being very, very quiet over there because if we get contempt, it's going to be 300 months.
Yeah.
Ow.
Also,
You guys get triple
hilariously,
time.
I threw in a bunch of cheeky questions and they totally took the bait. It's hilarious. With all the stuff that was said in the cells, I was not expecting anyone to remember that in detail. I just threw it out there to see if anyone would bite, and they bit.
Nice.
They fixated on that so hard. They also fixated on the twatter posting and the fact that Kyle Pred was on duty or whatever.
Why can Adam wear a hat, but I can't?
But it's not a verified Twitter account.
He can't.
No, it's not. But at the same time, they fixated on that, and it didn't need to be fixated on. Like, it was totally a distraction. None of that even matters.
That's why I walked up, but Figgle was talking to you.
Let's finish hearing what everybody else has to say.
All right, Charlotte, you gotta lock it in, okay?
Hell yeah, locked in.
Oh God.
Locked in and ready to witness to stuff.
All right, whatever you do, don't go on a bathroom break like Carmine.
Yeah, I
did.
already told her don't leave this room, please, for the love of God.
My pants if I need to.
This guy
Don't
walked
do that.
in.
Okay,
No,
why
no,
else-
this guy
okay,
walked
alright.
in, offered Carmine some coffee,
you got it?
spilled hot coffee all over him.
Yeah.
He ran to the
It's right at the
bathroom and
door.
got shot.
Was he
Sorry.
like wearing purple?
It's
and had
right at the
horns?
front
Yeah,
doors.
but your Ambo's
don't
parked.
remember.
Oh,
Does Happy
right,
not
right.
realize we're here?
Damn it! Damn it! This is like actually witness tampering. And
Yeah, this guy
Fumbled the
spilled
bag.
hot coffee all over him.
It's all right.
It's all right. He just got shot.
Oh my god, are we still in recess?
Long recess.
Judge Weston, are you I don't think that Judge Weston wears a watch, so we're just waiting on her at the moment.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Rose.
Hey, Rose.
Rose, I keep fucking up. I keep not remembering very important details.
Harvey, just do your
They,
best, okay?
yeah, you're doing fine. They also fixated on the fact that I asked if a police officer can put out a bounty for a human, and they asked why we didn't charge Pred. He didn't put a bounty out for a human.
I was gonna say if they were smart, they would ask about.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
If I say hi to Fingild, am I somehow gonna get witness tamper? You know, I'm not gonna do it. Okay.
Yeah,
bye.
just I
Fenfield
would
pled
stay away.
guilty. Wait. He's not. Oh yeah, we could still call him, I guess. What do you think?
I don't have any intention of calling him.
I'm probably gonna get contempt though as soon as Antigone or or Montag look at my feet.
You already went up on the stand. I'm telling you, from a distance, it looks like you're wearing like shoes with toe caps.
I will
Harvey.
give you contempt.
Why are you running?
Harvey, what are those?
That's
I want
terrible.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, just an
Ugh.
FYI,
Hi.
there might be a plane crashing in here.
What?
Oh, go
Just
shoot
I'm
it
letting you
down.
guys know.
Why? I thought
I'm just
they
letting you
were
guys know.
supposed to
I
be
maybe don't want to be in
running
here.
for
I don't know.
NRPD.
Okay.
Can't chase the plane. Shoot the plane down.
Well, I'm indoors, man. I don't.
Go
No
out there with
windows.
your little
Yeah, why
pea
did you
shooter,
come
your
into the
little
building
Glock
the plane is gonna
22.
hit?
Well, I want to let you guys. Oh, look, hey, I want to let you guys know we got the plane.
Yeah,
We
311
got him.
crashed.
Oh.
Well, you know, some officers
Okay.
like to tell people things because we like to talk to people, guys, because we're supposed to work with each other.
Good communication.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks,
the
guys.
key to
Thanks, guys.
successful okay, bye.
Good talk.
Yeah,
Can you
okay,
give
I see.
positive
It's all
strike
about
points?
communication when he's the one communicating, but not when we
This is
are.
a really long recess.
It's nice to, have a little bit of time to
Oh God.
relax.
Relax?
Just kicked her.
Relax?
You think
Well,
we're
I almost fell
relaxing?
asleep when Harvey was on
Sure,
the
this is a
stand.
bad time to tell you have the wrong badge.
You said 5 hours. 9 hours.
This is a bad time to tell you I have the wrong badge, Harvey.
No one will notice, Charlotte. It's fine. You're great.
All right, the
There we
courtroom
go.
is called
There we
back
go.
into session. Prosecution, we are proceeding
She
with
might
your
have
case
might have
against the defendants at this time. Do you have further witnesses you would like to call?
Charlotte, you're gonna be fine. It's all good. Just take
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to call
5 seconds.
Charlotte to the stand.
Alrighty, madam, would you do me a favor and put that left hand in there for me?
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Do
Maka,
you swear
thank you
to
for
tell
the
the truth,
18
the whole
gifted
truth,
subs. You're
and nothing but the
amazing.
truth under penalty of perjury? So help you Han.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Alrighty, Your Honors, this witness has been sworn in.
Hi, Charlotte. How are you?
Hi, Tess. I'm doing great.
All right. Were you on duty February 3rd?
Yes, I was.
Were you riding with anyone else?
Yep, I was riding with Harvey Holden.
What happened that day?
Well, lots of normal patrol things, but most notably, I got a dead body stuffed into my CVPI.
Okay. Where were you when that happened?
We were at the Chumash Pier.
What prompted you to go to that location?
Well, we received a 911 call about gunshots on the pier and that there seemed to be a vehicle down there as well.
Okay. And who did you see when you arrived?
Well, when we arrived, we saw a dark in color SUV on the pier driving toward the road, and the license plate said Guild.
Can you describe who you saw in the vehicle?
Yes, there was like 6 people in it, and 7 if you count the dead body. There was like a female with white hair and braids, a guy with a red jacket, a guy in a white HOA jacket, a guy with one of those weird looking flat hats. I don't know what you call them, but it was pretty ugly. And let's see, there was one guy in the car I couldn't see because he didn't get out and he was in like the middle seat, and so it was kind of hard to look through. And there was a guy with a pointy metal hat and a mask.
Okay. What did they do immediately after getting out of the vehicle?
Well, after getting out of the vehicle, they pulled the dead body from their very back seat and stuffed it into my CVPI.
What did they say?
They said that they had the body of Boris the bear, and they were intending to collect on the dead or alive reward issued by Kyle Pred.
Okay. What did they do immediately after that?
They immediately drove away.
Okay. Were you able to pursue?
Nope, because we had a dead body to deal with.
Were there any other officers in the immediate area?
Nope.
Okay. You said there was a 911 call to the location. Were there any other calls from dispatch regarding this scene?
Yes, we also received a 311 call from Denzel Williams saying that that he was looking for Pred in order to collect on that bounty.
Okay. What happened after they dropped off the victim?
After they dropped off the victim, Harvey stayed with the body and called for medical help, and I collected evidence at the end of the pier.
Alright. And what did you find at the end of the pier?
Lots of projectiles and casings.
Okay. Let's see. Did you get a chance to see the victim at all?
Not really. I wanted to collect evidence before anything got washed away.
Okay.
I mean, like, I saw the body, but I didn't, like, inspect the wounds or anything.
Was she responsive?
Not that I saw.
Alright. And do you know what she was wearing?
Yeah, it was like a red tracksuit and a bear mask.
Okay. Let's see. Did EMS arrive?
I did not see any of the EMS treatment. I think that all happened while I was collecting evidence, but the body wasn't there when I got back, so I'm assuming they did.
Alright. Where did you go after that?
We went to the hospital.
And what happened at the hospital?
We were able to identify the victim as Peachingle Dan, and she was pronounced dead by the doctors.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else after the hospital?
Yep. Harvey and I, well, we both went to the morgue, and then I left the morgue to go to MRPD to process the evidence from the pier.
Okay. Do you recall the evidence that you collected, pertaining to what kind of guns those came back to?
Not off the top of my head, but I could reference the report.
Okay. That information is in the report, though. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else going on in the city while you were at the morgue dealing with the body?
Yes. There was a shootout at the Mirror Park gas station.
Okay. And did the suspects from that shootout get apprehended?
Yes, they were apprehended.
Were they identified?
Mm-hmm.
Who were they?
They were Denzel Williams, Al Sab, Keith Wanderlust, Fiona Stewart, Lars Haverford, and Fingild Dan.
Okay. Were you at all involved in the processing of the suspects?
No, I was not involved in the processing.
Okay. Alright. I'd just like to direct your attention to the screen. Can you describe the subject of the photo on the screen?
Mm-hmm. That is a very large, very fluffy, well-dressed Boris the Bear, wearing a nice Christmas sweater, and I also don't know the name of that hat, but one of those hats.
Okay. Is the subject in the photo the victim?
No, that is not the victim.
What's different about this photo and the victim?
Well, the big thing that really stands out to me is overall size. Like, this bear is I've seen this bear. It's very clearly larger than the victim. Also, our victim was not wearing a hat, and although she was dressed in red, it wasn't a Christmas sweater.
Okay. One moment. Okay, I don't have any other questions unless my co-counsel does.
All right.
Co-counsel. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Co-counsel, do you have any questions for this witness?
1 moment, Your Honor, please.
All right.
winning, Tessa?
Did
Dear
she?
God, I hope so.
Does she know that the
I
casings
don't know
match
yet.
the gun?
Tessa, what do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. Maybe we need to ask her.
I don't want to ask if she doesn't actually know. I think we're okay.
I did bring attention to it, so I think just having
Yeah, I think
them
that's
know.
Your Honor, we
Whatever
will
our witness side.
pass the witness.
All right.
Well, he's in
decide.
ICU.
Would you
He's
like to
not
cross
dead.
this witness.
He might as well be dead.
Sure.
He's dead to you.
Just a few questions for you.
No,
is it
people at Carmine
Deputy
don't
now,
die.
Fairfield?
Yep, that's correct.
Glad to hear you got your job back. Couple questions for you. On the scene of the Chumash Pier, you stated that you saw the SUV. What color was the SUV?
It was a dark color. I think it was green, but it was kind of hard to tell because it was dark outside.
Dark outside at the time. Understood.
It was
Not it.
bright as day.
You stated that you stated that the left and that you did not pursue it. Do you happen to have any personal working knowledge of when officers found that vehicle again?
I am not sure.
Alright, come on, beef.
Deputy Fairfield, I want to refer you back to report number. To report number 71590. I want to refer you to the evidence, scene photo 1 and scene photo 2. Deputy, you just testified that it was dark outside, but in these photos, it appears to be daylight. Did a lot of time pass between when you first arrived on scene and when you took these photos, or?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I am remembering the time of day wrong. Because a lot of time did not pass. As I stated previously,
There goes my case.
I didn't stop to inspect the body because I wanted to collect evidence before it got washed
There
away.
goes my case.
Sure. So, did you take these photos? Just
Yep, I personally took those photos. Yes.
You personally took those photos. Okay.
It does matter.
Your Honor,
They
I'm in
can
front of my
impeach her.
co-counsel at this time.
It matters significantly. And all her testimony now has less weight than it did
Are you
before.
fucking losing?
Miss Fairfield, how you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for asking.
Oh,
No problem.
I thought that was Norman.
When you got the body into your vehicle, did you make any attempts to detain the individuals?
No, we called out the location, like the direction that their vehicle was going. But no, they left pretty quickly.
So, to be clear, there were no lights or sirens on your cruiser. There were no verbal remarks made to stay in the area or anything?
Not that I remember. It happened very quickly and a lot of people were talking. I don't think if we had made a comment, that it would have been heard.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, prosecution. Do you have anything for redirect?
Oh, think so. But you can go.
All right. In your experience as an officer, is it commonplace to ignore the medical attention needs of an individual in order to get an arrest?
No.
What can be done to someone who has committed a crime that you cannot currently pursue?
Like, I mean, there's a couple things like warrants and whatnot, and we can have people keep eyes out for their vehicles and whatnot.
Okay. So you could have placed a warrant out for the individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Which was more pressing, the pursuit of the vehicle or the body that had just been dropped in your possession?
Definitely getting medical treatment for for an individual that was clearly in need of it.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Co-counsel, do you have any further redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, are we going to be marking the deputy for recall?
No, Your Honor. Not at this time.
All right. Deputy Fairfield, you may step down. You are free to step behind the bar and continue observing the trial, or you may go about your normal business.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
All right, people, do we have further witnesses that we would like to call or evidence that we would like to go over?
We do actually have, we don't have any more witnesses currently, but we do have some evidence we would like to highlight at this time.
All right, the floor is yours for that.
It's actually more so just referencing one report in specific. I believe it's the People's A 71592. There are 4. There were 3, but now there are 4 due to Carmine's inability to testify today. Due to the fact that we were unable to call 100 witnesses to this case, we would just like to emphasize the importance of these individuals' testimony and ask that you review it with the proper weight. The individuals will be Joshua Beretta, myself, Tessa Lamb, Philomena Hawthorne, and Carmine Casello.
All right, is there any further evidence that you would like to point out to us prior to closing?
Let's see, one moment. Yes, Your Honor. The People's A, there are casings and firearms documented throughout the report. I would just like to call to attention that this is from the shootout scene where the suspects were apprehended. The matching casings from the pier shooting can be found on, one moment. Uh, 71590. And that would be it.
All right. Does the prosecution rest?
I believe that we do.
All right.
Yes.
We just very recently took a break. Defense, do you require a moment to gather your thoughts before we proceed to your side?
No, Your Honor.
I'm really curious to see
All
if they call
right.
people or not.
Defense, the ball is in your court. You may proceed with witnesses or evidence or both.
So Charlotte said that she couldn't identify the car properly because it was dark outside. She testified that. And then immediately after the fact, the attorney pointed out that the
defense call
pictures were daytime.
Okay.
That's interesting.
For the court's record, we can refer to him as Bjorn, but can we get his legal name for the first
Apologies.
time?
Lars Haverford.
All right. Lars Haverford, otherwise known as Bjorn. Let's get him sworn in.
It's something that the judges will take into account.
Alrighty,
Like
would you go
anything
ahead
that
and
she would
raise
have
that,
said
left hand for
is
me?
now put into question. That's the whole point of it.
Alrighty. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury, so help you Han?
I do.
Your Honors, this witness has been sworn in.
What up, Bjorn? How you doing?
Hey, I could be better.
True, true, true. Well, Bjorn, who is Kyle Pred to you?
Well, he's the Grand Marshal.
What do you mean by Grand Marshal?
Well, that's his title, Grand Marshal Kyle Pred.
And what is that title referring to?
Well, it's a very rare and prestigious title that only the
Hmm.
highest ranks of the land get.
And when you say highest ranks of the land, are you referring to the Unified Police Department?
Yeah.
And did Kyle Pred post anything significant on Twitter the night of the incident?
Well, yeah, he posted a bounty for Boris.
Could you tell me about that bounty?
Yeah, it said they were offering
Is he
$1
about to
million
admit to it?
for Boris the Bear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that all it said?
Just listen.
It said dead or alive.
And when you saw that bounty, what was your reaction?
Well, I don't have a lot of money, so I thought I could make $1 million, and I'm deputized and all, so I listened to the Grand Marshal.
So, what did you do to collect on that bounty?
Well, we went and looked for Boris.
And when you found Boris, did you have any desire to injure him?
No, we were just going to turn him over to the Grand Marshal.
Why did you have no desire to injure him? What was your relationship like with Boris?
I was on pretty good terms with Boris, and he was friends with pretty much everyone in the guild. We used to hang out all the time.
So, what was your desired outcome when you found Boris?
To just hand him over to Kyle Pred so we could get $1 million.
Did that outcome come to pass or no?
No, we turned him in, but we never got paid.
All right, one moment, Your Honor.
Wait, what?
So they are admitting to it.
Could you describe the bear you saw that day?
Yeah, I was wearing like a red tracksuit with like white stripes on it and was big and fluffy.
Could you describe how Boris the bear looks?
Well, just like I just said.
So you would say that the
Okay.
individual you found looked like Boris the bear?
Yeah.
I have some like cross questions.
All right.
So I think they're saying that they
No further
found.
questions, Your Honor.
They're going to say that they found her shot on the pier.
All right. The witness is open to cross-examination by the people.
Go for it, Harvey.
Mm.
Who did you turn Boris into?
I don't know what that means.
Who did you give Boris to?
Oh, some city guardsman. Wasn't you one of them?
Where was this?
This was like kind of close to Chumash.
Was Boris alive?
I don't know.
You defer to co-counsel. with anything.
Bjorn, where did you find Boris?
Somewhere near Chumash.
Okay. What was Boris doing?
I think it was playing on the beach or something. It was like near Chumash.
Was he okay?
Was making a lot of growling noises, but seemed okay.
Was Boris bleeding?
No.
How big was Boris?
Pretty big and fluffy.
What does pretty big and fluffy mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
Okay.
Bigger and fluffier than you.
All right, Your Honor. Would you mind putting that photo back up on the display?
I
The one
will
from
take care of
earlier?
that momentarily.
There you go, I got it.
Bjorn, could you look at this photo?
Yeah.
Can you describe this this photo?
You want me to describe Boris or like the whole wanted picture?
Boris specifically, the bear in the
He
photo.
looks big and fluffy, and he's got a nice outfit on, like Boris usually does.
Okay. Can you describe his outfit?
Yeah, it looks kind of Christmassy. He's got like kind of what makes me think of like a snow helmet on.
Okay. Does this Boris look like the Boris you found?
I had a different outfit on.
Was this
Face is
Boris
pretty
the
similar.
same shape as the Boris you found?
Well, it's just a picture, so I can't really tell how big he looks there.
How much would you say that Boris weighed?
A bajillion
Objection, Your Honor.
pounds.
Counselor speculation.
Could you...
Well, he said that they carried this Boris and turned him in, so I would assume that they knew how much this Boris weighed. In approximation.
Could you restate what the question was for me, Counselor?
I said, how much would you say this Boris weighed?
Yeah,
Your Honor, to be clear, I don't believe it was ever stated Bjorn is the one that carried Boris, so we don't know if he would have direct knowledge of Boris's weight.
Well, the only way to find out is to ask. We're going to sustain that one, ask one foundational question, and then you'll get there.
Okay. Who turned Boris in?
I don't remember.
How did they turn Boris in?
They handed him over and put him in the CVPI that was near Chumash.
Was it just one person?
I think so, yeah.
Did they carry Boris?
Oh, that kind of dragged him.
Why did they have to drag him?
It's big and fluffy.
Was he moving?
No.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
If you're curious, Boris is 100 pounds.
Who else were you with?
I'm his vet. If you're curious, he's 105 pounds.
105. How is he 105 pounds?
So
He's
is that
3
the
years
5
old.
other defendants here?
That is not... Okay.
That's what I weighed him last time.
Adult
Do you know
male
what
grizzly
happened,
bears should
between
weigh
He's not an
600
adult yet.
pounds.
Boris playing on the beach and when Boris wasn't moving?
He's only 3.
How are you going to tell me he's not an adult?
I did a
clearly laid the
DNA test
foundation
on
of
him
trust.
at,
Oh my
his,
God.
at Katya's request.
Part of the badge.
What?
It's the results that I got, Tessa.
Oh my God.
Sorry, what?
I'm not making it
I'll
up.
defer to
It's
the
the
bench,
results
Your
I
Honor.
got.
Okay, well, don't say that.
Well, I'm only telling you out of
Okay, well, don't shout it to anyone.
Oh, I'm
Please,
not.
God.
Oh, I'm whispering. I don't want to get contempt. I want to be in jail for 300 months.
Boris is not 100 pounds. That is not how that works.
Yeah, scope has been pierced on this, not only from one end, but the other.
Ow.
We're going to overrule. Witness William.
Can you repeat the
There's
question?
dogs that weigh less than that.
Yeah. Do you know what happened to
Or more than that.
to Boris?
My dog weighs more
between
than
the
that.
time he was playing on the beach and when he was dragged to the CPPI?
No, I don't know.
Were you with him the whole time?
No,
What were you doing instead?
I was around the Chumash Pier.
Also, grizzly bears are adults by 3. I'm
So
I'm
you
gonna
went
be
down
honest.
to the end of the pier.
At one point, yeah.
And why'd you go down there?
Objection
Well, Boris
relevance.
ran
This
down
one.
there.
We have an objection on the floor that's relevance, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, we're walking our way through this scene. This is clearly a relevant question.
Yeah, that's not the strongest objection I've heard from you, Counselor. Clearly, what the defendant was doing at the time that the alleged acts occurred would be highly probative to this court. We're going to overrule.
So why did you go down to the end of the pier?
Oh, well, Boris ran down there.
Was Boris running away from you?
Yeah.
Oh.
And what happened when Boris? So you followed Boris down to the end of the pier, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
And did your friends go with
Running
you?
away?
Well, we were kind of all over the place running, so I don't know where everyone was.
Did you see any of them follow you on the pier?
I think one person was on the pier near me, but I can't recall who it was.
Okay, so Boris goes to the end of the pier. What happens next?
Well, we were trying to get him to come with us so we could turn him in for the $1 million.
I mean, you're friends with Boris. Why didn't he just come with you?
Well, he didn't want to go with Kyle Pred.
So you told Boris that you were going to turn him into Kyle Pred.
Yeah.
And then he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
And then his body ended up lifeless and being. How did he end up in the SUV?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. It's already been spoken to on this line of cross that he was dragged to the SUV.
1 moment.
So I think Bjorn might walk.
We're going to overrule the particular portion of testimony that you're referring to is the transportation from the SUV to the CVPI, to the line of questioning pertaining to how Boris ended up inside of the SUV. That has not been touched on, so we're going to overrule.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, how did Boris end up in the SUV?
Well, I guess someone probably put him there, but I don't know who.
Did Boris talk to you on the pier?
No.
How do you know he didn't want to go with Kyle Pred?
He shook his head no.
Were you the one talking to him, or was it someone else?
I talked to him a little bit.
Did he sound like he normally does, or did it sound like maybe he's a little congested or had a cold or something?
He's kind of grumpy, but probably just because we were trying to turn him in for $1 million.
Did you offer to share some of the money with him?
No, that bear is rich. He's got over $1 million in his bank account.
Did you ask him to give you the $1 million instead of turning him in?
No, he's a greedy business bear. He doesn't give up any money.
When you walked away
part's
from the
true.
end of the pier, where was Boris?
He was like kind of near a bunch of trash cans. I think he was looking for stuff to eat.
I'm going to refer to my counsel for a moment, Your Honor. I shouldn't have asked that one. Anything else you want to ask him?
I don't have anything, to be honest. If the judges want to buy into this kind of testimony, I don't really know what to say, but I'm
He did
hoping
put them on the scene, all of them. So
all of them.
He said the 5 defendants were there as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It all kind of rides on the judges and whether they want to entertain this. So,
yeah.
I think we're good.
Harvey?
I'm good.
I think we're finished with questioning, Your Honor.
All right, defense, do you have a redirect examination for your client?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Bjorn, you may step down, go back to the defense table for us.
Okay.
All right, defense, do we have further witnesses that we would like to call?
Your Honor, this time we will not be calling any further witnesses to the stand. As far as evidence that we'd like to call attention to, we would, for this court's convenience and expediency, we're going to choose to do that in closing. If we can just have a few moments to touch everything up and prepare.
Okay. How much time does the defense estimate they need?
Just a tight 5 to button it up, Your Honor.
Is that time frame good with the prosecution, or do you require more?
That's fine.
Yeah, we're good, Your Honor.
Okay. We will call it an even 8. We will begin closings at 35 after the hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hit the. Ooh, double gavel.
There'll be a surround sound gavel.
Oh. Stanley, where are your pants and clothes and everything else?
He's been naked for a while.
Well, Your Honor,
know.
other gangs keep stealing all of my clothes, so I don't have any left.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Hold on. So you're saying someone
You got clean
Okay,
underwear.
I
you
made
have
like
that
just a
going
couple
for ya.
updates to include Bjorn's
Yeah.
statement early on.
Good thing, champ. I'm gonna go over here.
Anything you want me to skip? They basically, so they can make the argument at the end about this entrapment.
He was wearing the aviation jacket.
If we touch on it in closing, we may make it for them a little bit. If we don't touch it on closing, then, they basically have free reign to make the argument. So
Okay.
that's sort of gonna be the choice.
I'm gonna defer to you on that one. I don't know if we need to include that whole paragraph in the beginning. I know it kind of pulls on the heartstrings, but I think for the sake of time, we should probably try to shorten this a little bit.
That's fine. That
Let's
was like
see.
a 50-50 paragraph. Depending how this case went anyway. But they haven't, done any of that shit, so it's fine.
Facts. We were bonding when he was next to me. Skid mark free though. How are you feeling? Fair enough. It's like brushing your teeth. You guys get here in the beginning.
I missed a hell of a lot.
So I mean, they didn't like lead down entrapment. They didn't ask well. I mean, they did ask Bjorn about Pred and his position, and if he believed the twat. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Stand by. I need to take this call. Hello. Hello, Nancy.
Sorry, just let me read through what I've got here.
Mind getting shot in the courthouse? Yeah. It's very much textbook witness tampering. I don't want to like step on your toes if you want to investigate that.
Man
If you
had
want
balls
me
of
to
fire,
take
literally.
over, I can, unless you're interested in pushing something like that. No. That
Did we ask if Boris was walking on all fours?
the crime that happened there.
No.
Like,
Shoot.
yeah, he was shot when he was literally about.
Thought about it, but I didn't. What if he said no?
Yeah, he was kind of going in that direction.
Yeah. So yeah. So I don't want to step. You made the report, so I don't want to be like, hey, I'm.
Really don't think it's for your balls.
All right, I'm going to start making some edits in the report and adding statements, if that's okay. Yeah. I was because.
I don't think I see anything that I want to completely nix.
Okay. You want to stick with the entrapment piece of it too? It
Uh,
covers the bases.
if you think it'll
but-
screw things up, then I think we should probably remove it. But if you think it is helpful, then I think we keep it. Stuff's been
Don't
kind
know.
of screwed over since the beginning, so I don't know if I want to take another risk like that.
Yeah, I mean, we can cut like 3 paragraphs basically.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I need to get statements from people who kind of were in the courtroom because.
I mean, we could basically just end at malice aforethought and premeditation, and just add in this like,
Okay.
there's no way that they would think she's a bear.
Describing who did it.
Okay.
And
Pelbus
yeah,
spilled
we might find
coffee on him.
Yeah, maybe more will come to light of it. Maybe something will come from it, but more than likely, it's probably gonna be. I'm not gonna like forget about it, but like more than likely, it's probably gonna go to be a cold case. But it could be something. But yeah. If you hear anything, just you're on like shift 1, right?
I think Denzel saying he shot and killed a woman is super important. Because it shows by his own admission that he knew it wasn't a bear.
I agree.
What he was on scene for the case. Whoa. Yeah, it was kind of like a key witness. Yeah, no, I'm just like a courtesy call because you made the report. Like, I don't want to be like, oh shit, I'm taking this over. Respecting.
All right, Winter, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Okay.
Frogbound, by the way, thank you for
So
the
I just
14
moved up
months.
this like defendants were predisposed to shooting someone without the rest of the like
This becomes a thing. You'll probably be a witness.
without the rest of the stuff. So it sort of leads into the malice aforethought
Okay.
type of argument.
Don't worry, we'll get justice for your hand twin. Yeah.
They see that figure.
Alright, bye.
Ivy, I think it was Pelvis that spilled coffee in Carmine.
You saw that for certain?
It was earlier. They were standing right there, and they were facing each other. And I remember watching, and then another officer walked up.
Wonder if we could be cheeky and throw in that I overheard them saying stuff in here. No, they would object.
I thought it was in there
Can
already.
you give me a statement?
No, I mean what I heard over by the stand.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's not.
If they said it loud, you know, if they said it for the whole courtroom to hear, then sure. But just from you standing there and like proximity and whatnot, like I would not bring it in front of the judge. You know, they're obviously like too loud and they know it, right? Because they've been warned like 12 times
Yeah.
in this case. But yeah, I think from like a counsel side, it's something you would ignore most of the time.
Okay.
You dumbass, you literally pled guilty.
Or Fingild.
I'm not even gonna lie, I wouldn't have pled guilty. And that's me, dog.
All right, we are going to call this matter back
You're
into
gonna read
session
it?
for closing arguments. We
Yeah,
will
I mean, unless
begin
you want
with
to.
the people.
Nah,
and then
I'm
we
good.
will move over to the defense. Just so I understand the full ramifications of having multiple legal counsel both enter and swiftly exit on y'all's end, is it going to be a singular closing that's presented jointly?
Your Honor, from the defense, it'll just be a singular closing. I believe the counsel that entered have departed, unfortunately. So
Okay,
that leaves
understood.
me.
Well,
and,
that's
counselor.
it's a good thing you didn't get fired then. All right, we will begin with the people when you're ready.
Your Honors, people of the court. On February 3rd, the 6 defendants in the courtroom in front of us surrounded Peachingle Dan on Chumash Pier, shot her in the head, and unloaded a hail of gunfire upon her body. Bjorn himself on the stand puts himself, quote unquote, Boris, and the 5 defendants on scene at the pier. He testified to Boris being both alive and then dragged from the SUV to the CVPI. The autopsy on Peachingle showed a cause of death of homicide by a gunshot to the head. A 911 call reported the shots fired on the pier, alerting officers to attend the scene. Around that time, Denzel Williams made a 311 referencing a bounty and thus tying him directly to the shooting. The assailants then took her lifeless body back to their Cullinan SUV with the plate Guild, saw the officers responding to the call, unceremoniously dumped the body into the police car, and fled. 6 people were surrounding a woman on the pier in Chumash. There's no way she couldn't be taken alive. There's no way 6 people looked at a woman in a tracksuit and a bear hat and thought, this is clearly a 600-pound bear who walks on all 4 legs and wears a red Christmas sweater. Oh, and we're also friends with him. These are smart people, successful business people around the city. Denzel was a former mayor. Al-Sab owns a business. Fiona's involved in many businesses, including head of HR for Cerberus and head manager for the Guild. Bjorn is a head manager for the Guild, and so on and so on. Over the next 45 minutes, they were pulled over 3 times using the same Cullinan with the plate Guild, and viciously attempted to murder 3 officers in cold blood, 1 at each of the stops. In the first stop, Audrey Jones was shot down. In the next stop, Scarpetta was gunned down via shotgun to the face by Denzel Williams, who Chief Knight was able to positively identify. In the third stop, Carmine Costello was also mowed down by Denzel's shotgun and was able to positively identify Denzel, Al-Sab, and Keith Wanderlust. The Cullinan with the plate guild was then spotted in Mirror Park. They engaged in a gunfight and ended up being shot down near the gas station. 5 of the 6 defendants were found with weapons that matched the casings on Chumash Pier. The 6th, Lars Haverford, ditched his gun at the bottom of the ladder and then attacked officers with a bat. This gun also came back to the shooting at Chumash, and while not directly in his possession, it was clearly tied to him. All 6 tested positive for gunshot residue. The defense can make the case all they want that time elapsed during the rampage, but at the end of the day, it's the same vehicle, the same number of people, 6 guns matching back to the shooting, in similar scenes where the officers were shot. These incidents clearly all tie together. In fact, Denzel was found with a sawn-off shotgun, and according to Beretta's statement, when GSR testing Denzel, he said, "Oh, I definitely shot. I literally killed a woman earlier today." Not a bear, a woman. Such a blasé statement for such a heinous act leaves little doubt that Denzel might be inclined to shoot someone else. According to Tessa's statement, she overheard Denzel Williams and Al Saab, 2 of the suspects, call out to Julio Thomas that they'd killed a woman and that they wanted him to hit the transport. In Frost's testimony, he heard the suspects gloating about killing the victim in the cells. In Holden's testimony, he overheard the suspects talking about having killed her. The defendants were predisposed to shooting someone. They showed it 3 times during the chase, shooting down officers. They showed it again during the shootout in Mirror Park. And they knew what they did was wrong. Otherwise, they would have walked into MRPD, asked for a meeting with Pred, and presented Peachingle's bullet-riddled corpse to him in person. They would have expected a bounty to actually be paid instead of causing havoc across the city. All of this together leads to an inescapable conclusion. Denzel Williams, Al Saab, Fiona Stewart, Lars Bjorn Haverford, Keith Lando Wanderlust, and Fingild Dan murdered Peachingle Dan. The method of her death via execution, the location of the shooting at the end of the pier, moving the body from the crime scene, no attempt to call EMS, attempts to evade capture, continued use of the same weapons and vehicle in targeted attacks on police, the final shootout, and outbursts at the scene and in the cells all lead to clear malice aforethought and premeditation. Throughout this trial, the defense has done nothing to show that what happened on Chumash Pier was not first-degree murder, and we ask that you rule accordingly. Thank you.
That was a very good closing.
Boo.
That was amazing.
Boo, tomato. Boo.
Great execution. Perfectly written.
All right, was that Nielsen?
That was
Thanks.
actually
Those good edits at the end.
Yeah.
What?
All right.
That said what, Your Honor?
That said boo, tomato, boo, following
No,
the
that
closing.
was not me, Your Honor.
Who was it then?
I am unsure. I was speaking at the time.
I'm not certain, Your Honor, but I'll take the lumps for it.
We're ready for your closing.
Judge Weston, I did shoot you a note. I do need that reference photo back on the board.
Yeah.
Before I begin.
It's more what happened to me than him. But we'll talk about it after.
I want to thank you both again, Your Honor, people of this court, and everyone in attendance for your time and dedication to hearing this matter here today. We've heard a lot here today, and as predicted in the opening by his closing there, the prosecution have painted
No, it's Thing
a
Guild.
narrative that
So
unfortunately
the Guild
just isn't
Dan, whoever that is.
While the defense regrets the unfortunate passing of Peachingle Dan, the defendants in this case cannot be found guilty of first-degree murder. There are several factors and bits to point out and inconsistencies through the prosecution's testimony. There are several gaps in sightings of the SUV, and when brought into custody, there are things that plain and simply just don't make sense. We'll start with Bjorn, for example. When arrested, Your Honor, he did not have a gun. That's been testified to here today. It's also been testified that nobody at any point saw him possess or hold a weapon at any time. The prosecution are attempting to say that the gun being at the base of a ladder that they believe they saw him climb amounts to constructive possession. Again, he was never seen with that gun at any point throughout this.
Yes, he is in
I believe
constructive
Bird called it a
possession. Thank you.
45-minute massacre.
That's the point.
And unfortunately, any witnesses that did identify Bjorn were not called to the stand and were not afforded the opportunity to be cross-examined before this court. Speaking with the witnesses who were made available, however, again, there were several gaps in sightings of the SUV. We call back to the testimony of Officer Gregory Johnson, who quite frankly couldn't keep the narrative straight. Initially, he said one person got out of the vehicle, then he said two, then he said one, then he said two again.
No.
Then he said it was a female, then he said it was a male. To be honest, Your Honor, it didn't track, and his testimony made little to no sense.
Yes, it did.
We have no idea how many individuals were in the vehicle
Some
at
of
that
it
time,
didn't.
or at any
That part
other
did.
time for that matter. We have no idea who was in the vehicle when, where it went, how much time passed between these incidents. And we can't even get a clear picture of what happened at the scene at Chumash Pier. Deputy Fairfield stated she collected evidence, but stated she couldn't identify the color of the vehicle because it was dark outside. However, under sworn testimony, she admitted to taking photos where, Your Honor, it is clear as day. It is bright. The sun is shining. The witnesses for the prosecution can't even keep their own story straight. We also had the further baffling testimony of multiple officers in the cells who could not determine who made what spontaneous utterances when that quote-unquote someone was killed or she was killed. The record is
It's
as
been
Your
a
Honor,
month,
and I'm sure you're
so
both
I don't
more
blame
than
her for
capable
not
of highlighting
remembering.
these inconsistencies.
But it causes
Additionally,
a problem.
we'd like to highlight prior case law and precedent, which was established in this court in the matter known as the People v. Gunther Clean, which reads as follows. It is not entrapment if the person was inclined to commit the crimes and was merely provided an opportunity by peace officers and their agents. Any defendant that claims entrapment was involved in a criminal case has the burden to prove the following. The idea of committing said crime originated with peace officers or their agents instead of the defendant. On the night of the murder, Kyle Pred, then Grand Marshal of the Cerberus Police Department, issued a bounty to murder Boris the Bear via Twatter. In doing so, Kyle Pred invoked his title, Grand Marshal, on the bounty itself, therein exercising his role as a government
Yes.
official and well-known leader of the Unified Police
For
Department
Boris.
to influence the defendants. It was also testified to by Harvey Holden that the act that Pred engaged in and of itself is illegal. Prosecution further raised an argument that the tweet, quote, may have been spoofed, but could not advise this court of any proof of such or any way to indicate that that may be so. Next, peace officers and their agents persuaded the defendant to commit this offense. This persuasion was offered through both Kyle Pred's rank, file, and position, and was further incentivized by offering a large cash sum of $1 million. This bounty is in evidence, and it has been spoken to by multiple members of the prosecution. Lastly, it must be proven that the defendant was not predisposed to commit the crimes they are charged with before peace officers and their agents persuaded the defendant to commit the crimes. As demonstrated, Boris the Bear clearly maintains a strong friendship with all of the defendants here in this court, and the testimony provided by Bjorn further works to substantiate this, alongside the evidence that is on the board up there. Now, Your Honors, we do also understand that there may be some confusion as to how Peachingle Dan might be confused for Boris the Bear. For that, we're going to turn to evidence. We like to call attention to the following select quotes. From Report 71590, Deputy Harvey Holden wrote, and I quote, Peachingle Dan was dressed in a red jumpsuit and bear mask, dressing similar to how Boris the Bear dresses. In the same report, Charlotte Fairfield wrote, the body was wearing a red tracksuit and bear mask. And in the autopsy report, Dr. Suri Nanakaze wrote that Peachingle Dan was dressed with a red shirt and red pants with white stripes, along with wearing a bear mask, and looked similar to Boris the Bear. Hell, Your Honors, in this court, James Randall was just confused for Sasquatch just a few hours ago. Your Honor, these are individuals that are aligned with the prosecution that paint this narrative for us. And it's a narrative that's only confirmed by the defendant who testified here today.
God, I'm
Point
gonna
you back
cry
to
if
the
they
reference
actually
photo that
entertain
provided
that.
this court when opening.
I don't
As
know,
you can
man.
see in many of these photos, Boris the Bear is pictured wearing a red tracksuit. He's pictured as being big and fluffy. I see a big, happy, fluffy bear wearing a red tracksuit in these photos. Certain that the prosecution can as well. Believe it or not, the bear is capable of changing clothes. With this established, Your Honor, based on prior precedent that has been set forth through this court, there is no choice but to find my clients not guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
But guilty of everything else.
All right. There has been a significant amount of evidence put before this court, as well as, if I am counting correctly, 3 separate defense articulations. So we're going to put this matter into recess. Please bear with myself and Judge Weston as we deliberate. We will place out a courtroom announcement approximately 5 minutes prior to the reading of the verdict. For the purposes of our verdict, or of our deliberations, just in case it does become relevant, our understanding is that the people have put a request of 30 years in. I do not see any indication on the docket that Mr. Williams or Mr. Al-Sab ever requested bail. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And all 4 other defendants were granted bail at the time posted on the docket. Is that correct?
Fingild was not granted bail.
Okay. So we've got 3 who... What, did Fingild request bail?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Understood. Again, that's just in case that becomes irrelevant during deliberations. Okay. Court is in recess. Keep it to a dull roar out here, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
By the way, anybody who hits the gavel, and if we have to come out here and yell at you people, I'm going to be giving half a year of contempt. Just for the love of God, there's a lot to go over. Do not interrupt us while we're deliberating.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
What are the chances of getting stabbed if I walk out of the court right now?
Harvey, you get 30 months contempt for wearing
Yes.
socks and sandals in this goddamn courtroom.
I knew that was coming.
I fully agree with the
I thought you got away
decision.
from it. I thought you were all right.
Yes.
Oh, Harvey.
Perfect.
Did I pay for that, Denzel?
We told you to
wore
put shoes
socks
on.
and sandals.
Oh, you're in
We're trying
trouble
to
now.
tell you, socks and sandals don't belong in the courtroom.
I have been normalizing, non-professional clothing for a while in the courtroom, so I can see it.
Even Veronica and I changed. We were having pajama day and decided maybe that's not appropriate for the courtroom.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Yeah. What happened? And we're not even on like prosecution team or anything. We're just sitting here.
How's it going?
I
we'll
put the
see, I
sandals on
guess.
because I wanted to.
Tessa, I'm gonna go get changed, and therefore,
Hey,
because
hold
a
on, they're
bear
gonna-
can change clothes, I must
They're
be
gonna
Boris.
send. Hold on. They're gonna
Oh my God! Be careful. They might kill you.
Yeah.
also gonna send up these guys.
No.
That
Boris can
were
change
actually going
clothes.
to kill me.
But therefore,
It was nice knowing you, Harvey.
they couldn't have done it.
Oh my God.
I'm sure V will move on pretty quickly.
I was telling Julio what happened to me yesterday, Tess. STSO requested a vet for a cat that had been shot. The cat gets delivered to me. It's a woman in a cat mask. And I said, this is not a cat. This is a woman. This is a person. What are you doing? Send her to the hospital. And they were like,
There's
the
no
officer
judges.
said it was
Do
a
whatever you
cat.
want.
It is a
Oh, wait,
woman
People are
in
stupid.
a cat mask.
I'm gonna give you one more.
They're so dumb.
Oh God, he's up there. Oh God.
Is he gonna do it?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh
no.
no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't do it.
Fingild, don't do it.
Fingild, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Balls.
Oh no.
Okay.
Need you.
Oh no.
Where are you going?
He's
Fingild,
down.
why would he? Why?
You also
Because he's Fingild.
Cause he's stupid.
It is what it is.
And he has nothing going for him, so it's fine.
You know, tried to get somebody to.
You better
That's
surrender
not a
right
taser.
now.
That's a gun.
Oh yeah, I was
You'll
gonna
be
just shoot.
fine, Harvey.
Oh my God. Oh, there it is.
Oh, shot him in the neck.
Hey, listen
No
to the
big
friggin'
deal,
judges, all right?
Harvey.
This is what happens.
Ooh.
Meh.
No, I went up there with
Oh,
Sunny
he's
and
not
Tommy and
washed.
everything was great.
Oh, yeah, Max
You're
was there.
warning
Watch
me?
it.
Turn around and surrender.
I think you should hit him again.
I'm sorry, V.
All right.
Well, no matter
In the face.
No matter what happens, I appreciate you guys for your work on this.
That's a
I don't want you to think you did nothing, because you did stuff. You helped me, Harvey.
Get
Okay,
reloading.
don't beat yourself up.
Turn around. Turn
Recall
around.
is huh?
Oh, he's squaring up.
I'm about to be called. I'm about to be killed.
Don't even think.
Why are you about to be
Harvey, you'll
killed?
be fine.
30 months of
Don't
Veronica and I are
worry.
going to be needed in a moment.
Maybe one of your fellow police officers will do a crime and get sent to jail at the same time.
I'm gonna go with contempt.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, if
You'll be
people-
all right,
why would you
Harvey.
do this to get in the way? They're dumb, all right?
He was behind him. Oh my god.
Harvey, pretend to
People
be
can't get
someone
fucking
else,
space.
okay?
Like, I mean, just pay attention.
Just
Oh my
like
God.
use an accent, you know, lie about who you are.
You know what I'm about to do. You
Put
know
your
what
eye
I'm about to
And
patch
it'll
on
be
the other
fine.
eye.
Yeah.
do.
Maybe they'll let you change clothes before you head up
It's
there.
not going to work, sweetheart.
Where we found you.
I won't be able to see anything.
Face away. Last
Yeah, I rethought that. That's probably not a good idea.
Well, it might be better not
Well,
to see your impending death, you know?
That's what I was thinking.
That's
Joe.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could put like an eyeball on the eye patch so it looks like you have a second eye.
A googly eye.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really
actually
smart.
really
Yeah. Does anyone have some puff paint?
Yep.
Not on me.
Maybe Antigone will take it back if she realizes that I'm just going to be killed.
You could ask her to delay
yeah,
it.
maybe.
Delay what? 30 years?
You could also
Yeah.
put like actual shoes on, and then grovel for
Yeah.
forgiveness
Oh,
at her
that's
feet.
a good point. You could do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna gaslight the judge and say
They're
I'm
gonna
always
think that
wrong?
you're running
No,
from
you
your
just-
contempt charge.
No,
so if you
not
leave the
not
courtroom.
your gas. Oh, hello.
Oh,
$1,000.
Hey.
You change your shoes.
There we go.
And then grovel for
Hi.
forgiveness.
So why'd you waste my time? Hey, don't hit Mac.
Waste your time? What do you mean?
Why you waste my time?
I didn't waste anybody's time.
Yes, you did.
No.
I told you I'd have
What?
pled guilty a long time ago. Why were we here in the court in the first place?
You would have pled guilty?
You would have
Yes,
pled guilty?
Nobody has questioned me. I was placed in a hold. Nobody came down to the penitentiary to visit me at all.
I
just
asked,
sat there and waited and waited and
I
waited.
asked your lawyer.
You had
and
an
he said,
attorney
and
to
I
do
quote,
that.
They're a Friday
that wouldn't-
fiend. That you never rolled out of bed on a Friday.
I called a lawyer. Actually, I did try to call a lawyer.
Well, if
money are you
Adams was
making?
doing his job, he would have informed me that you were going to plead guilty.
Guys,
Would you
wait, guys,
testify
throw me,
for
me
us?
next. Me next.
Bro, you're naked, dude. I don't even
Talked about this. Okay?
They're aiming around it. That's
Talked about this. Sister. Look at me now. Look at me. Okay. Look what happened to me. Right?
Hey, come on.
Well, I mean, the onus is kind of on you if you would like to talk to us about stuff. You know, like,
Let me ask you something. Do you think it's okay to get bail for somebody who's that murder?
Thank you, sir.
I'm on trial.
I mean, they were fine.
I don't believe in that shit. Okay.
If you give me some
Okay.
money, maybe I'll do it.
So I'm not gonna leave the pen. But nobody asked me the
You don't
questions
have
about what
to
happened.
leave. You literally have access to a phone. You can visit with an
alright.
attorney.
Al, I wanted to reach out to you and your lawyer, but I was told you're a Friday fiend.
What does that mean? Okay. What does that mean?
It means you only slaughter yourself on Friday.
That's not true. What is today's? Today's
I
Friday.
mean,
you're a Friday fiend.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of
Okay,
Fridays
never
since
mind.
then.
Never mind. All right. Listen. All right. All right. Well, you know what?
Well, for future reference, if you have to,
Destroying things.
Harvey, Harvey, do not talk to me like that. Okay, you pissed me off. You pissed me off.
Thank you. I
What do you
appreciate
mean?
I want to jump you right now,
One
but I don't
time,
want to have this
Boris
court
threw
case get mistrial.
$20,000 at Veronica and I, and he completely knocked
What, do you,
out
what,
Veronica.
what did I do to
It
piss
probably
you off?
won't get mistrialed at this point.
That
was
exists.
pretty cool, though.
Pisses
That's
me
my
off.
last
That's all.
stand.
That
That was
exists.
funny.
I turned around, she was face
When I do
down.
my
and was
job-
like,
It was kind of cool.
It was kind of hard, Fingill. It was kind of tough.
People commit crimes and I do my
Especially
job
when you squared
as
up.
an
it was
officer.
Like, I don't want to do
deputy.
that. That was pretty cool. You were powering up.
He
You
brought
do
me
your
back,
job.
guys.
Well, if
Yeah,
you
I
do your
did.
job, okay,
That's fine.
we wouldn't be here.
I
That's not
asked,
my
I
job.
reached out.
Hungry Nico.
Your job wouldn't be here.
man,
I'm just
I brought my
saying
own
that.
food.
Nielsen did not do not Nielsen.
You really want
Adams
to eat
did not
that
do you any favors
sandwich,
by
huh?
not informing me you were going to plead guilty.
Well, I
Would you
was told
testify?
to deal.
Why don't you ask Johnny over there?
Would you have gone up on the stand in exchange for a plea deal?
No,
got the
because
black
I'm not gonna
long
throw
hair
other
over there.
people, underneath the bus just to benefit.
well, then you'd
But I
be
told
wasting
you.
our time.
Go ask him
I
if
was
he-
so though.
Go
I
ask him
plead
if he wants
guilty,
your sandwich, and go ask him.
but I'm not gonna snitch on somebody else.
Stanley, your hat, your
Oh, we can't change the past, but just know I
What I'm
did.
trying
I
to
did
say,
attempt
though,
to reach
what I'm
out.
trying to say though is you had the opportunity to talk to me, but you never did.
I did. I tried to. What I was told was he doesn't. First of all, he's a Friday fiend, and he doesn't want bail.
Yeah, but it's not about bail though, right? You could have asked me questions about what happened here. Not a single question was asked toward my direction.
I tried to reach out to your look. Ask for a lawyer. You got a lawyer. I can't question you. I have to question the lawyer.
To talk, right? Do we?
You when you have a
Yeah,
lawyer, we have to
probably.
speak to the lawyer, and he did not indicate any point that you wanted to plead guilty or even
now the
provide
lawyer
it.
matters. Remember at the cells when we asked for a lawyer, we all got denied. And
You
placed on
asked
hold?
for a specific lawyer who was not available.
That's not true. Actually, we asked for Nino Chavez. Then we got told, no, y'all be placed on a 24-hour hold. Nothing's happening. You know, wait.
Well, I wasn't in charge of that.
Remember, y'all said you're finishing the paperwork. That's why you were placing us on a hold.
So why didn't Nino Chavez contact us?
Because I never got a chance to contact him.
Okay, that's not on me.
There's like 9 phones in the prison.
I do not care. If you want to talk to me with your attorney, you get your attorney to reach out to me. I don't need your testimony. I don't care. I had evidence, ample evidence to prove that you did what you did.
Okay, so you don't need to talk to the suspect involved. You just look at the evidence and what you have so far and say guilty?
Yes, because 9 times out of 10, the suspect is not even going to talk to me.
How is that fair to me?
You have a right to get an attorney and have them reach out to me.
Right, but shouldn't you do your due diligence as an investigator to look into me as well, to ask me questions?
I don't have to.
You don't have
And
to.
I did. And I
but
did.
a good one would, right?
I did try, but
Not
like
necessarily.
I said.
Talk. I was willing to go down to second degree and just talk to y'all.
Oh no,
I'm
we
just
weren't
trying
in
to
a second
understand
degree.
Oh, you would have had to go on the stand if you to even consider that.
Technically.
Yeah, but here's the thing, okay? I would have taken 5, maybe 10 years in the pen, no problem, right? For a guilty plea. But nobody ever talked to me.
Like I
And
said,
we're pretty
I tried to
confident
reach
in the
out,
case.
but Adams did not do any favors.
If you want to get time off, you got to
It's not
give
like I
something
said
back
time
for
to
it.
kill to figure out what the fuck happened exactly, so at least I understand what you're saying.
We would be happy to help you rehabilitate on your way out of prison, though. I mean, I don't think any of us wants to see,
You've made
you
a
know, any
monster out of me now,
recidivism.
okay?
Are you this is the new you now?
You've made a monster out of me. There's no going back.
Pretty sure
There's
you're
always-
probably
there's always a
already
path.
monster.
I don't think there was any going back to begin with.
That is not true at all. Actually, I haven't committed any crime for a long time. Until that day.
You were a businessman once upon a time.
I was.
What
And I
happened?
was trying to collect some money. If anything, I feel like you guys are trying to channel this anger
Stanley,
and
God
frustration
damn
and
it.
justice on the
You're gonna
wrong
get us
people.
in trouble,
If anything,
man.
it should be channeled toward Kyle Pred, who plays the bounty on Twitter, right?
For Boris, but you didn't kill Boris, you killed an innocent woman.
I thought it was Boris.
Well, it's not my fault you're stupid.
There's
What,
no way
what
you
do
thought
you
it was
want me to say to
Boris.
that?
Hold me
No
back.
way.
Hold me back, Breno. Hold me
Hey,
back.
hey.
Hold me back.
Come on.
Oh gosh,
Come on.
hold me back.
Come on.
Charlotte, hold him back. Hold him back.
Don't hurt
Charlotte,
me.
come on,
Oh
lock it
no,
in.
I'm scared.
Ah!
Don't worry, I got him. I got him. Okay, just calm down. All right. Okay.
So you
You'll be
don't
okay.
want an enemy out of me, okay?
Get this freakazoid away from
Okay.
Yo, Al, relax, okay?
Public service
All right.
announcement. Hard on tools.
Oh, sounds like they.
cocaine.
Oh, talked it
All
out.
right.
That's okay.
You sit
that's
there
not
and
true.
enjoy being on this all hidey mighty kind of whatever moral ground you're standing on, but at the end of the day, I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie.
Truth is,
There's literally no way you
Truth
thought
is
that
in the evidence,
a
Al.
person was a bear. You
I
know,
mean,
there's no
Even
way.
The judge identified James Randall in the Sasquatch suit. right?
Okay,
that
yeah,
was a
but
Sasquatch
the
suit.
Sasquatch is a suit, not a giant bear, who you know and are friends
This
with.
also isn't a ballistics test.
Wait, at the
Yeah, I
same
feel like
time,
people are generally less knowledgeable about Sasquatch look than bear look. You know what I mean? Like I've seen significantly
good
fewer
point.
Sasquatches
I have never
than
dealt with a bear
bears.
before until I met Boris the bear, right?
So you just decided to kill the first bear you met?
No, I was trying to collect. I'm broke, okay? I was
Why didn't
trying
you-
to collect. That's all I was trying to do.
Well, why didn't you just bring him in then?
I did.
There were 6 of you. Yeah, but dead. They brought him in dead. Why didn't you bring him in alive?
Hold on. Hear me out.
With
Hear me
no
out.
How many
gunshots
flying
inside of
bears
him.
have you ever seen, Birch?
I've
Hey,
seen
bear,
Boris.
come with me. Okay,
Boris is
I'm
very
just gonna come with
compliant.
you.
Now, why don't you go to the
Okay.
forest
We've
and
had
tell
more
me how
than
the
one bear
bear
in
will
this
comply
city.
with you, all right?
To be honest.
Listen.
Yep.
There was a bear before Boris.
Or
Why
okay,
would I
even if he's personable. Hey, bear. You know, Kyle Pred probably wants you dead. Can I bring you to him?
Why even
you,
tell him
gentlemen.
about Kyle Pred? Just say, hey, do you want to take a ride with us?
Do you want us to lie to the bear?
Yeah, I'd rather have you lie to him than shoot him.
I'm not a liar.
So you're a
okay.
killer.
I follow the principle.
Okay.
Never lie, never snitch, and blood washes out dishonor. Okay, that's what I believe in.
Okay, never lie, and you pled guilty still? No.
No, I did
Not
I
guilty.
pled not guilty.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. That's
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the
So
only one who
that
pled
was a
guilty was
lie.
Fingold.
That was a
Because, listen,
curveball.
I thought that was Boris. I was giving Harvey. I
You
walked
did
up
not
to you with the
think that
body. I
was
said, "Hey,"
Boris.
and
if you thought it
wait,
was Boris the bear.
Charlotte, you were there as well.
Yeah.
I gave you the body thinking that I was about to get $1 million.
Why didn't you give the body to Pred?
Well, Pred wasn't
up,
there.
yeah,
He
speak up
went
on
to the
that.
first officer that made themselves available.
Yeah, we also had some more testimony, but the witnesses kind of wanted
I
to
have been.
throw.
Adam, you guys speak up. I can't hear you.
We also had some testimony we wanted to get out there, but the witnesses wanted to intentionally throw if they went up, so we couldn't ask.
Like
I'm
they
just-
wanted to prove they were hard
No, they just wanted to
by
lie.
killing the bear. Hey,
No, I'm trying,
Fingills.
I'm trying to tell you what happened exactly, okay? Since it's all said and
Hi,
done.
Fingills.
What? Why does he
Hi.
deserve to be in a cop? He's a shitlord.
You took
God,
my
that's a
arms
shoot.
and legs from me, sir. This is
So
all
he-
I have.
He did plead guilty.
Did that hit you, honey?
Well, you hit the
I don't
gavel. You knew
know.
it was coming.
Oh.
I shouldn't have hit the
I feel
gavel.
like you would have felt it.
I'm
Majestic
sorry.
Mushkin
No, you're not. You are not sorry.
He's sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let him out. He's sorry.
He's sorry.
He's not sorry.
Wait,
I
has he
have
been in
food.
cuffs
You
this
need
whole
food.
time?
After you hit the gavel,
ever
it-
Since the
since
gavel.
he-
Okay,
yeah.
that's smart. Yeah, I'd leave him in cuffs.
I'm
Put in
just
my
really
underwear.
sorry.
I don't even want to hear this bullshit
Has
right
anyone
It's all right.
taken the taser procs out of him yet?
Bullshit.
Yeah,
Leave them
taser.
now.
alone.
You want to do that for me?
Oh,
Yeah.
So I don't forget the lesson I've learned.
you
Well,
sure
I'm-
they're
and I'm
gonna get
also sorry.
infected?
He's really
Hey,
sorry.
you mind looking at him? Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Yeah, we don't. You sure you should probably have them take. I can't force you, but you should probably have them taken out, Fingles.
It's cool. I think it's cool.
Fingal, do you want the taser progs removed?
No.
You were tased like
Connected
4
to you like a
times.
leash.
Oh God.
No, I already ripped those
Yeah,
out.
they break off. You just
Yeah,
have the
they
prongs in your
broke off,
skin now.
Fingal.
Oh.
I have
It's
a
just-
leash in my
Yeah.
car if you want to be
I'm
actually
not a
attached
cop,
to him.
so I don't know how you.
They're like
Why do you have a leash in your
small
car?
cuts.
Sebastian?
Someone left it there. Someone left it there, and a shit ton of lube.
Kept a leash in
Was
your car.
Someone left.
Well, I
it there,
forget
huh?
to take it out. Yeah.
Guys, I don't feel safe with Hazel in this court.
Like, I get what he was saying.
Wait, Hazel?
Like, he wanted to be interrogated and stuff, but also, it's not a requirement for officers to interrogate a suspect like that, especially if they have the evidence they need.
It was just an argument.
And if he had reached out to an attorney, his attorney should have then contacted us and said, you know, hey, he wants to plead guilty 100%. They did actually, I think they said something about that, and they were trying.
It sounds
I
bad.
think they mentioned it to Birch, but it was like a few days before the trial.
Maybe we should send the DOC
Which,
over there. This is their courtroom, right?
if we're talking about respecting each other's time, I had already put in hours of work into the case,
Yeah, Hazel's probably.
and it was already just around the corner. So, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if they really wanted a plea deal, they should have talked to me like the week it happened, not almost 4 weeks later.
Okay, awesome.
So I get it, but I also like
I like how Fiona's just walking around.
I'll try to be back for the verdict.
it goes both ways, is what I'm saying. And he had the means with which to communicate with us. I was available for the whole month.
Yeah, it was good. Harvey remembered
So
more than we thought. So that was good too.
I don't know. I get it though. I get why he wanted to be interrogated, and maybe that could have been fun too. I don't know. But for me, I like the court aspect. I think it's fun. I think going through this stuff is enjoyable. And I put in a lot of work to it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. If I don't make it,
I'm not sure how I would have felt about like. I'm fine if they get like a reduced sentence. There's a reason I didn't go for the death penalty on this one. And they've already been in for a long time. So if they don't get 30 years, I'm not going to be pressed about that at all. I think that whatever the judges decide on that, if we won, like I don't even know if we won, frankly. So
Hazel says he does not have a bomb in his backpack. He's willing for me to have a look through his backpack. He said
because I've been more than lenient on the punishment for this.
All he wants to do is play Pokemon because he's bored.
Ow.
It sounded like he was being truthful.
I can't. Just got on my shoulder.
Yeah. I mean, he's willing for us to search him. I don't believe
How
he
you
has
doing?
that on him.
Fine.
That's good.
I'm just thinking about the case.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't know.
I don't hear anything.
This is one of those that could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
Do what I can, alright? No promises.
Do you think if they're found guilty, they're gonna try and run?
I don't know.
We might lose the court case, you know?
I mean, Fingild pleaded guilty, so
Fingild's
he's not gonna run
able to,
anywhere.
like, fight me. I'm gonna beat him up.
Oh God.
Yeah, you were hearing a purr.
Oh God.
What happened?
Fingild's probably the one I don't have to worry about the
311.
most.
Oh,
I'm off
look!
duty.
It's just. DOC to PD be advised multiple people in the courtroom were overheard discussing plans for what sounded like an escape plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care.
They've literally.
I
and then
told
they
you
get
this is a
charged.
good day
They've
for you to be
literally
off
done
duty,
almost all their
sweetheart.
time already. Seems a little silly.
Hmm. It just makes it worse for them if they run.
I don't think they particularly care.
Fingal, you in the naughty corner?
I guess.
True.
You're not allowed to die.
In the naughty corner?
Some of them just run out.
Defend myself. I'm sure.
No.
I was
No, they're good.
looking toward the naughty corner.
No, I asked him what his favorite movie was, and then he wouldn't tell me, so I blew up on him. I couldn't control my rage. No, I didn't blow him.
What did he just say?
He said, "No, I didn't blow him." You heard correctly.
I did hear correctly.
Yeah,
Wish
you-
I had the
yeah.
other side of this conversation.
I also wish I hadn't heard that.
No, it just made me mostly curious.
Oh.
Will this be Tessa's first murder trial?
Oh, Harvey needs to jump me.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know if we were like
Looks fine to
super
me.
involved in
Is he
the
gonna
other
change his
ones that we've
shoes, or is
done.
he
I
just
know
gonna-
we've done the ones
He's
with
probably
Mel,
just gonna leave it.
but I wasn't
I don't
in
know if he
charge of
has a
them.
spare set of shoes.
Honestly, I think he should run.
That'll be
Yeah.
worse.
I think he should outrun.
Which
his
other ones have I done,
Stop
Bodon?
being such a loser than he thought.
I don't know.
He's on LOA anyway.
This
like
might
the
be the
perfect
first one
run.
that I fully was like involved in from the start. Oh yeah,
What happens on LOA stays on
2.0, I had multiple things going for me.
He's
LOA.
apparently a senior officer now.
What the hell?
Who?
Is that is that a
My
takeover?
brother.
Oh yeah, I was there for that.
Wait, JB's a senior officer now?
Yeah, I was there for his promotion. It was,
Aw, good
was
for
actually-
him.
I was actually only clocked on for paperwork, and I heard there was a VPD meeting, and I know
Mhm.
that every time there's a VPD meeting, it's shift 3.
I kind of just yoinked this from Harvey because nobody else was helping.
Aw, nice.
So this
Luna's
wasn't even
having
my
her
case.
Solo eval today.
Yeah, she just
She
took
went
42.
as a 500.
Oh, did
Like, this wasn't even my case at the start. It was mostly Harvey's, and he needed help. It was clear from the start, like immediately to me, that no one was going to help him, and he wants to go into SCU stuff, and I wanted to help him, but then I realized very quickly that if we wanted to do this one right, I was going to have to be very hands-on. So I ended up just taking over most of it. This probably wouldn't have gotten too far if Harvey was the only person working on it. It's easy to get overwhelmed, especially if you're not comfortable or familiar. And he expressed to me before that he wants to learn, but he struggles with like the process and stuff. And that I want to help him with, but this was not the case. This was not the case to do that on, like, whatsoever. There are so many background aspects going on with this that somebody who's new probably would never know what the heck to do with. And I don't expect anyone to, because I have pretty extensive experience in court,
Angry Birds right now.
and I have dealt with certain things like this, and I've seen tighter cases go way worse.
We should make him a pet bag.
And it just
They're talking about a pisser.
no matter how hard you work sometimes on a case, there's sometimes just aspects to it that you cannot control. There's nothing you can do, and you just have to kind of roll with it. And that's okay. That's, for me, that's kind of fun, but also it's stressful. And I tend to go off on a tangent like this, talking to you guys about it, because
That's like a cadet problem, you know?
I go back and forth a lot with what I say and what I'm going through, because I just like to talk things through with you guys and explain where my thoughts are. And in this case, my thought process switched like 6 or 7 times as far as like what I wanted to do and where I was thinking it would go. So it's never cut and dry. There are more open and shut cases that come by. This was certainly not one. This was a mess. We had like 15 officers on the scene. Maybe 3 or 4 of them put in a statement right away. We had to hunt down a bunch of statements. And some of the statements we got were not court ready whatsoever. And I realized that super late. I glanced at the reports initially, and I was like, okay, yeah, these look good. And then I started actually reading it when I was going through my prep phase, and I was like, oh my god, what have we done? Because there were missing aspects on certain reports from each individual scene that I felt was going to cause us to lose the case. It might still.
I have one more trial to go.
But based on how things kind of went throughout the testimony, I think we're okay.
Have you tried it?
I have 2 days in a row.
And then the misremembered things
Really? You don't like it?
can definitely hurt us, especially with Charlotte's testimony.
You know, I'm not
The judges will see that kind of thing. It might not throw out her testimony. They probably had a case to throw out all her testimony. But I think they left it in because they thought it helped muddy the waters. We could have opted to impeach her as a witness, but I didn't want to throw out her testimony. But now, because there's doubt cast on it, the judges will look at it and weigh it accordingly.
It's not great.
So that kind of stuff can happen too. And it's not anyone's fault. You know, she misremembered. That's completely fine. I think the judges will see that and hopefully not completely just disregard what she said.
You gotta jump either the stairs or like a little railing and go back. That fucks me every time.
But court is a delicate art. And I don't trust anyone.
Well,
I have trust issues, like severe trust issues, because of how badly certain cases have gone for me in the past.
below the time, you know.
And that's why Tessa struggles, because she's actually had
Those are pretty tricky to get.
Yeah, she was
really
20
bad stuff
seconds under
happen
on
to
one
her.
and what, 5 seconds under on the other?
20 under? Wow.
I think.
Yeah, she did great. Her testimony was beautiful, and the way that she conducts herself is great because she played off of me really, really well. So I loved having her as a witness. I don't want anyone to think that I'm like mad at her or anything because she's great. And I love the way that she answers questions too. Because, like I was saying with Harvey, I had to very carefully and meticulously pick things out of him. And he would give answers that are not beneficial to the case at all. And he kind of helped the other side a bit in giving answers like that.
I haven't really talked to her recently, but she sounds like she's
Yeah, Bjorn was a star witness too.
Yeah. She was so excited. She's like, what did you say? She's
And I think that's just his inexperience, because he also talked
She's like,
to
I got
the
motor,
what is it? Yeah.
They're so loud.
something like that.
Something like that. Which one? No.
Oh, what's the... I should know the ranks. Jesus Christ.
He actually talked to the defense attorney and had a discussion with him when Tessa would never talk to the defense. Like, if they tried to even ask, like, in the general vicinity of her, anything about the case, she would not talk. She would not say anything to that person. And I think Norman took advantage of that. And he got certain things out of him on our strategy to use against us. But he also leaked a little bit of his strategy, which was okay, but not a big deal. Yeah, Charlotte was amazing. I appreciate the heck out of her.
Hold on.
And Harvey was very helpful in getting all the stuff that we needed, like all the evidence documented and everything like that. So he was very useful to the case as well. I don't want to devalue him. I just think he needs some work as far as court and the mentality it takes, because if he wants to be SCU, he needs to learn that stuff. And I think he will get there. But this was a learning experience for him. Because it's crucial for SCU. And if I can train him on how to answer his questions in court, like when I was asking him about some of the evidence, and he was saying, I don't know, you have to ask someone else. That, while true, is also something that he could know on his own. And he could take the initiative and figure out what I was looking for there. Yeah, you gotta like twist the answers a little bit. Like manipulate the stand. And not, maybe that's dirty, but also like you kind of have to do that. And I think he just kind of like he's very literal. And he doesn't want to screw it up, and I think I made him nervous in giggling at him. So part of that is probably my fault as well. And again, I'm just talking through all this stuff with you guys. I'm not blaming anyone for anything. Like, if we lose this, it's on me. Quite frankly, it's all on me. Because I took over the case. I was responsible for getting everything in order. I could have read the reports early on. I could have known, you know, who needed to know what, who needed to specify which thing. I didn't do that. I kind of just let things go. Most of it's on me. I wish I didn't have to do that, like, and hunt for stuff, because in general, you should always, all statements and stuff should be provided in a way that says, this is going to go to court. We need to articulate what we're doing. Especially if they don't plead guilty, especially if it's a murder. So the fact that that didn't happen is a little disappointing, but I could have also taken the initiative and done that and gotten those reports and gotten on people about it. But I didn't. And that's me. That's on my plate. So
You good, Bjorn?
I couldn't tackle.
Can you cuff me?
So any critique that I might give out is given with love, and I appreciate the people that helped me work on this.
Thank you.
I thought that you had turned yourself into a bench.
Birch's closing was amazing, though. It was a little long, but it hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I hit that shit though.
So I liked his.
Oh no, you tackle weird.
His work on it too. And he did his own questioning as well, which was very helpful. And Harvey even went in and questioned.
Oh. That happens to the best of us.
So I know I did a lot of it, but they also were listening. They were paying attention. They were helping me. They were objecting. And that's all I can really ask of people helping me in a court case. Just don't be asleep. There's nothing worse than being on the stand, getting questioned, and having your attorney or your partner not object to it. It's painful. So I always appreciate when people are actually, like, present in court. That's what I love about Murphy, too, because he's always, like... Anytime he's not at the top of his game, it's intentional. That's what I like about Murphy.
Why didn't y'all use the Dick Cheney defense?
Unless there's a football game. Well, I mean, that's him intentionally not caring, you know?
Yeah, but it was coming right for them. Then you used the South Park defense.
But yeah. Overall, it has been good. I hope Sab isn't upset that we didn't do that RP, but he was more than welcome to try and, like, arrange that, so it's kind of a two-way street. I hope he's not upset about it or anything. Because I would have happily arranged for it. I just... When I heard about that, like, a few days before the case actually happened, I was kind of at a point where I was like, I'm not doing a plea deal. Like, I'm not doing that 4 weeks into the trial.
You still can. You still can give them medals.
Yeah, and for me, I agree, Queso. A lot of the time I go into interrogations, I don't get much that I can use. I've had, like, maybe a few interrogations go well like that. But also, maybe they would have all pled guilty. I don't know. But I had ample evidence to push my case. I didn't need to talk to anyone about it because I had all their guns. I had people placing them at the scene. you know, I had everything that I needed. And talking to them would have obviously put them in jail. But I didn't have a guarantee of that, and then they also didn't make the effort to contact
I'm
me
leaving.
in that way
I'm gonna
until
pass
super late.
out.
Good luck, Tessa.
Good luck. Love you.
Thank you.
Got this. Bye.
Justice for Boris.
Justice for peachingle.
Well, yeah, but they wanted to get Boris.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Well, he's
They
fine.
wanted- Yeah, but it could have been him. Could have been.
Well, I
They
don't
were
think
gonna
so.
kill a bear.
They were friends with Boris.
You know,
Oh, okay, well, justice for Pichingle then.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
you know, just pushing these
I'm
charges.
gonna go babysit Julio because he's falling asleep.
Congrats on pleading guilty.
Thank you, thank you. You still think they're gonna like give me shit? Or...
Yeah, probably.
I didn't know. Thought we were joking around. I thought this was another bit. I don't know. I'm bad at reading the.
If you ask me, Fingild, you pled guilty so you didn't have to worry about doing things in here for like a long time.
I didn't think no, apparently I wasn't gonna do anything anyways, they said. So it doesn't matter what I did. I was always just gonna sit there and look pretty. They never wanted me to go up and talk. In fact, they were adamant about me not going up there and talking. And
Well, why didn't you arrange for a play deal?
I don't even know what that is, really.
Oh, okay.
You
I
tell
just
your
did
lawyer
my
that
30
you
years.
wanna.
I'm telling you, I did the crime, so I'm trying to do my time. I'm really sad about it all.
Oh, Fingold, I don't know if you know this, but I think we're gonna give you death instead.
Stop hazeling.
That's actually cool. If you guys want to give me the death,
A Dan for a Dan.
I think that's fair, actually.
Whatever happened to that bomb?
Yeah.
You guys should.
So,
you guys should really.
I
do
don't
it.
know.
Push
It's,
it on
it's
me.
kind of an unfair trade, to be honest.
Freaking bomb ate it.
Not really. She didn't show up much anymore, anyways.
Really?
Yeah,
That seems
she
pretty
was on her
unfair.
way
She
out.
Oh my
guys.
God.
Come on, I'm just what?
No,
Who the
she
fuck
was a
just
main
shows up and
character. You stop that.
Yeah, she
Wait, what
was
did
the
you say
main
about
character
Pachinko?
like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You're
I
just a
don't-
spin-off.
I feel that. You know what?
Yeah, she got a spin-off now.
No, you're the spin-off.
No, but she really did the.
You're the straight to
You're
VHS spin-off.
Yeah, you're kind of a spin-off, yeah.
Come
yeah,
on,
straight
guys.
to VHS.
No, guys, I'm like
Fingild. Really?
I'm like the Cheers to Frasier.
Huh?
Oh, they're probably wearing the.
Frasier?
You're not Cheers. You're
Cheers.
like
I'm Cheers.
Jones, how you doing?
you're like if they tried to remake Frasier now.
Which they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, you're
and
like
it's gonna
the
be
weird
so
reboot in a
good.
different
It's gonna be
setting.
bad.
It's like
Hell's going on
doesn't
here? Why the
it
hell
doesn't
is
fall
that
right.
evil?
Yeah, he's definitely in a different
Well,
setting.
he's
I'm
Fingild,
gonna
Dan.
the Guild.
Mm-mm. And he's in cuffs because he banged the gavel.
I'm sorry. I'm ready for my contempt.
Thank you so
as
much.
well.
Thank you.
What the heck?
What?
Yeah, I put him in cuffs.
He runs the whole cop force. He's killed like 8 people.
I deserved it.
I mean, they made a comment about it. They made a big comment about it. Hey, if you touch this gavel while we're going in deliberation, you're gonna get a half a year sentence for this.
Oh, okay. So we got this little man over here, monkey see, monkey do type shit. I
Yeah,
don't want to touch the
yeah.
red button.
Yeah.
Couldn't help myself. Couldn't help myself.
What's going on, Montag?
Oh, they're in deliberation. They might be calling for you.
What?
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. I'll come on through.
Where's your twin?
Me?
Oh, Stanley has shorts now.
Well, thanks for hanging out, Mac.
No problem.
Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. I got you. I mean, I'm looking forward to the verdict. I think you guys got this on the bag, just based off.
Do you think so?
The casing evidence, yeah, easy.
I'm a little worried.
You think so? I mean, here's the thing.
I don't
You
know.
have all the casing. You have all the casings. Everyone's got a gun except for one. They found a gun, and he's GSR positive. Like,
Were they
That is a
planning on
huge
calling
piece.
the others up and then decided not to because of Bjorn?
I
Because it kind
don't
of felt like
know.
he threw it for them.
I think we should do a late motion to just
Yeah,
give
you
him
could
the
be a
death
cop.
penalty.
And
Like a
tell them
scared
that he
straight program.
volunteered for it.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
already going.
Oh my god.
And yep, there he goes. There goes our hero.
Hmm? I heard them say something
Hi,
wrong. They're like, "Why
Hazel.
couldn't you be the reporting officer on this or whatever?" So I can only imagine what he said to them.
Knock, knock, it's Wrangler.
Oh
Something
god.
like,
Well, they only mean that in that they didn't want anyone doing paperwork.
Mm.
no, I think they're just gonna be like, well,
10 seconds. It's about this.
what is he doing?
He wants 10 seconds, whatever he's doing. Oh god. I hope they give him contempt.
That'd be hilarious.
It would.
Why are you doing that?
Oh
Or are
God!
you
Oh
moving? I'm gonna
no!
fall.
Oh no!
Holding up, don't worry.
Tell them so you feel valid. Not ignored. Okay, well I'm gonna go.
Hey, good news, Fingal. They're on board.
Hmm?
Ew.
I don't like that he's meddling with our shit.
I don't think he's actually getting anything done.
That's whatever.
I hate Adam Prince. Anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't even text Charina.
The one thing Tessa's scared of though is
I think he's just saying whatever they want to hear.
Denzel's a psycho. And
I just want
regardless of
conclusion.
whatever outcome this would have had,
That's what you wait for, huh?
I think he was always going
that
to
my
target
sister can do so much better
people
than Adam
involved in the
Prince.
case.
All this
Where?
work
How
just
long have they been in there?
an hour.
So
Wait, really?
It feels like it's been a long time.
Maybe 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
How locked in do you think?
That's
we have
what I
people ready
expect.
to just come to the courthouse and pursue them if they try to run.
It's also why
I mean, there
Tessa
was a
wasn't
301
nice to
about
Sab
an
when he
escape
came
plan
over.
being discussed.
Yeah, well, I feel like we need to get some units ready.
Because she's already in a hole. Being nice
Are
to
they
him,
hitting done?
not gonna do
planes into
anything at this
MRPD?
point.
Yeah, I think that's all done with.
Okay.
We need to time it correctly because
Yeah,
if
'cause
we
we
ask
need to-
now, people are gonna they're gonna come by, they're gonna wait 5 minutes, and they're gonna be like,
You know-
"Oh, I gotta do something else," and then they're gonna leave.
You know what we need to start doing is before the verdict, we need to just cuff everybody. There's too many times where people, and then like if they're found not guilty, we uncuff them because they're not gonna run out until they find out, right?
Tessa, what are you doing? I mean, they just shot a person they thought was a bear. I mean, if that bear's running around killing people, isn't that what your department does?
They shot a person.
Yeah, they shot a person.
Yeah, but wasn't she dressed as a bear?
That doesn't give someone the right to murder a person, Wrangler.
Are you able
Well,
to tell
I
the difference
mean-
between a person and a bear?
If they're dressed as a bear, from a distance, I might not.
Are you not able to tell the
Okay.
difference between a bear
Well,
and
the
a human?
shots weren't from a
There's some
distance,
good
Wrangler.
costumes. That
You think
whole
you'd be fooled by a good bear.
You ever seen a furry?
I think
not
I
a-
would be. Have you ever seen the fucking Bigfoot video?
It was just a mask.
Yeah, Bigfoot's like supposed to be upright though. Bears kind of like don't always do that. You know, they usually
They
run
do a
around on
lot.
four.
When they're sneaking to take a picnic basket, they do.
What?
Would you just shoot a furry?
That's a cartoon.
Would I shoot a furry?
Yes.
Are they committing a crime or what?
No, they just exist.
Is it legal?
No.
No, then I wouldn't.
I think Wrangler's the wrong person to ask.
And a bear, right?
Well, if they're in a really good suit, like if I think they're an animal and I think they're about to attack someone, then I would.
Oh my god,
It
Tess,
would be-
why
I-
is
I would-
Eric
I would have
calling me
given them-
mom?
I would have given them medals, not the death penalty.
Just tell him no.
I'm just gonna say I really
Well, I
think
said
that
not
our
my
budget
son
and
just
our
now.
time could have went towards prosecuting other criminals and not these heroes.
Well,
okay.
we here in the SUSO and the SASPR, we operate on common sense.
Okay. In what common sense is that?
Knowing the difference between a bear and a human.
I'm just saying, just because you do, that doesn't mean other people do. Okay.
And that doesn't mean that their ignorance is an excuse.
That's not true. Manslaughter, I think, would have.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
It's a legal defense.
A bad one.
Well, we have manslaughter. We have manslaughter for a reason.
How many people have you pumped that have said the words, "I didn't know it was illegal"?
Oh, that's different. Those are drug dealers, not people trying to kill animals. Obviously, drugs are bad. Animals, who knows? You know, I saw a video today of a koala bear just running up to a child and then mauling it. And I thought they were supposed to be cuddly.
It's a wild animal.
Wild, yeah.
Any
I mean, the kid was
animal
just
is
standing
gonna-
there doing nothing.
Okay.
So, would you have shot that?
If it was
The
attacking
koala bear, not
someone,
the kid, just to be clear.
if it was attacking someone, I would defend them.
I can also tell
So
the difference between a small koala bear and a human-sized human in a
you
bear
know,
costume.
in a bear mask.
They could be one of those. They could be one of those kids that have that werewolf disease.
Would you shoot the child with the werewolf disease?
If I thought it was a koala bear attacking a child, then I would maybe accidentally make that mistake. Do you? So do you?
I
so,
do
do-
know.
so you guys truly believe that they didn't? That they knew it was a human? Is that what's going on?
More than
here?
likely, they dressed her up like that themselves.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that changes things a bit.
And more than likely, they set this whole thing up to try and get money.
Yeah, Peachingle wasn't
'Cause
really
you think
dumb.
people
would
wouldn't-
do that?
Do you think Peachingle would just be like, okay, you've seen Peachingle before. She's like, okay, I'm just gonna be a furry today and just put on a bear suit.
Yeah, no, she loved her pretty pink dress.
I don't know what to believe anymore, man. I don't know why anyone would be a furry to begin with, but I think it's just such a plague, such an infestation that it's possible that she could have been influenced by these culture terrorists.
Hmm?
The furries, culture terrorists.
You think furries influence her to
the
dress
heck?
up
What?
like Boris the
I
bear?
think furries are culture
I'm not
terrorists.
British.
Oh, what does that even mean?
It's exactly how it sounds.
Huh?
They are ruining. You know what? You remember when America used to be great?
How old
I
are you
hate
guys
it.
when you
Before
look
the
at-
I
furries?
hate it. I can't.
Run, Tess.
I mean, I'm sorry, but these goddamn furries are ruining society.
Oh my god.
I agree. Fuck those furries, man.
Thank you.
I hate furries. They're disgusting.
Yes, they
Juno,
are.
do you
Thank
even
you,
know what
Juno.
you're talking about,
The
honey?
furries, the people dressed as animals. Wait, what
Why
is-
would you
what is-
want to? Why would you want someone? Why would you want to be dressed as an animal and have someone having sex with you, and while they're fantasizing about you being an animal? It just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, are we all on this? Unless is he talking about something else right now?
He's trying to justify that the reason why Peachingle got murdered because at the time she was dressed like a bear.
I mean, did you guys check her text? Maybe Tails was like, "You want to come hang out?"
Wait, he's comparing someone's murder to furries?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what we're talking about at all. Damn it, Juno. I'm saying that maybe she was dressed like a bear because she is a furry. I mean, maybe. Did you guys? Let me see.
Shit, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Peachingle Dan.
Peachingle Dan.
She wore a pretty pink
Did I
dress.
just- Never mind.
She was beautiful. The Peg Inn? What is that?
Just wash your hands, you know. It's just that easy.
Is that a furry bar?
Yeah, he's back. See,
Wrangler, if you were a furry, what would your persona be?
Be a little pug.
A
Yeah.
dog?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would I
Jax.
be? What would I be?
I don't know. That's up to you, I guess.
But what animal do I scream to you, Tessa?
Chihuahua.
What the hell?
No, I don't think she's a chihuahua.
Oh, I don't really bite. You know, I'm not a screamer or like, oh, you know.
Well, when you're locked in, sometimes you can be like terrifying.
For me?
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
you know.
like when I used.
You kind of have golden retriever vibes.
So I'm a dog as well. Oh yeah, I'm happy being a golden retriever.
Because you kind of just sometimes you're just happy to be here. You just want other people to be happy too, and sometimes you can be a little scary when you're on duty.
Am I actually scary?
Not like scary.
That's really
Yeah,
scary.
there was this one time
Tessa
where,
can be scary.
Oh God, I don't want to think about that.
I remember this one
Wait,
time
you don't want to think
where
about what?
Car incident.
Yeah, we had an incident.
Oh.
Yeah, you were saying a bunch of swears, and God was upset with you.
Broomer, thank you for the 40 months. And Chris, thank you for
Now
the
you're
46.
Satanist, right? Something like that.
Appreciate that. And the bot guy, thank you for the
did you
prime.
join Demi?
By the way.
Listen, I'm gonna leave you guys on this note. I think that I talked to my therapist about this, and it's not that I hate. I have a few therapists. It's not that I hate. What?
Who?
Pixie and Quinn, but don't tell them because Pixie doesn't know I'm seeing Quinn.
Oh, you're like.
Oh my God.
Oh shit! You were cheating on your therapist with another.
No,
therapist.
stop. Okay, I'm just getting a second opinion. That's allowed. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, I guess it's your life and it's your mental health, so whatever.
I don't want
But
Pixie
you're
to be
cheating
mad
on
at
your
me.
therapist with your therapist.
Please don't tell Pixie. Okay.
Why would I tell Pixie Wrangler?
Look, I think that furries have made me less sympathetic towards actual animals. And I think that being a furry is such an egregious form of cultural appropriation that it's actually setting real animals back hundreds of years.
Huh?
Okay.
So, and I would hope that as animal
Wait,
activists,
what?
you guys
Wait, what?
agreed with me. That's all.
Huh?
Make a scene about it.
You know what, Wrangler? Come over here. Come over here.
All right.
Nothing.
Hey, do you guys think Wrangler's projecting?
Yes.
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Yeah.
He did answer without even thinking about it that he would be a little pug.
That's why I asked.
You worried?
Exactly. That's why.
And I'm also a little bit shocked that he chose a dog, considering, you know,
when you're on the right side of history.
Okay. All right.
you know what he did.
Time to bully Fingal again. I'm
Yeah,
going
I've
back
been
to the
following
corner.
up with what Wrangler's been
going
doing
back to the
lately
corner.
because I'm usually off duty by the time he's or on duty.
Shot
when
a
he goes off.
K9.
Oh.
You should get up there, hit that
Yeah.
gavel, and tell them all about
Yeah, that'll
the
do
fur.
it. Was it a K9 unit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it attacking him?
No.
I don't know.
If you went to jail for contempt, I'd go to jail for contempt.
I have seen him shoot dogs before.
Well, I've had to help him with his therapy for it before.
So you think maybe
Oh,
it's
the animal
projecting, and he's doing that because he's
You guys
ashamed
should
of
be
his
ashamed
projection?
of yourselves. Why would
Hmm?
you why would you say he's projecting behind his
Oh
back?
no, that's
What?
I mean, because I don't want Bjorn to be
Excuse
killed.
me.
I mean,
Yeah.
Snitching?
What
Young,
me?
healthy
No,
boy
why
with
you
his whole life
You
ahead of
don't
him.
sound very committed.
Nobody
to
likes a narc, Juno.
No, I'm not
Still
snitching.
growing.
I was just trying to make someone
gonna be a
feel
football
that their
player, aren't
voice
you,
was
Bjorn?
heard. That's all.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
yeah, we're
I
all
don't think he
going
needs
for
any help having his voice heard.
Yeah, no,
Well,
he
I
doesn't.
don't know
Yeah.
that. I don't know the dude. I don't know the dude.
Well, I know him plenty well, so I don't need.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, Mac. I did my first day on motor trials.
Didn't go so well.
Like
I have a
everything I
5-page
could've gone
report
wrong
that
went
dictates
wrong.
how I feel about him.
Oh yeah. I want.
Oh my God.
It's 5 pages, honey.
But apparently Sandy is worse, according to Rose.
So furry's not bad. Well, I think like every subculture, there are bad eggs and there are
There should be.
good eggs.
It's
And
more
I
popular
think
lately,
people
so, I
tend
mean,
to
I think it's
fixate on the bad eggs.
Yeah, I know. I like it. I like murder already. I just hope I don't lose.
I'm not here to kink shame, all right?
No, I wouldn't. It's you just keep trying, you'll get it.
If it ain't hurting somebody, well, I mean,
Don't let that shit,
okay.
Don't let that shit beat you up because it's like you just keep going. Don't worry.
No, I
If there's consent involved, I don't really care.
I can't drive. Can't drive a car. Can't drive a motorcycle.
Well,
Yeah,
is it your
motorcycles-
first time riding a motorcycle?
I can't drive either, so don't worry about it too
Get a
much.
grip on my relationship sometimes. You know.
Oh no, I got no
Sorry,
problem
did
with
I
that.
say
Speaking
that out
of,
loud? I didn't mean to say that out loud. Yeah.
Dude, just remember this.
Well, I don't know if you really understand what furries do, Mo, if that's what you think is happening
So
in the
bad.
fetish.
They're so bad. They're so bad. Just break early. Just break early.
Oh, it's so bad. Like
I think people
shit.
misconstrue the furry fetish with
Yeah, just no acceleration
bestiality and zoophilia, which is
yeah,
definitely not okay.
Yeah. When I start heading down the other side of Mount Chiliad, I don't even accelerate.
Oh, I do.
Well, here and there I do. But
It's cringe.
Deliberate.
There's a lot of cringe involved.
Make sure Wrangle is not causing any havoc.
But furries are not thinking about having sex with animals. That's not how that works.
Tom Brady.
It's also not
Tom
exclusively a fetish. Yeah, well, for most, I think. I would imagine.
Really, like the quarterback, really famous quarterback. He's basically a god in America.
There is definitely that subsection of it.
Charlotte? You mean
But
Charlotte?
a lot of the people who are into furry culture,
That's good,
just
right? You
like the
that?
fursuit stuff. They like making
Wrangler-
fursuits. They like being creative. They like
That was-
making the character.
What?
And that's like a
It
huge
was
part
mean,
of
but
it for them.
It was kind of funny.
And
Well, thank you.
it's something that gives people an identity that feel like they
She fucking hates
want.
me. She always rants and goes on about how much she hates me, and she tells other officers that she wants me dead.
What the heck?
Will you be okay with that?
That doesn't sound like Charlotte.
well, the first half of that, yes, but the
Yeah,
dead
the,
part,
the
no.
whales of a banshee.
Yeah, talking about it's healthy. Because it helps people learn and understand from other perspectives. Like, I mean, that's how I learned about it.
Aiden's got a stand, so it
I
doesn't
talked
count
to
for my
some
bingo.
people who were in the furry fandom and culture. Because it's a very easy one to misunderstand. Because people
Declare everyone else
automatically think it's like what it's not, and it's just.
pled guilty.
Ooh.
And at the very least, we got
Because
one
it's definitely not the same as zoophilia or bestiality.
Actually won me the bingo.
Very, very far from that. But there are awful people from any kind of community or subculture or anything, so that's not to say that every single furry is a wonderful person and they don't deserve critique. When I was first getting into taking like art commissions and stuff, a lot of the people that would commission me were furries or from a specific furry community. So I did a lot of art in that category, and none of it was sexual. None of it was like, I want you to draw something really horrific and nasty. Most of it was really wholesome, actually.
Every time that door opens, I'm like, huh? Oh.
Yum.
I do know that there was one furry convention. There was like a whole documentary about it, but they were awful. They trashed the hotel and the venue hosting the convention. I can't remember what it was called.
Hi, Sam.
Was it Rain Fur Fest? Rain
Not bad, just vibing.
Furist? Yeah, okay.
Good. What's going on, Miss Tessa?
Oh, you know, just waiting.
Yeah.
Worrying.
I'm doing good too, Stanton.
A little bit.
Good to
Thanks
see
for
you
asking.
as well. I don't know who the hell you are.
Well, I'm probably gonna die today.
Okay,
Not gonna
well-
die.
Well, if you die, do it in peace. Don't be a bitch. Do it in peace.
Yeah, and I think that kind of thing is people's first intro to the furry community, and I don't
Take
think
care of
that's
everything.
representative
Matter of fact,
of.
leave me.
I think
whatever's
that's a
in the
very
bank
specific
account,
group
or
of
I'll just
people
create
that
it as a state.
went psycho,
God.
and I think anonymity helped
Who's this? What's
make
your name,
them
ma'am?
not care.
I'm Veronica.
All right,
but-
Miss Veronica. Then
I
is
wouldn't
everything
lump
written
them all
down that you are
together
actually getting
'cause
everything?
there were certainly not people like that everywhere.
No.
Well, it sounds like you ain't getting shit. That's what that sounds like.
Jesus.
I
Harvey,
gave
you gotta write these
verbal-
things down.
Verbal confirmation.
It's not a thing.
No, it's not. We had this issue with Charlie's dog.
The hell do you
'Cause
think
you get-
this is?
you get
Can
the
just
same
say
thing
it and
at
that's
reptile
what it is?
expos.
Find a
I'm
contract.
not gonna lie. There's a lot
Fill
of
out a
people out there that, when they go to expos, they're not exactly the best ethically.
Need to have it done.
And
90 days
just
before you
because they're vending at one of the shows doesn't mean that they're caring for their animals. There's horror stories about certain animals coming home and having mites or, pre-existing conditions and stuff that you would not want to sell the animal at a venue like that. And that happens a lot with conventions or anywhere that people gather. Like, that's just a thing.
Why?
The last expo I went to, actually, there were people complaining and calling out one of the vendors because they were
Nielsen!
selling
You know
snakes
what?
with
I'll
mites
give you
that
a
you could
bigger
actually
punishment
see.
That's worse than death. Okay.
Get over here.
Like,
I'm gonna say
They're out here violating
and
our
that's
clients'
really
rights.
bad.
I'd be court ordered
Repeatedly.
To say, Veronica, don't
I have
give me no
DOC
pay for the
officers
next
searching
30
people because they're going to the fucking bathroom.
That's a punishment on her.
They're detaining them and searching them because they go out the door right there and go into the bathroom.
So now she
they've
gonna beat
they've
your
had Lando
ass
hold up
every
in
time
there
you go home.
for 20 goddamn minutes.
The heck?
What the hell's up with Lando, dude?
Got him locked in the bathroom.
Yeah, beardies get super misconstrued as an easy pet, like a good beginner pet. I think they do make a good beginner pet, but you have to be on top of their care, especially if it's a baby, because when you start a baby beardy incorrectly, they will not grow up to be a healthy adult. And it is extremely hard to reverse the effects of screwing that up.
Well, that's saying it's
They're one of the best pet lizards, in my opinion, though, just in general, because their care is very easy. You just have to set them up right and feed them right, and that's it. But a lot of people just don't know. They don't know any better. They think, oh, I'll just feed it crickets.
about as dumb as Fred.
That is not how you do that. You don't do that. Keep it in a 10-gallon tank. That's fine. No, you don't do that. That's not okay. They will not be okay.
She was being smart. You actually did the exact opposite and went completely stupid.
Yeah. As long as you set them up good from the start, they will be fine. You will be set for life. just minor maintenance here and there. So bearded dragons are definitely a good one, and they're not really inclined to be aggressive, unless they're not handled. And most bearded dragons get handled a lot, and they tolerate that really well. I wouldn't go ahead and say that they're. I never say a lizard is bonding with people.
Hey, what's up, Tessa?
Is he feeling good? Does he have a stomach ache?
Not much.
You know,
I'm thinking
just
about
for
lizards.
You. Oh, okay. Well, just for you, I want to tell you that just for you, I've been really, really biting my tongue around Croak because I don't want to throw the case.
Thank you for not doing that.
Yeah. I also told Ray not to do that, and I think I hope he hasn't, and I hope he won't.
I think he's smart enough to know not to.
Yeah,
And if he has anything he's gonna say or do, I think he is probably gonna wait until the case is over.
Yeah.
And I certainly hope he won't do that, but if that is what he's planning, then I would imagine he'd be
I mean,
smart
I
enough.
think we have a pretty strong case, maybe.
This is the strongest case I feel like I've had in
No.
a long time, so
Yeah.
I think that one will go really well.
Okay. Yeah. All right
So
then.
better
good
not
shit.
talk around Stanton.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
But I think we'll be
get
good.
scheduled soon. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, it hasn't been scheduled yet?
I don't think so. I'll have a look.
Oh man.
State announcement. Court announcement.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you can get back into your positions,
I
the
literally
judges
called it
will
that it
be
won't
here
be till
shortly.
midnight till this thing gets read.
We have a verdict incoming.
In the real time zone.
Bring it.
Yeah, it hasn't. It hasn't. I just checked. But
it should
I
be
think the
fine.
last
Bitch, do
person
something.
that needs to place in their availability is Crook.
Okay.
Or he might be actually looking for like
Yeah, and we can
lawyer
bring
or
it in
something.
officer, I guess,
Maybe.
if we need to.
He did say he wanted to talk to me the other
Up to
day,
her.
so I'll need to arrange a meeting with him.
Oh, okay.
I'm more than
You know
happy
what
to
we
do
should
that.
We should get a bunch of lawyers to help out with this case, and then he won't have any lawyers to help out with him.
No, we're not gonna do that. That's horrible.
What do you mean? He shot a cat! He shot my cat!
Listen,
My boyfriend's cat. Did I
I might play dirty.
Process.
I might play
Yeah.
dirty in the courtroom, but I'm not a scumbag.
Be a scumbag. You're allowed to be a scumbag. Tessa.
No.
But I'll talk
Yes.
to you soon. Yep.
When it comes to animals, they're defenseless little babies. Come on. I'd be a scumbag. If I was a
I got a
criminal, you know what I would
reputation.
do to him?
Juno, be careful
Yes?
what you say because the judge is literally right there.
Where?
The judge taking
I
your
don't give a
case.
shit what she has to say.
Where is he? Oh, he can't hear me.
How do
I
you
told
know
him
that?
But I don't.
I could hear you from.
We're gonna conflict him, so I better stop talking.
Oh, okay. No, I was just gonna say if I were a criminal, there's certain things that I would do to that man.
What?
To Crook. If I were a criminal, but I'm not.
Oh, okay.
For hurting animals, that is.
Okay, well maybe don't say that.
It was a joke.
I wish I had long hair just like you.
You
I know.
could if you tried, Mac. Just let it grow.
I don't know.
You'd look beautiful. Just
I'm nervous. I don't know. I think we made a good case. We had a good closing. We did what we could. We gave Peachingle Dan her day in court. That is, for me, that's it. I want to win this one, but I will understand if we don't win. So, again, to chat, regardless of the outcome, I will be okay. I just want you all to know that, okay? I enjoyed this case. I think the other side enjoyed this case. I think we all had fun. Please, for the love of everything, do not be going to other people's chats, no matter who they are, which side they were on, what they did, what they were helping with. I don't care. Do not, under any circumstance, hop to anyone and be angry about anything because at the end of the day, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. Don't make it matter. Don't be that guy. It's okay.
Hey, Tessa.
Hmm?
You know how, like, ages ago, months and months ago, I was like, yeah, I'm interested in rangers. And then you called me, what is it, a worm? Or whatever,
Yeah.
because I was a cadet at the time. Well, I'm not a worm anymore. Or a cadet.
Okay.
Just putting it out there, you know.
Alright. Well, I'll make a note of it.
Oh, okay.
I would recommend that you get to know Ranger High Command.
Oh, yeah. Ziggy's the game warden, so is Conan.
Do they know who you
Lauren
are?
and Ziggy's my brother.
Okay. Does Clarkson know who
Conan-
you are?
I think Clarkson and I have spoken several times, but I don't know if Clarkson knows me at all.
Okay. I can tell you he's looking for people that stand out from the crowd. So just do what you do and stand out, and hopefully he'll notice you, and I will put in a good word.
Really? But I'm not a senior.
Well, I mean, if you're working towards that.
Oh, okay. Alright, cool.
Order in the
Oh.
court.
Oh. Oh. I spoke to Mr. Williams. He seems like a really interesting guy.
I have a picture of him shooting a guy in the face in front of Burger Shot.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have everybody here from the defense and prosecution?
Defendants are all accounted for, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think we're good, Your Honor.
We have DOC posted up.
I believe so, Jan.
Oh, God.
We have some
W.
people in
Oh, that's
front
too
of the-
bad. That's too bad.
we have some
W.
people in front of the doors, please.
Oh, God. Are we gonna die? I'm unarmed. If they want to kill me after this, they can.
Lock it in,
Get a
DSC.
gallery
We're gonna
hush
be
back
on
there.
this.
Okay. Justice Montag and myself poured over the evidence. We examined the forensics evidence and reviewed witness testimony, as well as read the police report statements listed on the docket. This case appears to be a very clear-cut instance of constructive possession of a hot gun, multiple hot guns, used in the homicide of Peachingle Dan. We reviewed the evidence with defendants Denzel Williams, El Saab, Keith Wanderlust, Fiona Stewart, who were all arrested with firearms that linked them to Chumash Pier and the site of Peachingle Dan's murder, where she was unceremoniously dragged and stuffed into a Crown Victoria. With defendant Haverford, questions arose when it came to the firearm that he had in his possession. Allegedly had in his possession. After reviewing evidence contained in People's A, which linked Haverford to the yellow building in which he was witness on top of, photographs and the evidence showed his blood DNA was cataloged in the People's A as being collected from the same rooftop. And this is the same rooftop, where a Desert Eagle was located at the base of the ladder. While the other defendants were in clear possession of a firearm that linked them to Peachingle Dan's homicide, this was just not the case for Lars Haverford. So we had to go ahead and separate the defendants in that regard.
Okay.
Constructive possession only applies if the firearm or the weapon is in your physical possession or in your vehicle, which also did not apply to Haverford. Regardless of this, though, the firearm in
Fair enough.
question did not have casings that matched the scene on Chumash Pier, so that point is moot. However, the prosecution was able to successfully prove today that all defendants, except for Haverford, who was wildly swinging bats at officers in Mirror Park, did engage in a firefight with officers at the gas station, and they were apprehended for it. Due to the overwhelming evidence, there was a lot of blood evidence, gunshot residue reports, casings, projectiles, photos, statements. witness testimony, after reviewing all of this, the courts will be finding the defendants guilty of all their possession charges. When it comes to the 5 times accomplice to attempted murder of an employee, the courts will also be finding them guilty. The evidence in this case was overwhelming, especially when it came to the scene in Mirror Park. All defendants took part in the assault in Mirror Park and were arrested for it, so we are going to find them guilty. At this point, I will now hand it to my co-judge, Justice Raymond Tag, for the verdict of first-degree murder.
All right, this is a tricky one because essentially what was asserted by the defendants were 3 separate counts or 3 separate affirmative defenses. These cleanly and clearly break into 3 separate categories. The first is a mistake of fact. This is based, a mistake of fact is generally speaking based on an honest and a reasonable belief that the defendant had about a fact which undermines the mens rea, or the intent surrounding the crime. In this particular instance, the defense argues that it was a simple case of mistake, Your Honors. We thought that Peachingle Dan, a young woman who was wearing a
Delayed
red
souls, thank you for the 4
jumper
months.
and a bear mask was in fact a 600-pound Kodiak bear that we are best friends with. This court does not believe there's a reasonable mistake as to the identity of the victim. The defendant's counsel has asserted to this court that the defendants were in fact friends with Boris the bear, a several 100-pound bear walking on all 4 legs, versus Peachingle Dan, a female described as dressing similarly to Boris. She was not in a mechanical bear suit. She was not even dressed to the degree a mascot at a high school football game would be. This was a young woman in a tracksuit and a bear mask that is found commonly at all stores in Los Santos. We, as a judiciary, refuse to open the door to a reasonable belief that an individual who is wearing a mask is actually an animal. That's ridiculous, and defense counsel should feel ashamed for even positing that before this court. The second articulated defense is one of reasonable reliance. This positions that the defendants are exempt from criminal charging because they reasonably relied on an articulation or an interpretation of the law by an authority which is later determined to be erroneous. This court's not going to find that defense to be complete, as this court does not recognize the authority of any sheriff, chief of police, deputy commissioner, or commissioner of any police department to be themselves an authority which may articulate an understanding of the law which may be relied upon by the average citizens. This judiciary, its legislation, publicly available outside of the courthouse, and even its lawyers exist for the very purpose of interpretation of the law. Simply because one sheriff insists that they may authorize the death of an individual or an animal does not make that a reasonable articulation upon which a citizen may rely. Further, a twat in and of itself is not such an articulation upon which any reasonable citizen would rely. Regardless of allegations of forgery of that twat, there was no official press briefing, there were no official news articles, there was not even a direct conversation, which was stated by the defense to have occurred in this case. So we're going to throw that defense to the wind as well. And that brings us to the final defense, entrapment, very cleanly and concisely put by the defense during their closing argument and not a moment before. As articulated previously by, I believe it was actually myself in the Gunther Clean case, entrapment requires 2 prongs. The first, to put it generally, is that the government induces the crime. Simple creation of an opportunity is not enough to satisfy this element. There must be some sort of force or persuasion that actually creates the opportunity for this crime to exist. In this case, and this is the first time of any of the 4 judges that I polled, in this case, that element is satisfied. In this case, Sheriff Kyle Pred announced a bounty of $1 million. Oh no! Oh no! This court finds that it is sufficient for an act that this is a sufficient action by a member of law enforcement to create more than a simple opportunity, but instead to persuade or even maybe coerce some individuals into committing offenses that they may otherwise not commit. $1 million for some people is, simply speaking, a lot of money. Next, we have to look at the second element, a lack of likelihood or predisposition of the defendants to commit the crime of which they are alleged without persuasion. Now, the defense rolled a risky die on this one because this opened each and every one of you up to me looking at your criminal records and saying what you may or may not be predisposed to do. That factor was kinder to some of you than others. We don't think that these defendants are idiots. I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I believe that it was your attempt to pull a fast one on members of law enforcement to pass Peachingle Dan off as Boris the Bear to net a quick $1 million. You were friends with Boris, you knew what he looked like, and it was pretty obvious by the hidden dip of throwing the body in the CVPI that there wasn't a lot of intention of having
Oh god, I'm getting whiplash. Stop it.
However, the simple fact is that if not for the announcement of the bounty that was posted by Kyle Pred, the defendants would not have committed this particular and heinous offense. Put very simply, if not for a $1 million bounty on a bear, even looking at these defendants in the light of day that they stand in now, even knowing that they were probably trying to pass a fast one over on law enforcement officers, they would not have been hunting down individuals wearing bear masks. That onus falls on Kyle Pred.
But they're hunting down other people.
So the defense of entrapment is satisfied. However, that brings us to a question we have not had to answer before, and that is what happens whenever a law enforcement officer entraps individuals into committing murder? This court is not satisfied that entrapment, especially when that entrapment bleeds into a secondary offense to which the intent must be transferred, is a full and complete shield for the defendants. As stated, we're not convinced that a mistake of fact happened under these circumstances. These defendants knew very well what their actions were and what the results may be. Accordingly, we find the affirmative defense of entrapment as having been proven and are genuinely surprised that there is not a seventh defendant sitting in this courtroom. We mitigate the charges that have been levied against them to second-degree murder and sentence the defendants to
I'll take
statutory
it.
sentencing contained within.
I'll take it.
That is this court's verdict. Thank you.
That's still a W. That's still a win.
I guess I think I'll get first.
Fingal pleaded guilty though.
Yeah,
Wait, what just happened?
What about me?
What just happened?
Wait, Your Honor, Fingal pleaded guilty though.
Yeah, I pled guilty.
Please give Fingal the death penalty. Do us all a
death
favor.
penalty, please.
Oh my god.
Give him the Peachingle special.
Oh god.
Huh?
No, Finkild, you get to live
Maybe, but
another
not
day.
forever.
That is if you survive the several hundred months in prison that you do have to spend there.
Okay.
Your charge is mitigated down to second degree along
So-
with everybody
so-
else.
He also hit the gavel after you guys went in.
Oh, I hit the gavel.
Yeah, he did
I
be
hit the
doing that.
gavel.
Okay, an additional 500 months for Fingild.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I guess it's all time served for all of them.
Hey, DOC,
Wow, there's some
look at that.
big snitching energy in this room.
Huh?
He's been in handcuffs since then.
So since we're snitching, Hazel made a bomb threat earlier.
He has a bomb in his backpack.
He has a bomb in his backpack.
He planted another one over here.
Get that boy out of here.
Jesus, how much snitching are we getting?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I'll take it.
I don't know, look into the bomb threats.
That's rich coming from anybody.
I thought
that's
they were
associated with
American.
Biden.
Oh my god, Wrangler, you look terrible.
Jesus,
I
Juno,
got
speak
your
for yourself.
smelly feet all up in here.
What?
I took his shoes.
Yeah.
Why does he look like that?
I don't know.
Shoes are a privilege.
Well,
How do you feel?
Good job, Bjorn.
I
I
feel like we got something accomplished
The
here.
amount of time that they have spent in
Okay.
Bolingbrook State Penitentiary. This court's ruling is that you may
Yeah,
sentence
let's
them
go.
for the full
I'm out.
amount. Just ensure that they are all properly fined, because that's going to be on you guys.
Sounds like sentencing got.
I can't run because I'm.
We're good with that.
Leave yet, they need to pay their dues.
All right, well.
Huh?
Okay.
All right,
This
well
is
lock it
not
in,
that
DOC. Come
far
on.
From the desk. Jackass.
What are they leaving?
Yeah, they're just leaving.
What's going on?
Okay. So what are we charging them?
I need to get clarification
Yes,
on
let me
that.
review the docket just to confirm the amounts for that.
Who had the gun again? I know I gave it to Harvey.
I got contempt, I'm pretty sure.
You probably should have asked some of the people to stay here so you guys can figure out charges because there's a bunch of people leaving.
Defendants stay.
Yeah, officers, please read the defendants so they can be properly fined.
We're comfortable. I don't think
These were mitigated down to second degree, which means officers can issue those fines directly. You don't need a member of the
I
judiciary.
think Denzel's already dipped. Oh wait, no, he came back.
Denzel, Lando, you guys stick around for a second.
How yesterday went.
You believe me? I told you.
Not court related.
You got found guilty.
Second degree murder, not first.
$45,000.
So?
Which I was willing to plead guilty to at the beginning, but you wouldn't let me.
You didn't even ask me.
I did.
Brian Knight said we couldn't have a lawyer and we couldn't have a plea deal. And then he said, go on a hold and do something about it.
Okay, well, did you do anything about it?
We did everything after, but we couldn't until then, and then that's it. Now we're here.
You all had phones. You all could have texted me and said, hey, I want to do a plea deal. You all could have contacted your attorneys and had your attorneys reach out to me.
If I may.
What?
Hold on.
I spoke to Harvey about this extensively on the day that we requested bail, and he informed me at the time that he wouldn't even consider any kind of a plea.
We'll take it up with Harvey
then.
Harvey was like,
I figured he was the lead on it based on the fact that he was kind of handling everything. He was my point of contact.
Okay, well, he was saying something else, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, because we had asked him about a plea before we even asked for bail.
I don't know. He had
guilty of possession.
Well, I don't know what happened then. Because that's news to me.
Was Denzel fine?
Denzel was fine, yes.
Mother.
Good job. If you're ready, Bundy.
Thank you. Oh my god, you should have seen him.
I don't know why they're coming to me with this.
You should sue Pred. I don't know why they didn't bring Pred.
Okay, but I'm holding on to you.
Why would they bring? He's a cop.
Right here.
Why would they ever do anything that puts any cop ever in danger at all?
Yeah, true. Disappointing, but true. I mean, even then, isn't their shit capped at like 50K anyway?
This Harvey guy
literally not even an asset
he
fee now.
denied us a plea deal, and Brian Knight was like, "You can't have a lawyer," and then we're still here, and nobody even talks about that because they don't care.
No, they don't.
Because it's clearly something that's fucked up and wrong. They're just not going to do anything about it.
Well, now that we're through this, we can if we want.
I'll greet you.
They came after us over
Fin Guild looks awfully similar to Fin Guild.
Literally said that I was pretty much
Damn.
kidnapped into interrogation.
I think they're related.
For like 2 hours.
But the problem is,
Probably cousins.
They don't care.
No, of course not.
Be patient, boy. You are impatient.
Brothers?
Have they find
Okay.
you?
Everything is just first, second.
Yes, except Haverford did not get
Sounds
second.
like-
he was found
like a lot
not
of
guilty
time
of second.
would get fined a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, Bjorn.
Am I free to go?
Haverford, you were found guilty of your possessions
Fine,
and
that man
5
over there.
times attempted, but not guilty of second. So I don't know if you've already served time for that. It's up to the officer.
Yeah, I don't even know what I would charge Fred with. Like, based on the verdict, I don't know what I would even go with.
no. You know he won't do that.
Because entrapment's not a crime. We can't charge him with entrapment. We can't, like...
Just to be clear, were they somewhat billed for like possessions and all that already?
No, entrapment's not a crime.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's-
but,
it doesn't
like,
exist.
I guess Denzel told me that he was billed for all the
Murder
stuff
for hire's not
aside
a
from
thing.
the
We could charge him maybe accessory for the first degree murder. I don't know. But is it accessory to second degree? Is it reckless endangerment? Is it, like, what do you charge him with? I don't know.
Romanov crashed a plane.
I don't think so. I think you guys are getting time served.
Guild's cuffs.
I don't really know. Wait, what?
Oh, she has me on a leash.
Passed out at the end.
Who's what?
Fingill does have 500 months for contempt that they passed out at the end.
Oh, that's true. He did
What
get
is
that for a
happening?
second.
Everyone
Fingill
is
needs
talking
to
to
go
me
to
at one
prison.
time, and I cannot handle it. I can't deal with that.
Everyone looks
Hey,
like.
Luna, do you have a mask?
I do.
Can you put it on real quick and take it off?
Oh no, never mind. I don't because
It's too many voices.
Oh.
Guild, I'm very disappointed that you hit the gavel.
That's why I always wear one along to the courtroom.
Said I wouldn't do it.
Next time you come over here,
Then you take it off when you get in the courtroom. That way you get a little.
Thank you guys for the help today.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
That's why we're here.
The gavel. It prosecutes.
oh god.
That's the second.
Beat his ass.
He just loves that the gavel.
Yeah, so I don't really know what I would charge Pred with. I guess accessory
I've got nothing to live for.
accessory to second degree?
What the fuck are you talking
I don't even know. Like, what would I do?
I don't have pet rabbit.
Think about them. Yes, you do. May never see them motherfuckers ever again.
I think you're getting.
What?
Alright, I'll go ahead and get transport ready.
No idea. Since you've been in custody, 2 of your pet rabbits have died.
Hey,
What?
She's just kidding. It's a joke. It's a
Negligence,
rabbit
Tessa.
joke, Tessa.
Negligence, Tessa.
It's just a
You're
rabbit
not
joke.
taking care of rabbits.
Wait, what?
Real fucking nice.
No.
What did I say? Who? What?
Are we supposed to pay lawyers?
While they up on the chopping block, boy, you better take care of them damn rabbits. I'm gonna tell Tessa everything.
You doing okay,
I don't know what's happening.
So Findingle is or Fingild. He's supposed to
Gilligan.
Fingild. Yeah, whatever. He is supposed to get another 500 months of contempt for hitting the gavel.
Hitting the gavel, yeah.
But everybody
Okay.
else, I think, is getting time served.
Okay.
But I think Copper's taking care of him.
I mean, rabbit jerky is actually really mean.
Well, he just hit it again, too. So he's got a full
You're off duty, so it's not really your problem.
Oh, I'm walking. I'm walking. As a free
Where's
man, I'm
Lando at?
walking.
I think he left.
Okay, he never got billed.
Okay.
Denzel
I don't know what to do about
also is marked as processed, so I'm gonna assume somebody billed him. Oh, I gotta get Fingilled. Fingilled, let me get you billed, okay?
Drags Fingild over to other cops.
Force him to wash his feet at some point because he's walking
Gross.
around
Oh.
barefoot.
What is happening?
going to prison? Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm
glad.
Did you ever get food?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, Fingilled,
There's
you
no
ready
way
to
you
go?
would hit the gavel a
Yeah.
third time.
It's gonna be
Okay, you got
$73,100.
Oh, no.
Fingal
Yeah.
would not. Fingal doesn't have
Get
it
that.
in him to hit the gavel.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, he hit the gavel twice.
Hold on to Fingild.
Exactly. He doesn't have it in him to hit the gavel a third time.
I mean, people say third time.
Don't do it.
So this is the
Yeah.
Before you guys say not to do it, he wants to do it more. Stop
Yeah,
it.
just give him an L. 'cause Well, I'm he not obviously saying he won't.
shouldn't do it. I'm
Don't-
telling him not to
No!
do it. Oh my god, he's doing it again. Oh my god, he did it a third time.
Are you going up to
Damn.
prison?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to check this out.
Oh, God, he did it a third time.
A fourth time.
Somebody marked Denzel.
Holy nigga.
Oh my god.
He's a menace. He's a dick.
But also,
How far can he go?
I'm gonna. What should I do with Lando? Because he hasn't paid his bill,
Hit it with your head.
or maybe he did and no one clicked process. I'm not too sure.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Only cool if you get contempt for
I'm
it.
not sorry.
Those are just free.
I don't know
Sorry
why.
you got caught.
I'm sorry I got caught. I'm sorry I got
That's what I
caught.
thought you fucking said.
Copper!
I can't believe you've done this. Oh my god.
Oh my god, she's making a run for it.
He betrayed. Oh God.
Oh, she's making a run for it. Oh.
I thought she's free.
Let's go, guys.
I hope I'm
not too rough on you.
Best roommate ever.
Probably gonna be putting me up there too.
Mommy voice to say that.
Tessa, you wanna give me 30 months?
I'm off duty.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit. Well, great. Everyone
Never
relevant
mind.
left.
If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it.
Well, I guess you don't get contempt.
No one hurts her.
Did you pass your solo?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, they didn't tell
Julie
you
just
anything,
finished
okay.
it.
All right. I'm
You headed up?
Well, here's the thing.
Is there
Everybody
even anyone
left.
to process
Hey,
that?
Someone left you.
But what happens if you don't go though?
Warrant for Harvey.
Yeah, like, do you get a warrant?
Let me call Ray Montag.
Oh my god.
Oh,
This whole thing. Oh
I'm turning
god.
myself in.
This whole
Oh
thing
my
has been
God.
weird.
Okay.
Well, again,
Well,
where
they
did he
can't
get the
send
sandals
you up, though.
from?
They still need an officer to send you up.
I think he's trying to ask if she's still in time.
Well, I think. Well, Fing
I
Guild
don't even know what
Yeah.
he's going up for because he served all of his time. He's going up for contempt.
Yeah,
How many months?
Contempt for hitting the gavel like 5 million times.
They gave him 500 months.
500.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know.
I wanted to
Fingal
talk
the
to
only
the
one
judges,
going up?
but they kind of
I
dipped.
think so.
Oh, then Harvey
They're
should be
like,
fine.
I don't know. He didn't answer his phone.
Montag's still in the app, so he's not asleep, but Antigone may have dipped.
I mean, would you blame her?
No, I don't blame her.
This case lasted longer than my eval.
Yeah.
Like,
And only one person got shot.
Oh, that's actually surprising.
It was Carmine.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we
I'm
haven't
not
walked out the doors
surprised by
yet,
that.
so
That's kind of
Oh
why I'm
my
here.
God.
Still, I want to make sure no one gets you. Oh, I can hear him.
yeah. Check out Twatter.
Oh, wow.
I was gonna say I don't have my phone because I didn't want to actually have to
they
do lawyer
posted,
thing.
They posted a selfie of them with
Oh.
a dead peachingle as in her cot. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. The caption is "Guild Boys suck a dick."
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so I came late. What was the verdict?
Second degree instead of first degree.
Yeah. Guilty of everything else.
They basically blamed Brett.
Yep, they were like it was entrapment. Something mitigated down to second.
Wow, that picture looks really good. Photoshop, awesome job. Okay,
Oh my god.
amazing.
Hey, Flop.
Good morning, Tessa. How you doing?
I've been better.
What's going on? What happened?
Montag's list is available again.
Well, the case went a little weird, towards the end there, but they're now twatting out photos of them committing the crime, so I can't double jeopardy it, and, you know, that sort of thing.
Wait, did you guys not win the trial?
They were found guilty of second degree, which is fine, but also it was basically explained that because Kyle Pred basically entrapped them, they got away with it.
Can I ask how? Okay, what did Pred do to entrap him?
He twatted out a picture of a bounty for Boris the Bear with $1 million as a reward, and these people took it upon themselves to go and kill Peachingle Dan. I don't know if they dressed her like Boris or what exactly happened, but she was dressed like Boris the Bear, like in a red tracksuit. She had a bear mask on, and they were trying to claim that she was Boris the Bear because they wanted the bounty or whatever. So,
Right.
Kyle
But
Pred
they
put out a
weren't-
bounty for a bear, and they went out and killed a woman. And apparently that's second degree murder, not first.
Okay. Well, there's a couple ways to look at this. Fred should have been found just as guilty if they were going to do that. 2, since when was it a lawful order to act on Twitter using social media as a forms of a lawful order?
Well, it's not. That's their thing. Is the judges said that Kyle Pred should have been put on the stand, which I thought maybe was the case, but I personally I don't know if we would have even been able to do that. But
Hello, how can I help?
Yeah, I think Pred being there probably would have been a very prominent part of that case, but
I'm actually gonna go talk to the judge about it to get kind of
go for it. If you
an
need
idea.
anything, oh yeah, go ahead.
We'll figure out what I should have done instead to see if I could fix it.
Oh, good, not a problem. I will let you do your thing. If you need anything or you want to ride or whatever, give me a shout and I will. I'll come pick you up. Right?
All right, thank you, Flop.
Not a problem, Tessa. Talk to you soon.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Right now, who have not been bothered. Got something about standing on the stand doing a trial. That's when people really want to bother you.
You're the one doing all the work. Here she comes.
Hello.
Hello, you wanted to speak, Miss Lamb?
I am curious about the verdict.
Tell me your curiosities and I will attempt to answer them.
Can I charge Pred after the fact?
Yes.
What in the heck do I charge him with?
I would... Okay, so my official advice is that I would hire a prosecutor who could properly articulate whether it should be an accessory or an accomplice charge to the act which transpired. However, at the very least, an accessory is usually an individual who creates the substantial likelihood that the crime can occur by aiding or abetting therein. And as a peace officer abusing his authority and encouraging the murder of an animal or encouraging a felony, you could realistically argue that the intent from that felony transfers into the murder which actually occurred, and therefore he would be an accessory to, at the very least, second-degree murder.
Okay. Now, I'm also curious, since they were unable to really put any evidence in about how they, like... The only thing tying Pred to it was one single Twitter post. Unverified, by the way. They didn't prove that it came from Pred at all.
Unfortunately, it also was not proved dispositively the other way. What we did have was a relatively official-looking, let's call it bounty contract, that was supplied from what appeared to be the Sheriff Kyle Pred, not only due to the fact that it came from his Twitter handle, but also due to the signage contained within. Those things combined without Kyle Pred actually sitting on the stand saying, you know, this wasn't me or something along those lines, still created a substantial likelihood from what we could perceive. Because whenever we're looking at an affirmative defense, and this is the part that's not fair, right? It is the prosecution's job to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime occurred. Once we start looking at affirmative defenses and the shoe goes onto the other foot, you know, the burden of proof transfers to the defendants. However, it's not the same burden of proof. They only have to prove that it is substantially likely that that's the case. We didn't prove that they found, you know, that they proved it was substantially likely that they actually thought that that was a bear because, let's be honest, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We didn't even really reach the stage of proving that they thought what they were doing was legal because, let's be honest, you know, there's no way that they thought what they were doing was legal. However, we did reach the stage where we were saying, well, did they prove that it was substantially likely they thought that Kyle Pred would give them $1 million if they at least passed this off? And the answer to that question was yes. Due to the twat that was circulated through evidence. What I would have liked to have seen on you guys' end would have been potentially testimony from Kyle Pred saying that that wasn't him or that it was fabricated in some way, something that would diminish their reliance upon it.
Yeah.
Even Kyle Pred getting on the stand and saying, because I distinctly recall I've had trials with Pred in the past, and I know that he gets up to antics, let's say.
Well, he straight up hates me, and I didn't really feel like having him on the stand in my corner would be a good idea.
Motion
So
the court
I
to treat him as
understand
motion the court to treat him as an adverse witness, and then you can do direct examination on him and be, let's say, confrontational. But
And then
yeah,
and then there was the whole thing where the bounty was for a bear, right? They killed a woman.
yes. The question we were asking ourselves during deliberation on that was, it's pretty obvious what transpired here, right? Essentially, these individuals were trying to pull a fast one. They wanted to kill this poor young woman in order to pass her off as a bounty that they could receive $1 million for. For one, during our deliberations, if you look at the actual charging of second-degree murder, it includes a callous disregard for human life. Frequently, second-degree murder is utilized as a quote-unquote hitman law, right? Someone being paid money to commit the offense. They're not the primary actor. They're not the ones who have means, motive, and opportunity. However, they are the ones who pull the trigger. The other aspect of this is that, but for that tweet from Kyle Pred, the proximate causation of what actually transpired, if he had not sent that twat out, do you think that they would have been on the hunt for people wearing bear masks?
Not wearing bear masks, but they were on the hunt for people. We had proven that they had shot multiple people.
Yes, but the remainder of that appears to have been the fallout from that initial incident, right? Because all of that yarn unraveled from the initial point, which was at the Chumash
Well, what about
pier.
the one at the guild house before the pier?
That one was, although it was tied with the hot gun, we were substantially lacking insofar as we didn't have a direct statement on the stand from the witness and so on and so forth. So we don't really know what the aggravating or mitigating circumstances behind that particular attack were. In the future, I would like to say whenever you've got upwards of 12 police officers and a potential living, breathing victim that we can hear from.
There was a lot of that going on, and I wanted to call everyone, but I realized very quickly that it was just going to be a really, really long case. And I tried to limit it. But then I realized that sort of laid into the whole situation that my witnesses are not exactly good witnesses.
Yeah, that was a bad hand that you drew on that. Unfortunately, hearing Officer Holden and Deputy Fairfield get up and say that they couldn't directly identify any of the witnesses as being the ones who transported the body was, let's just say during deliberations, we were very happy that you had a hot gun when we were looking over those statements. But, for instance, we didn't really have a lot of context outside of a written statement that would have been technically hearsay, indicating what transpired at that guild house. That could have been, that could have been what you were painting it as, which is, this ongoing spree of violence, or it could have been, a simple case of castle doctrine, and without the victim sitting on the stand telling us, which direction that transpires in, and with, unfortunately, that victim not being able to be identified from what I could tell from the DNA patterns. Is that right?
The one at the guild house?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that was the case. I also think that a lot of officers dropped the ball on documentation. That was a huge struggle that I faced on this. The guns and everything were documented perfectly, but the only two scenes that were properly documented were the one, like the start and the finish. Everything in between got missed entirely.
Unfortunately, the big thing that we were dealing with in deliberations and chambers was the question of, in a situation where we genuinely have what appears to be a high-ranking member of the police department attempting to persuade people to commit, let's say, the act of felony animal cruelty, right? At the very least. What impact does that have on the subsequent offenses which appear to roll out of that attempted entrapment, or that successful entrapment? And under these particular circumstances, it has to be a mitigating factor. I was not satisfied personally with, even though we had what appeared to be a clear-cut case of entrapment, I wasn't satisfied with saying they get off scot-free because of what you brought up. Because of the fact that we were looking at, a human victim instead of the actual target felony offense of the entrapment, which would have been the felony animal cruelty. And because we were looking at these obvious attempts at a cover-up after the fact, namely their flight from custody, their lack of negotiations for their $1 million, all of those things combined to show that these individuals knew clearly what they were doing. However, the question we kept coming back to is, would they have done it if Kyle Pratt hadn't offered that money? Would they have committed that specific crime if there wasn't $1 million bounty for this, for this Boris? And the answer almost had to be no, that they would not have gotten up to these elaborate hijinks involving bear masks and tracksuits if a sheriff of the police department hadn't offered $1 million. And that in and of itself has to be a mitigating factor, because although you're a member of law enforcement who's standing before us doing the right thing, trying to bring justice to what's transpired, on the opposite end, we have what appears to be a member of law enforcement encouraging the commission of felonies. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, the unified PD is all under one umbrella. So
if he had twatted out like Boris wanted alive, would
my
that have
understanding
changed
is
it?
yes, because that would have been perfectly within his power as law enforcement to offer a bounty for for an individual. The defense would have had to be a lot more creative, showing that they were attacked by this individual in some way. They would have had to essentially rely on self-defense articulations, very similar to how bail bounty hunters operate in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
He wouldn't have been encouraging a crime, right? He would have been encouraging let's call it a citizen's arrest. That would have vastly changed the articulation. The problem here is that he was encouraging a felony, and we got a felony. We just didn't get the one we thought we were going to get.
Harvey and I argued back and forth for a long time as to whether or not we wanted to charge Pred. We ended up going with the argument that, for all they knew, it could have been a fake twat, or it could have been a joke, it could have been something like that, and I didn't really want to charge Pred. And I'm not gonna lie, some personal issues got in the way of that. I might end up pushing charges, but I don't know if I want to at this point in time. Because I personally don't know how good of a case I can make.
I think it would be worth discussing with an attorney as to whether or not they can spin the articulation and the evidence that was supplied in this particular instance. Something else to keep in mind is that the defendants that were just charged with second-degree murder now no longer have Fifth Amendment protections as far as this is concerned, so therefore could be called as witnesses.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they twatted out a
They
picture
posted
of
a
them
selfie.
standing over the body with guns out.
Of course they did.
Yeah, immediately after leaving.
Good old double jeopardy, huh?
So yeah, they are now lacking in Fifth Amendment protections, which means that they can be called to testify as to their interpretation, and you could use them as a quote unquote reasonable baseline.
I
Yeah,
don't
think
have
it would
any
be
reason to
worth-
believe they'd help me at all.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. But yeah, I personally, I was genuinely surprised to see that charges were not levied against Pred at the very least. The concept of transferred intent, just so you all know how this works, generally speaking, we see it a lot with felony murder, right? Let's say you're robbing the Fleeca Bank up across from the Pink Cage. You kidnap somebody at gunpoint. Your plan is to go inside and, I don't know, use a crowbar to jimmy open the registers and steal all of the money. That's a felony. Several felonies, kidnapping, robbery of a financial institution, so on and so forth. If a situation transpires where your hostage perishes, the intention that you had behind committing those prior felonies transfers to the murder. You didn't intend for that person to die, but it was a foreseeable consequence. Similarly here, where there is a $1 million bounty being placed on Boris the Bear, it is a foreseeable consequence, in my opinion, that other individuals who bear a likeness to Boris the Bear may come into harm's way because of this. Let's say keepers or handlers of Boris the Bear may be targeted or harmed in some way, seeking information as to the whereabouts. It's actually insane the things that people will do for $1 million, right? Especially when it's a bounty that, at its underlying condition, necessitates a felony for its commission. That the wanted dead. So therefore, the intent behind that felony animal cruelty transfers to those other foreseeable crimes that could result, up to and including the intentional or accidental homicide of someone.
All right. I can accept that. I may not entirely agree with the whole entrapment part of it, but I understand it, and I will try harder next time to make sure the proper charges are brought against an officer for being involved, and also make sure that people are properly documenting stuff. 'Cause that fell on me. I actually, Harvey was very alone in this situation. Everyone kind of dumped everything on him, and I noticed that he was floundering. So I actually wasn't even heavily involved until the very end. And I stayed to help process, and so I took this from Harvey in some ways, and my intention was to assist him, and I dropped the ball on a lot of the documentation because I thought we had way more than we did.
For what it's worth, I think that it was perfectly valid for you to bring the charges that you brought. This is, and there's a reason that I pulled Buck and Grayson both into the room. 9 out of 10 times that we hear people assert a quote-unquote defensive entrapment while sitting on the stand, they're missing one of the two prongs, right? They're trying to claim entrapment, but they would have committed the crime anyway, and their record clearly demonstrates that. Or the quote-unquote opportunity that is created by law enforcement is just not sufficient. It's too small.
Okay.
Something like leaving a car parked somewhere, or a mere suggestion of committing the crime without any proper incentive. This is honestly the first time that I have ever looked at the action of a law enforcement officer and thought to myself, gee whiz, the things people will do for $1 million. And if he hadn't offered that $1 million, would we even be looking at this crazy situation with a bear mask involved in it, right? I think that your gut instinct of attempting to push the first degree murder charges on this was appropriate, because it was a hairline situation. There's a reason we had to call multiple judges in to assist with deliberations.
Yeah, it was a mess. And we spent a lot of time untangling it, so I think Harvey did good. I need to talk to him about his recall, though. Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah, I was less than impressed with the fact that he, I mean, even looking at the selfie that was sent out by the defendants themselves, let's just be transparent. Bjorn looks more like a bear than our victim did. It's genuinely surprising that neither himself nor Fairfield were able to positively identify Bjorn as having been on scene. The fact that they couldn't provide even a complete description. Fairfield seemed more entranced with the hats that individuals were wearing than.
I'm getting a call from Bolingbroke.
Is that Harvey?
Hello?
Tessa, I need your help.
Harvey, what are you doing?
I got contempt, but I need to know what we do about Keith and his skipping the bill.
Okay.
Keith skipped the bill?
Yes, Balto.
Oh,
yes,
that's Bolingbroke.
I'm on a very important
Well, that
phone call,
doesn't sound
Balto.
good.
Please just go back to what you're doing, please. There's no privacy in this prison, by the way. I had to just get it from a guy who just will not stop following me.
Okay, so do we need to do something about Keith then?
Yeah. So
How do
my
I
question
find a record of whether or not he was billed?
He wasn't. I called him if he had been billed, and he said, "I don't know." And it was like, "Are you going to turn yourself into me billed?" He's like, "No." So he intends to be on the run about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got Monte here. I'll talk to him.
Okay, because I don't want to put like a warrant, and then he outruns for 3 days, and then he just doesn't
we'll
get a
figure
second degree
something out
murder
for that.
charge.
We'll,
All right,
we'll
yeah,
make
yeah.
sure.
I'll give you a call when I get out of prison, but that's I
Okay.
wanted to make sure I got
I'll get
all
that
the
taken
stewards
care of.
contact.
Was it just Keith?
Just Keith.
Okay. All right.
Denzel, I think, also avoided a bill by saying he was already billed, and then someone clicked process. But I'm just gonna say that's fine.
Okay, I'll check on Denzel as well.
I mean, he's still on the phone with her.
No,
so.
he's clicked process.
Okay. I mean, I'm still gonna check. If there's any
Okay,
kind of
alright.
way to check a record of that, then I will have that
Only
checked.
one person so far.
All right, I will give you a call when I get out, but I just
You
want to
can
make
take
sure
the
I
ambo
got
if
that
you want to
before
go up there.
Montag
I'll get a
disappeared.
ride.
All right.
All right,
I'll get it taken care of.
all right, thank you, Tessa.
Uh-huh.
All right, bye.
Harvey got contempt. Apparently, Keith may have just walked out without getting billed, and I think he did so intentionally. Harvey said that he hung up on Harvey when asked about it, said he didn't care. I'm not entirely sure what the process is for sorting that kind of thing out.
In that instance, what would the total time and fine that the individual would have been facing have been?
I think we're pushing for $1 million, and I don't know the time and fine. Yeah, we were seeking 30 years and $1 million. Is there a way you can check on Denzel as well?
This is Bjorn, right?
Keith Wanderlust, Lando.
Oh, Keith Wanderlust, okay.
I saw him leave. He said, "I'm just gonna go." He said it in that way.
All right.
I thought he had been billed already.
Issue this as a warrant for his arrest and bump it out by, let's call it 2 months. Actually, no. He's a judicially already been found guilty of these crimes. It looks like likely Holden already adjusted the time and fine accordingly with the attempted murders and the second-degree murder. Bump it out by 4 months.
So put out a 4 months long warrant for what now?
For the 5 times attempted murder of a government employee, criminal possession of a Class 1 firearm, possession of contraband in the 3rd degree, and second-degree murder.
And when we catch him, we charge him $1 million.
No, you charge him the 73,700.
73,700. Okay.
Just use the underlying incident report, the 71592.
Okay. I'm actually off duty, so I can't look at it.
Oh, okay. All right. You know what? I actually have the ability to issue that. I'm going to issue this as a bench warrant then.
Okay. And is there any way you can tell if Denzel got his bill?
I didn't like it.
He has been marked as processed, so I presume so.
Harvey was saying he thinks somebody might have accidentally done it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I know Fiona Stewart, we took the amount out of her bail that she paid for the other 3. So she was refunded in the amount of 210,000, somewhere around there. So we just deduced the amount that she would have otherwise been billed from her refund. We really need to talk to somebody about the appropriateness of the fine for second-degree murder. That is too low. I don't believe that I have any way of confirming that he was billed. He's been marked processed, but
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
yeah, that's something you're gonna have to unfortunately get to the bottom of on your end to see. Who it
I
was that marked
wouldn't
him
even
processed.
begin to know how to do that.
Yeah, it's just I guess a question for the officers who were present, maybe.
It was a mess here. It was a circus when you guys
It was
deliberated.
absolute chaos.
Understatement.
That's alright. I'll take it as an L. Okay. Well, is that warrant taken care of? Do I need to do anything else?
It has been posted. I'm going to put a note from the judiciary on there indicating why it's bumped out for so long.
I'll let Harvey know.
All right.
I appreciate it, and thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it was at least somewhat unsatisfactory in regards to the
No,
ruling.
I just like to hear how I can do better next time so that I don't screw the same thing up over and over again in court.
For what it's worth, I think that with what you had, you did an excellent job presenting your witnesses. You drew a very short straw insofar as the recollection of some of the witnesses and the unfortunate actions of the sheriff before all of this transpired.
Alright, well, I appreciate that. Also, if we catch him for the bench warrant, does he get full time or just the time served?
Since he has elected to say he doesn't care and walk out, we'll just do full time.
Okay.
She's melting that fucking ring.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So I have an idea of where she's at, or at least where she was.
right. Right. Is there anything else that I can help you all with before I go lay my head down?
Oh no, that was fascinating. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, I
You all
think
have
I'm
a
good.
fantastic evening. And
Thank you.
good job in court tonight.
All right.
Okay.
You didn't want to charge Pred?
Did you want to sit in a courtroom with him?
No, not especially, but I'd do it for you.
Well, we went back and forth for a long time on Pred to decide whether or not we wanted to bother charging him. And we kind of were trying to rely on how flimsy the just one twatter post was. Because,
Yeah.
to be frank, if someone twatted out one thing, and that was all we had as a case against him,
You
we're
get
not going to
nowhere.
win that. We're straight up just not going to win that. All he has to do is say that was a joke, or that was, someone else did that.
A fake account.
I was being
anything.
held up.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have had a case. And I still don't really think we have a case.
Gonna sleep on it, decide if you want to do it.
I'm gonna leave it to Harvey, to be honest. I don't really want to touch it.
fair.
If he would like to do that, that's entirely his prerogative, but I'm done.
Makes sense. Yeah. Do you ride anywhere?
Probably you would be safe. I
Yeah,
think
I'd
regardless
like
of
them
the
to not
outcome, I
pick
was
you up
gonna
tonight.
get targeted, so, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Did you want to
But
get
thanks
some
for
work
the
done, or do you
support,
want to head
guys.
home? Always, honey.
Let's see, what do I need to do?
Plus, we kind of ended up being necessary when someone got shot. I don't like the masked guy that came in here earlier while you guys were talking.
I think that was Bill.
Wasn't that Bill?
No,
Yeah,
no,
that was-
the man just now was Bill. But
Yeah.
before that, I don't think was Bill.
I don't know who. What?
Yeah, no, there was somebody else
Oh, okay.
before that who came in and stared at everybody for like a minute or two and then walked out.
Oh.
Mm.
That's.
Hey, Kiki.
Yum.
When you did your business proposal, did you put the locations in that you were thinking of?
Mhm.
Okay. Like photos and everything, or just like this general area?
I had photos and everything, and I gave general addresses since they don't have numbers. I was like, it's this location on this corner and everything. Mm.
Well, actually, Vinewood, I wouldn't have to talk to any of the gangs. So that would actually be pretty nice.
No, and Vinewood's nice. It's convenient for most locations, I think. And Eve already kind of runs the Vinewood storefronts, so.
Or just shoot him in the back. Yell fleeing felon and you're good.
What?
I'm just checking with Harvey to see if he needs anything from me.
No, you're good, sweetheart.
Okay. Okay.
I knew that
Those
was
are very
coming.
loud today.
Yeah, a lot of them were 78s, and then there would be like one person who would do their alpha 2 or 3 times.
Oh. Yeah.
A lot of them were also croc over and over and
Oh.
over and over again.
Oh.
Croc started his day with I think he was held up in a canal.
I think court ruled in our favor. I honestly, we got a conviction, and I'm still gonna take it as a W, even if I don't fully understand everything. No, not fully understand.
Yeah, that's why
Even
I
if I don't
texted you
agree,
like, man, you chose a good day to be
I
off
don't
duty
feel like we
today.
lost, but I am a little
that's
disappointed that I missed the mark with Pred,
Hold on. That's here.
and I should have gone with my gut.
Well, don't go
but
outside just yet. Okay.
I think I made the right decision.
Yeah, that is right up.
I think I made the right decision.
Don't go outside just yet.
At the end of the day.
Things to be clear. Damn.
I will not be going outside then.
Good.
Just default to your judgment.
Hello.
I'm sure I could just.
Hey, Tessa. How you doing?
What's up? Why do you sound sus?
So, listen.
What did you do, Flop?
I didn't do anything. Why do you really think that I broke the law or did something wrong?
I don't know, because you sound suspicious. What did you do?
Okay, I didn't do anything. Listen, I'm currently at the Humane Labs with an incapacitated alien.
What, an alien?
I suggested we put a bullet in its head and ocean dump it. I was told that that might not be the best course of action. I said we don't really have any. We can't rehabilitate an alien and bring it back into nature.
Yeah, I don't do aliens.
I don't either.
Basically, the last time I dealt with an alien, it started laying eggs everywhere, and they got stuck to me and Jonathan, so we kind of just left. But aliens don't have rights. They're not citizens or anything. And if it is, in fact, a human in an alien costume, then it does have rights. So before you do anything to it or with it or for it, verify whether or not it is indeed an alien.
It's an alien.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, then it doesn't matter.
Nah,
Just Wrangler got
hop into its feet, just let it run. Because I
mean,
I don't deal with aliens. I wasn't trained to deal with aliens. I deal with buddies and coyotes and deer
well,
and
nobody
bear.
should have to deal with aliens because they don't exist, Flop.
That's what I'm saying. Should just let this thing run free?
I mean, I would, maybe try to help it or whatever, but I wouldn't. I don't know. It's up to you. Does it look violent? Flop? 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 I can't. I think I'm having a headache. Mr. McKnight, thank you for the gifted subs. 10 gifted. Thank you so much. And thank you for the prime. I don't know what's happening. I can't pull up my phone to, like, hang up or anything. Oh, am I disconnecting? No! No! Heck. I don't know what to do. Here, I'll do this in case it just closes my game.
Legal rep back, seeing as I have no fucking clue what's happening now.
I'm stuck on my phone.
Oh.
I don't know what to do about this.
I don't know. I
I'm gonna
genuinely
drop
don't
my
know.
phone on the ground, but I don't have a phone
That-
because I touched the door.
Oh.
I gotta. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
what? Oh, she walked through the metal detector.
Yeah, she got stuck on the phone.
I see. Well, that was weird. That was a strange scuffage. I didn't go through the metal detector. And now I can't call Flop.
Hey, Kiki, guess what? Yes? Check. Wow.
Can someone call me?
Sure.
Oh, so they are doing bench anyway.
Here we go.
Oh, that's weird.
What?
I'm scuffed on the phone with Flop right now.
Oh, can you still hear him?
No, I can't hear him, but it's like my phone's broken.
Oh.
Oh, that's
Let me
not
put it down on the ground.
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe
this
that'll
is
fix
weird.
it.
Nope, didn't
Oh.
work.
No. Oh.
Did it make things worse?
It
No,
just made things
Things
weirder.
are just
I bet.
weird.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
They'll work themselves out. Want to get out of here?
Yeah, why not?
Before someone else causes trouble? Okay. Where do you want me to
Well-
take you?
Honestly, if Norman's gone after he said he wanted to talk, I just want to go to
Probably just home.
Okay, I
Hey,
can
do
do
y'all
that.
have any pancakes?
Pancakes.
No, I don't. I ate the last of my food. I'm sorry.
I have a creme brulee.
I'm calling you for pancakes. Why isn't nobody on the goddamn Yellow Pages for Uwu?
I have many creme
Because
brulee.
it's never open.
Do you want these back?
Wanted to make
Here you
sure.
go.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got them for
I have
you.
no idea. Probably
Okay, well, I'm probably not gonna eat them all.
They'll last till
I wonder
tomorrow.
who's working the rooster rests. Let's see.
Well, if I die in the
Alright,
next
let's get it.
couple of days, I'm not Boris the Bear, just in case.
I would
Anyone
rather
was
you
not
not
sure.
die.
Oh my god. Yo, does
No,
anybody have
nothing.
any food for delivery
Alright,
nowadays?
let's get going.
Tessa.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone's sorry about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone seemed really mad at me, and I understand why, but also, you know, I was available. They all had my phone.
Wait, what did we do?
Well, they were all mad that they didn't get a plea deal or something.
Vehicle except for my bicycle.
Oh, no one's mad at that. Wait, were you
Well,
guys mad that you
Lando
didn't get a
sounded
plea
mad.
deal?
I'll just take her home and then I'll come back and clock out.
Yeah, well, no, Tessa, they're not mad at you at all. Yeah, they hate Harvey.
But I was the lead prosecutor.
So?
Most of the work was done by me.
Yeah, who cares? We hate Harvey.
Don't hate Harvey. He did nothing wrong. Matter of fact, he wanted to charge Pred, and I was the one who convinced him not to. So, if anything, it's my fault.
Well, we hate Harvey, though. And I'm sorry I shot Carmine in the bathroom.
Why would you do that?
Because he was the key witness!
He was my key witness. Why did you do
I
that?
know, that's why I shot him!
Why did you shoot him? You
Psych,
sicko.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
There's probably
That
gonna be a
was a
warrant
joke.
for that, by the way.
That was a joke! It was a fucking joke!
Well, I mean, I'm off duty, so whatever happens, happens.
That was a joke. They can't go back to, trial because of that, right?
They can, and You
Well, that
might
was a joke.
be looking at witness tampering.
No. That was a joke. Well, I can't tell jokes anymore, Tessa?
Well, not like that. That's not a good joke.
Yes, it was. It was a joke. I heard that it happened, and I was like, what the fuck? And I felt sad,
Okay.
because Carmine used to be my employee, you know?
Alright, well, I am glad that nobody's mad at me. I'm a little
No one's
disappointed.
mad at you. Okay, yes, everyone's sorry for murdering Peachingle.
Well, I mean, they all twatted out the picture. That doesn't seem very sorry to me.
Well, yeah, it was funny.
It's not funny.
I mean, come on.
No, that's not funny. That's evil. She was a good person.
No, she wasn't. She was not a good person.
Well, what am I supposed to tell Crane now?
Come on, Crane's a fucking dog, alright? He's probably found a new hoe, like, fucking months ago.
What the heck? Oh my god.
Yeah, he's getting pimped right now.
Okay, well...
Bjorn, are you sorry? Are you sorry, Bjorn, for killing Peachingle?
Do I need to expect Denzel and El Sab to come after me?
Fifi, are you sorry for killing Peachingle? They both said they're sorry,
didn't
and
answer
then
my
Sab is
question.
sad. What happened?
Do I need to expect Denzel and El Sab to come after me?
No, well, sad maybe, but like, it's
I
not
kind
like
of called him stupid.
Well, yeah, he is fucking stupid.
He didn't seem very happy.
Who?
Sab?
Sab's a fucking moron. Yeah, you should call him fucking stupid.
Okay,
In fact,
well,
you should
if he
arrest
is
him.
plotting my murder or anything, could you give me a heads up?
Yes, let's. If Sab is plotting Tessa's murder, you guys have to tell her, okay?
And Denzel.
Well, Denzel wouldn't do that.
I mean, he's kind of a little crazy, and I mean that in the best way possible, but he, you know, I've seen him do things.
Yeah, he has a lot of love to give. But Sab, fuck that bastard.
Okay, well, I just, you know, a heads up is all I ask.
Listen, Tessa, no one's gonna fucking kill
I like
you.
to know when somebody's after me rather than just somebody coming at me.
I promise you that if Sab mentions wanting to do anything to you, I will snitch.
Okay, I appreciate
I fucking
that.
hate him.
Okay. Alright, well, thank you for the apologies and tell everybody I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Tessa's
that's
disappointed,
worse.
guys, but not mad. Okay, now they're sad.
Well, don't be sad, it's okay.
Well, they said that's worse than mad.
Well, you know, they killed somebody, so...
So?
I mean,
I fucking killed someone,
you
you're
should
not
be
giving
sad
me a
if
hard
you kill
time.
somebody. That's
Well,
a proper
I fucking
feeling.
killed someone, and you're not giving me a hard time.
Well, did you feel sad?
No?
Well, then that's not good. You need to feel sad.
Why?
Because you shouldn't kill people.
That guy was a bastard.
Well, who'd you kill?
Fuck. John Hannah?
Never heard of him.
Something. I don't know. Jason, John, Jimmy, I don't fucking remember.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want them to think that I hate them or anything like that. So just
Okay.
make sure
Well,
they
Tessa
know.
doesn't hate you guys, okay?
And I hope that I'm still Queen of the Forest in their eyes.
Of course you're still Queen of the Forest.
Okay.
Alright,
All
alright.
right.
Sorry about the whole Peachingle prank. Our bad.
Okay, just try in the future, please. No more pranks that involve dying people.
Yeah, whatever.
That's really a lot of paper. Okay. Sorry.
Who did shoot Carmine?
Jaeger.
Ah, okay, that sounds
Is who I knew it was, but, you know. I can't prove he said that, so.
No. Well, I'm gonna drop this back.
Sorry
off.
about the long phone call. I didn't mean to do that.
You're okay. You're fine. I'm gonna go drop this back off at the fire station. I'll come back and see you in a little bit.
All right. Thank you for the support. And I'm sorry. I kind of was like confused about the Boris thing.
No, I looked at my paperwork afterward and I realized I had it written in a different format that I was misreading.
Okay.
I had to do a genetics test
You
on
said
him
he
one
weighed
day.
105 pounds.
Yeah,
and I was
no,
like, I
after
don't
that
even weigh that little.
No, yeah, no. I looked at it afterward and was like, wait a second. I do sound crazy. Why do I sound crazy? This is why. This is the wrong fucking thing.
Maybe your scale's broken. Maybe he broke your scale.
He may have,
That's what it was.
broken the scale.
The thing spun around 6 times, and then it was like
I have had to
an
treat
extra
him for
100.
so many injuries at this point. He almost died
Well.
on me last time, but
Well, I think today went well. Despite the fact that I'm not 100% sure on the verdict, he explained it in a way that made sense, and I am happy to accept that. I wish, in hindsight, that I had done things differently, but that is the case with every court case, so I think we did okay.
still, you did a really good job, as you always do. Especially with what it sounds like you were given.
And I don't think I'm gonna charge Brett.
I don't blame you.
If Harvey wants to do that, if Birch wants to do that, I'm totally down. I'll support them how I can, but I can't do it.
He was civil with me today.
Really?
Yeah, him, Reed, and Cy Carter were all nice to me, and I don't know how to feel about that.
I don't like that.
Yeah, so
I
he was nice to me on the
immediately
radio.
don't like that?
Yeah, no.
What?
He was nice to me on the radio. Reed was nice to me on a scene. Cy Carter hit my ambulance and used it as a ramp and sent his bike into another car and exploded. He came to me and apologized. He said, "I'm sorry. That was on me. Is your ambulance okay?" And I was like, I had my hand near my 14 Alpha just ready for him to stab me. But he was nice. I don't know how to feel. All 3 of them were nice to me in the same day, and I'm like, okay.
Wait a minute. Is it a full moon? Hold on. No.
No, it's barely any moon at all.
I thought something might be in the water. I'm not sure.
There could be something in the water.
Oh, God. Flap did find an alien.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when I was on the phone with him, he was talking to me about... He said it's taken care of.
Flop did or Jaeger did?
Flop did.
Yeah, what does he mean by that?
I don't know, but I'm gonna be cryptic and vague. And I
Perfect.
said, I trust you handled it with grace. Because I don't know what he did.
Don't want to know what he did. Although I kind of do. He seems like he's been a good fit for the Rangers.
Yeah, he's... I didn't expect anything less from Flop. He's a good guy.
He was telling me he's done more paperwork for Ranger stuff in the last couple weeks than he has done for like SCU in the entire time he's been SCU.
Well, that's because he keeps finding bodies. And,
Oh, no.
And people that, like, cut up bodies and take their body parts.
Oh.
So...
Right. Right, that. Yeah, I remember him telling me one day, why do I see... What is this? Wait, what does that even mean? Right. Well, I'll let you go rest, and I'll be home in a little bit.
Okay. Well,
this is parked at the courthouse, and I'd like it not to be parked at the courthouse
oh
anymore.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for supporting me today and hanging out. I know you didn't have to.
You didn't have to, but I always will. Plus,
Ah,
I like
know.
watching you work.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye. Love you too. Gonna unlock it. That was weird. Okie dokie. Chat, I think I'm gonna call her there. Thankfully my stomach stopped acting terribly. Start to my day was really, really not good. I was afraid I wasn't gonna make it through the whole case. Yeah, we made it 7 hours. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. And thank you for chatting about the verdict and whatnot. I think since it took so long, it's already been a month since that whole incident. I don't think I really want to push charges on Pred. My mental battery for this case is kind of depleted. And I don't think the outcome that we could get to will be worth the struggle to get there. That was a part of my argument as far as not wanting to charge him initially. So I think we're just going to opt out. We could attempt to press the charges. I really genuinely do not believe that we would be able to make a good enough case for him without a whole lot of strife being involved. And I think Harvey's kind of checked out of that too. And that's completely okay. I don't hold that against anyone either. And yeah, we can bring it up to Bass and mention it. If we wanted to, but well, actually, I wouldn't even involve Bass because he's pretty darn conflicted. Well, anyway. Also, yeah, I'm glad Nino didn't actually get involved because I realized after we had approved him becoming the attorney for them, I remembered that Brian was on the scene. So it's like, wait. Maybe that's not a good idea. And I think he probably realized that too. But yeah, it was a good case. It was a good case. Everybody involved did great. All my witnesses, the judges did great. Much love to them for everything. They're always great. And even if I don't agree with any verdict, they're always willing to talk it out with you. And that I can't stress that enough to people when they go through court like this, because it's good to talk about it and know where you screwed up. Not even where you screwed up, but like where you could have done better. And then you can go back to your next case and know more about what they're looking for. And I wish more people would do that with the judges, because I think the judges get kind of like shoved into a corner sometimes where either side they have to upset one person. No matter what they do, one side is always going to be getting a short end of the stick. And even if you get the short end of the stick, you should always talk to them and try to figure out where you can improve. And I think they appreciate that. And I always appreciate the judges for talking to me. I've had verdicts that I completely was like, I don't agree with that at all. But I'm still really close with most of the judges, and I love them, and I think they do a really good job, and they're very important to the server. And even if I don't agree, it's still really healthy to talk to them and see where their mind is. So that you end on a good note. And I think that's really important, and I wish more people would do that. But I hope everyone on the other side was also good. I know Sab was kind of upset that I didn't do the whatchamacallit, plea deal. But that was news to me that they had talked to Harvey. I don't even know what was discussed. But from my perspective, I didn't even know that there was even a plea deal like on the table until like a few days before the case. And by then I'd already done all the work. So I'm not inclined to give someone a plea deal at that stage. So if they want to get that done, they really got to make sure they talk to somebody who's working the case. And I don't know what was said to Harvey. I can't speak on that. I don't know what was said to Birch. I don't know who was doing what. But I think something might have gotten lost in translation. I hope nobody's upset about that. But I was around the whole time. If like I was their bail like person, they could all call me and talk to me. So if they wanted a plea deal, I would have been more than happy to have arranged that, but sooner than like less than a week before the case, maybe. That's my only thing. You might want to do it quickly if you're wanting a plea deal. And if people are not getting that done in a timely manner, like my DMs are open. My DMs are always open. So hopefully nobody was like felt snubbed or anything like that. Because that's never my intention either. But Tessa was snarky. Because I think Tessa's afraid. Sometimes when she's afraid of what's going to happen, she lashes out. Mr. McKnight, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And Shadiko, by the way, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you guys for stopping by. Hope that stream was good as well. I don't know if she watched the whole stream. Yeah, it's not my fault you're stupid. Yeah, she doesn't put up with those kinds of excuses when people want to lie and say, oh, well, I thought this was Boris, you know. She's had people lie to her about stuff like that in the past, and she just doesn't put up with it. But she's scared of the HOA. She is very scared of the HOA, and the way Andy was talking in the case as well at the end, she overheard that and she was not feeling too good about things. So we'll see how that goes, but yeah, I don't think I'll be pushing charges on Pred. The amount of work that would take is just, it's too much for me right now. I've had so much court in the last little while. I need a little break. Obviously, we'll do it if we have to, but I think I'm good. Case would be flimsy at best, I think. It might be better if they would cooperate. I think I could probably get the guild boys to cooperate, but Pred would easily be able to just say, oh, I was being held up, or oh, this was a joke. Oh, this was not my tweet. I didn't put that out. You know? So, there's a lot of different arguments he could make. And he could use our argument that we made in this case against us. So, at the end of the day, I think we missed the mark on that. And we missed our chance. So, I think I will cut my losses. Yeah, I mean, court's not for everyone. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of stress. But I want to help Harvey get to where he wants to be. This was just not the best case for that at all. So, next time we'll help him out. I think he probably learned a lot from this too anyway. Just by taking the back seat and watching. But yeah. And thank you guys for sitting here and letting me mindlessly rant about stuff. I hope you guys had fun. I hope today was fun. The testimony was silly. It was about as goofy as I could imagine. But, yeah. All in all, great stuff. Great case. Great, outcome. Great people involved. All my witnesses were wonderful. All my defendants were great. The other attorneys on the other side did great. They had a hard defense to do. Much love to them. Yeah. Overall, I think, worth it. Good stuff. But, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you all take care. Hopefully, I won't be feeling icky sicky tomorrow morning. Alright, who do we raid? I know who we raid. We're gonna raid Bjorn. I don't know if he's hanging out for much longer, but we're gonna show him some love regardless. Alright, guys. I appreciate you. Stay safe. Be kind to yourselves and one another. And I will see you all tomorrow.